All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to a new day. Welcome to the Ivy League live stream. Thank you for being here. Started this stream pretty early today because, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of stuff going on right now. So, yesterday, you can consciously tell that really there were a few things going on, but there wasn't too much to be focused on um, with what was coming around the bend. So, what we're going to do here is grab your coffee. I'm going to give you guys a minute. Grab your coffee, grab your pen, grab your paper. All right, pull up your charts, hit that like button, subscribe, because once we get to 1,000 subscribers, I'm doing a giveaway for you guys. Again, hit that like button. I want you guys to please just help me get to like 10, 15 likes. I know we can do it. I know we can do it. I know we can get a few more subscribers too. So we're going to have market commentary here all day long. All right, we're going to go over levels. We're going to talk about all these stocks that have news: McDonald's, Starbucks, ARM. Okay, Enphase, DJT. I mean, the list goes on, and I think today is one of those days where there is a tremendous amount of opportunity. So let's make sure we're able to take advantage of it, put ourselves in the right spot, and let's have a great day. Again, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Any stream contributions, okay, we thank you for helping keeping this stream free. All right, that link is in the description if you'd like to give back, whether you make some money, whether you learn something new, or just enjoy the show and want to help us be able to, get to the end goal here with where we want to be able to take this, right? Which would be more than just myself as a trader, but having other people on and bringing people on. A lot of that stuff costs money. So with your help, we'd be able to take this stream to the next level. I don't have my camera on again, guys. My camera is frozen. It's not even on right this minute. So I worked with OBS a little bit yesterday to see like why it was happening. I got to be honest with you. I don't know if it's my AMD processor or if I have to download the new OBS system, but like it just freezes on its own, and I'm kind of suspecting that it is my computer. I can set it different ways. I can reset it, but it just keeps happening, and it keeps happening, and it keeps happening. Could it be a faulty camera? Maybe, but I really think that just streaming, I just think that it's a lot for this computer for whatever reason. Um, I kind of kick myself in the butt for not going bigger, but I thought I had enough. I thought I brought enough ammo to the battlefield, but maybe I didn't. But with that said, welcome again. Thank you guys for joining us. I appreciate you guys hitting that like button and subscribing. Um, so we'll go over and Texas Instruments. Okay, we took a short on NVDA yesterday, so anybody that is still in this trade, congratulations. We hit this thing twice, close to 3 times. Pretty sure close to 3 times up here. This was a nice winner. This was $1.55, $1.60, depending on your brokerage. Maybe you could have got it for the low 150s, maybe high 140s up here at the highs. But they went all the way up to 220, so this was a really nice move. I ended up taking this. I think I got filled at the low 140s, and I think I took it to like 158, 162, I think. So not a big trade by any means, but I could just tell that we were struggling here, and you know, you can just tell by the candle sizes and what you had obviously early in the morning. So that it just wasn't paying. I was getting the movement and I wasn't getting paid. So sometimes you just gotta move on. Just understand it that if like here's a perfect example, right? This was a trade idea for the morning. It was the setup for the most part was still there in the afternoon, but the side to this trade that really paid was early in the morning, and I tried to do it in the afternoon, knowing just that, and listen, you're going to have to be a veteran trader to really understand what I mean by that. Okay, everything was there, was somewhat for the most part still there, but it wasn't paying for a reason. There wasn't much volatility here. Okay, and these contracts again yesterday from like the high, like I want to say up here at the highs, you could have got the $1.40, but I was looking at it once we pulled back into the support zone, and they were like $1.50 something. So they went all the way up to 220 in just three candles, in 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, I couldn't. I barely got a quarter of that in 20 minutes. So that's why, I mean, that was a trade for the morning, and it was meant for the morning, that we brought up in the morning, and it was meant to be traded that morning, not in the afternoon. But anyway, I digress. I move on. So if you're still in this trade, we'll have to see where we open up. If you're short the stock itself, if I always say that, if you don't need to trade options, don't. If you don't know how, don't. It's up to you and your discretion. But we got a nice little payday out of this yesterday. It wasn't nothing major, but it was definitely a base hit to get us going for the week. At worst case, we built some insurance. Okay, so again, let me know where you guys are tuning in from. Give me a list of tickers in the chat, and let's start getting busy. We have Coke reporting right now. We have something here I want to talk about. Okay? We have something I want to talk about here. What's going on here? Come on, man. I don't know why this thing keeps flipping. I don't understand it. I don't know why it continues to do this over and over. I'm just looking at, sorry, I'm just using the scanner that I have, and I have it on my, I have it on another device, and it's just been being a pain in the butt lately. Alright, so we have news with, so I have all these notes taken down here, okay? I want to talk about Texas Instruments and their earnings call. Oh my god.
Revenue growth expected of about 10%. Full year 2025 comparable net revenues non-GAAP are expected to include a low single-digit currency headwind based on current rates. That's KO Coke 69.66 now, up 21 cents. KO Kilo Oscar.
So Texas Instruments. I want to go ahead and listen to this earnings call later on in the day for a few different reasons. All right. If you guys notice here at like 6:45, look here at like 6:45. You can see where we pulled it back in, and it held, and then it took off there from 6:45, which I'd say is about 6 or 15 minutes from when that started. And I want to know what they said for this thing to sharply reverse like it did and hold the support zone up here. Which, if the markets are not going to be able to hold themselves up, I don't know how well we're going to be able to hold this range. But this is a beautiful range here, you guys. All right, 200 to 204, 206. I mean, I don't think it gets any better than that, honestly. I think this is a nice range here that you could look for Texas Instruments to revisit. That's if we don't break down, which looks like it wants to attempt to start breaking down. All right. Now, what I would say is that you do have a little bit of room here. I would have to say there. All right, I'd have to say there. See, that's the thing, is that once we break it, and there's no going back. Like, honestly. All right, so this is Texas Instruments. It's just something I wanted to bring up. later on at lunchtime, I know I already repeated this, but I'm gonna bring this. I'm gonna bring this up at like lunchtime, whenever the market, if we get time. I want to listen to this earnings call because they said something that had this thing reverse, and I think it's going to be important for us to know because it's going to give us some information that ordinarily we wouldn't have. I sometimes they say some things in these earnings call that you just can't get out of an article. I'm gonna go with that. We'll go with that. And these sellers are stepping in. All right. So first things first. First thing is first. Let's go to the SPY. SPY's pulling back. Another failed hold. I told you guys yesterday and Monday. Not Monday because I did not go live Monday. I was doing some stuff, but I mean, I think it's pretty clear. I think this is the support zone that we have to watch for to start turning this thing red now. It's just my opinion. Maybe unless we can reclaim it, but 582.50 end phase. I gotta write that down. I think I already did though in my notes. Novavax. There's so many names today, guys. ENPH, Oracle. Man, Oracle's just done. And Texas Instruments third quarter results beating estimates, helped by a recovery in orders for analog chips and improving demand from China's EV market shares. Okay, so they're saying here that the Chinese EV market has helped demand with their analog chips for Texas Instruments that we were just talking about. All right. So this is going to be the SPY in my opinion. We do have our 20-day moving average that's working its way up to us the longer we consolidate here. Let me get, hold on one second, guys. I do apologize. I'm just trying to get my stuff organized here. McDonald's, that's another one we're going to be trading today. I feel like there's enough going on in the markets that I think anybody that's trading small caps might have trouble today. All right. All right, so the S&P's 582.50, 583. You can see here it's obvious this is going to be our bit of, well, we would look for this to be a resistance zone. You have to watch this area here though. It could still hold as support down here at 582. But I am looking for a bounce back. We talked about this Thursday and Friday. Thursday we held 582.50, 583. All right, we held Monday and we broke it. So we talked about all this yesterday and just playing the tape out, right? We played the tape out. And if you go to the daily chart, it's pretty easy to play it out. I still think we have a little bit to go, but let me pull this back just a little bit here. This is technically, I'm surprised we didn't get a reversal there on that cup and handle. But here we go. We get this pullback. We pull back to the gap. Right, you get this gap and go. You pull back, fill the gap. All right, you get a nice up day, like you're making a recovery off this gap. You broke out, you just pulled back, break and retest. Now you're starting to go higher, and that to me here was a failed break, especially on Friday. Okay, this Thursday you just pulled back to this close, no big deal. Just breaking and retesting, right? Grind higher, pull it back. Grind higher, pull it back. Whether it's an up a day, or if you're coming in with a gap up, like you came in here. This is a gap up. It tried to go. It sold off, pulled back to the prior day's close. You came in with a gap up. It tried to make progress, and that was the fail, right? It pulled back, and it just held its position. And then, to me, this is just kind of giving it up, right? This is kind of just giving it up. So we're below this zone here now. Now this is where we are. We're here. We already gapped up, pulled back, and tried to go, right? You gapped up. I see it's hard to draw this with the candles, but you guys feel me, right? Like, all in all, you broke out, you pulled back, you tried to hold it and extend higher, and you didn't do it. You failed to continue, you failed to get that continuation. So, obviously, we have earnings, and I feel like that's what the market's going to be waiting for. So, it makes sense that, it wants to see the Apples, it wants to see the Microsofts, it wants to see all these other companies like Walmart's and all these other companies that, that are a large part of the market. Um, you're getting some help with Taiwan Semiconductors, Texas Instruments, so it's definitely not hurting. But again, so let's just look to see, the bottom end of our range down here at 580. All right, maybe we get another test of 577.50 with this 20-day moving average here, that green line. But I have to say, anything up here at the 585, 586, that mid to low 580 mark, I think we gotta look to be short the top end of that range. We're not overbought or anything. We're actually, over. Technically, we're a bit oversold. So if we get the opportunity again, I don't care if it's 577.50. Okay, call it 578, whatever you want. This little, I'm keeping this area here on the left hand side. I'm keeping that little wedge right there. That little, I wouldn't call it a double top, but it's just like a flat top resistance zone that we've been like sitting on, and we haven't really tested it. You have a minor one right here, but we haven't really pulled back to that area right there. So I want us to see if we can pull in to this little zone here, and if we can attempt to get the long. And what do you know? We got our 20-day also moving right up into that area as well. Okay. So this area right here is what I'm going to be looking to go long. This would bring a really nice setup. Now we can't continue to get bad news like McDonald's is killing people with their burgers. That's not going to help. Okay, that's not going to help. So for now, today, I'm just going to be using 582.50 if we get the opportunity. If we cannot, I just feel like there's a I'm not going to take this because there's individual stocks that have a reason to move today. But if you're an index trader, I mean, it's pretty simple in my opinion. You have your range 582.50, 583. You're looking to, take this down to the bottom of the range when appropriate. Okay, what do I mean by that? Break and retest, right? Like it's trying to do now, right? Use VWAP trade line, right? If you notice, you get back to VWAP today and you just aren't making any progress. Like you get above it and it quickly rejects it and moves back down within a 10-minute period, 15-minute period. That's telling you in and of itself, progress to the upside was not made. So pay attention to the time when a stock does something. If you pull it in, you can see here we pulled in and we immediately left. Right? Bang! You just literally had one wick, pulled back, and it was gone. And by 10:45, you were already back to the middle end of the range. So, there's a psychology in it in and of itself that the price action is showing and telling you. For me, as an example, you have VWAP and trade line all right here. This is already what we're expecting to be a rejection point. Okay, we understand we're not overbought, so it's not like we need to heavily depend on it. But let's see if we get a pretty damn quick movement back off of that zone there at 582.50. All right, that's the SPY. All right, and I'm gonna look again. I really would like to get this area right here, down here at 582. Or I'm sorry, 578. This like flat top resistance. We haven't really tested it. If you guys notice, you have not really, like, you've hit the area, but you haven't pulled into this zone. Like, call it 577 to 578. You really haven't pulled into that area, nor have you tested any of the area above it, up there, up until 580, 578, 82, right? You could even go as far as to say there it is. That's a gap still, in my opinion. Even after hours, you barely, connected the dots. connected to 2, right? That resistance to turn into support. You haven't really had a nice pull in into that area yet. So maybe McDonald's is enough news and bringing the Dow down. Maybe that's enough to help get us down there. You can see we're starting to fall. We're starting to trend lower. I think if we get a nice pop up here today, even if I can get 583, I might go out 2 weeks from now and just go ahead and grab some like 575 puts, 570 puts, right? Just something that if it goes to 0, fine. But I got something on just in case of a worst case scenario, which I'll back up with. The market goes higher, then obviously I'll be looking to trend higher in my daily trades, which would make me back that money. All right. So that's the SPY. Pretty much 583, 582.50. Let's look for this area right here to pull back into Monday and Tuesday's lows. And maybe if we're lucky, we actually get a really nice down day where we pull it back into 578, 577. Might take a couple days. Maybe we don't get it. We might not get it. We might reclaim 582. And if we do, hello, 585. Pretty simple. All right, 582.50, 583. You turn 582.50, 583 into support. You start turning this into support. Hello, 584, 585. Vice versa. Hello, 580 if you continue to make this resistance. Let's look at the Qs. The Qs had they made some progress and they just been falling. They just started to fall. That's a nice looking uptrend. You're still putting in a higher high yesterday. And I do apologize if there's a ton of lines here. So that flat top resistance we talked about on the SPY, we actually just recaptured it on the Qs. Look at that. Look at this. And that area is 494. Look what we had there yesterday. Look at the green zone. So yesterday and even Monday, but yesterday more importantly, we noticed that the Qs there was some divergence into tech. Again, guys, if you guys can, please help us get to 10 likes. Just hit the like button for us. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. I'm doing a giveaway at 1,000 subscribers. So we marked this zone out at 494 yesterday. We're noticing divergence in tech. Look at the Dow. It's been pulling back. All right, take notice of these things. What was your leader, which are Intel, JP Morgan, just all of your Dow names, Goldman Sachs, right? Those were those names, right, that you wanted to be long. You wanted to be short the Qs this past 3 weeks. Long the dollar, short TLT, long the Dow, long IWM, short Qs, short TLT. Naturally, banks are going higher, yields going higher, right? It's more money for just normally there's an inverse effect, and we're still seeing that inverse effect. Banks are rising, TLT still down on its lows, but I'm not going to get too technical or in depth with that. Yields rising, the banks are, quote unquote, able to make more money. All right, so the IWM pulling back. So if you want to be short, or if you want to look to be, to hang on weakness, you want to look at the Dow and the IWM. That could start to change. Today could be just a pop day. Yesterday, what did we say? We said let's look for just a low volume recovery with the bounce back. Which is exactly what we got. And then look, right after the bell closed, bang, they smacked it down. All right. So the Qs still putting in they're putting in a new high here. So tech, we want to be long tech. If this continues, so let's go to the daily chart. 490 was our mark. I know there's a lot of lines here, guys, and I do apologize. But 490 was our level, and that flat top resistance there at 493.50. All right, so let's see here. Let me pull this in real quick. And we did. We kind of pulled into there, 493.50. Again, please help me out. All we ask here, guys, is just hit the like button for us and subscribe if you haven't done so. But more importantly, just hit the like button for us. Greatly appreciate it. So yeah, we did. We kind of hit this 494, 493.50 zone. It's our flat top resistance right there. And look, it pulled into it yesterday. And nice little pivot low here. So this 495, 494.90 zone. Boom, boom. All right. I think I've seen all I had to see here. Sounding like a damn cop. I think I've seen all I need to see here. Look at this wedge forming. You guys see this wedge forming here? Look at that wedge right there. Look at that wedge. You can barely make it out, but it's there. Oh, for sure it's there. I'm not sure what happened. All right. Let's put this back on. All right. So if we go to the daily chart, we're a bit overdone on the daily chart, but not really. 490 is your support zone. The top end of that's 500. I mean, it's pretty easy. You are struggling. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. All right. If you get above 496 and yesterday's close, which you're at 495, 494.50, think about that. And we can go back. This was a gap, right? You pulled it back. You closed the gap. You went further than the gap. You didn't just pull back and hold this flat top resistance zone here, right? This isn't good. This isn't good in all parts of the market with the Dow pulling back. Look, you get the pullback. You try to make that attempt through this gap here at 496. 1, 2, 3, and you're still not going for it. And here we are at 495. So you have to watch for, in my opinion, 494, which was the zone we had yesterday, or I think even Friday that we put. You know, again, I think we're still a little bit range bound for the most part, but you keep getting news with people getting killed eating burgers from McDonald's. This is not going to end well. I promise. So I want to see us start to. I want to see today the Qs start to make some progress and start closing above 498. I think enough time has passed here. We've spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8 trading days here. Really, if you want to call it 9, 10, 11, close to 2 weeks right here. If we don't start making some progress, or if we make that progress today, you find some support down there at 493 and you see like a breakout day, but then it gets taken right back. You know, I understand we have some earnings coming up. It's coming to the point where if something doesn't happen, I'm going to be more okay taking that SPY position. And, you know, just to hedge myself for some downside. All right. So that is the S&Ps. This flat top resistance, we're going to watch for this zone to become support. That level is, I'm sorry to talk sorry to, you know, kind of go off schedule there, but 493.50. All right, 493.50, call it 494. We do have this green box here. All right, I'm going to make this one brighter so you guys know it's the 20-day. Right there. All right. So you guys can see it's just a little bit brighter. Let's look for this zone here to become support. There was our resistance zone right there. We just pulled into it this morning. Now we're trying to make some progress back to the upside. We have to get through 496. Here's the thing is, thinking about it from the buy side, from a bull side of the bull case, these buyers have came in and bought it up, got rejected. They bought it up, they got rejected. They bought it up, they got rejected. They bought it up, they got rejected. I think you're making your higher low. You made a higher high, so let's continue. If we get the opportunity today, a 494 long, I do like that in the Qs. I'm going to write that down. I'm actually going to change my composition book. And I hate having to write on the left-hand side. There's just something about it. It just doesn't feel right. Sorry about that. All right, 494. If we, let's see, we have Tesla earnings today. We don't have anything this week, really. We already had Netflix earnings. Just trying to think. as far as earnings are concerned, what it could be waiting for. But it's doesn't it doesn't get any more complicated than that. 494. Let's look to take along there. I need more room. I need some room here. Shit. Here's my pen. So 494. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna write this down real quick. MACD getting ready to go negative on the hourly chart. Resistance here at 495. See, that sucks, right? Because that was resistance yesterday, and yesterday we made progress breaking out here. You pulled back. You would imagine a nice hold to break and hold and close to this new 496 level, but we didn't. We failed. And I don't know how much this is related to the McDonald's news or what. But for now, we're still above here. So let's see. Let's see if we can keep your eye on the size too, guys. On your time in sales, keep an eye on the size that comes through there and the consistency in the buying. You want to consistently see this green. You don't want to see so much red. You know, you want that thing green, or where to you it looks like there's more buying than there is selling on the tape. Yeah, we should get a bounce here. We got to get through 496. We got to get through there. Let's see here. 15-minute chart. 1 hour. Just give me 1 second, guys. 1 hour 15. This could be a nice long today, especially if we break back above this level right here. I'm gonna put this level right here, guys, at 495, and I would like this to be a buying point today if we're able to get up above 495, or if we get a pullback into it, and hold it today, like maybe off the bell or something. Like if we make our way back up to pre-market highs, right, and we get that pullback and we either open at 495, then I'm going to look for that long there to see if we can push higher. Then if it fails, it fails, then I'll know, okay, it didn't work. But if it works, I'm getting that push through 496. It'll test it. Then we'll test that 498, and that's close to a 4-point move there, 3-point move. I'll take that all day long. All right. All right. So let's. Do you guys have any questions or tickers that you guys want to post in the chat at all? And we're gonna get into some individual names here. But for the most part, to keep things simple, I would look for that 490 to 500, that $10 zone there. Man, we got to get above 496. We got to get above 496 here. And look at Friday. Friday's close was there as well. So we quickly make a new high for the weekly candle, which was yesterday. And now we're pulling back. And now we are below Friday's or last week's close on a weekly candle. I'm getting into the charts. Just give me 1 second here. I just want to make sure. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's not going to price in. It's not going to price in where we're at right now. So let's hold this. So watch this. Watch the opening price from last week. And remember, last week we closed the week red. All right. So let's see if we can get an extension going here and hit that 500. I want to hit 5 and start trying to take this thing out to a new high here. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I'd like for it to start trying. Because this week, if we close again red, or we don't make any type of progress up there through 500 or get up to 500, you can tell that next week might be the week that we get our pullback. It's just, it might be, in my opinion, the probability of that happening is a lot greater now, of us having a red week, coming into a red week. All right, so 495. So we have this zone here at 495, as you guys can see here. We're going to watch 495. Any pullbacks into 494, 495 holds, we're going long. So 495 slash 494 long, and we're going to look for 496 to 498. 496, 498. I would love to get 494. I just don't think I'm going to. I'd have to trade futures to get it. So that's going to be our target there, guys, would be 496. And see if we can break above 496 between today and tomorrow. But this doesn't look good here. You could start to have a rejection here at 495 on the 30-minute. You guys can see here, this might start to become resistance. All right, so all right, so that's it really for the Qs there, guys, in my opinion. You guys see here, just keep an eye on that flat top resistance to the left of us. It acted as support today. 494, 495. If we break 494 and we start breaking it, then I will be looking to get short, and I'm going to turn this red and not green. Okay, it all comes down to 494 and being able to get above and hold 495 again. Even though we did it yesterday and we failed, you know, which was all resistance earlier in the week. All right, I don't want to keep going with that. So do you guys get that? Is that clear? All right, 495 is the support zone. Now 495 is the level we got to get back through, because we was resistance a bit yesterday, and Monday and Friday it was resistance, along with Thursday. Right? We got above it. It pulls back. It can't hold it. Bang. So come on, man. Get through that zone. See, this zone here is actually up at the top end of the range. It's at 2050. 2052 on the NASDAQ. And it's actually that resistance zone here with this flat top resistance. Alright, so it might look like we might not hold this. So we may not be able to hold that 494 level. And we're still kind of holding here. Alright, let's move on to some individual names here. Again, the Qs were showing us a bit of strength. We got our bounce back in the Dow yesterday. They're starting to, you know, the entire market itself, you know, you're seeing a nice pullback Monday. So here's the Dow. You have the 20-day coming up, 425. You have some support here at 427. And if this 427 breaks, look for a pullback into that 20-day moving average as your support, and it looks like that's happening. So what is that, 425? 425. Now, this isn't for like a buy zone. I'm going to make this brighter green on the Dow. I'm not even going to trade it today. Just know that that 20-day today, if you depending on where we open up, it should be up here at 426. All right, so that 20-day is going to be, it's starting to anchor itself straight, but I think it should open up right around here at 426, just under 426. All right, so the Dow is starting to pull back. We had a nice bounce back relief day yesterday, and I want to see if we get more continuation. And I want to look to break 426 in the 20-day. I want to see if we can't pull the markets back. Maybe you see 423, 424. But first things first, 425 on the Dow. All right, you get a bounce back. You reject 428. I'm looking for a move from 428 to 425 there. You're already a bit oversold. You do have some support here. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. Let's just call it what it is. And so far, that's support. All right, that's support. So we're buyers. And you are overbought. Or, I mean, oversold. So you got that going for you. All right, you are overbought. Overbought on the daily. I'm sorry, overbought on the daily, but you're oversold everywhere else. Listen, this pop could actually mean a nice downside move, guys. See if I'm right here. Let's see if I'm correct. Let's see today if we get this bounce and for whatever reason we get another move back to like call it, yeah, 429 to 430. I want to see what happens when we get here. Hitting the bottom end of this box at 429. If we bounce, right, we get that bounce off the morning. I want to see what happens on a rejection there because I think we break 427. Because look, I'm going to give you guys a lesson here. Look at this, right? Let's look at the daily chart. Okay, you see this daily chart? We're not too oversold or overbought, right? We are here up in the 60s, right? We're flirting with that 70 mark. We are at the higher 60s. So if I go to the 4 hour, look at the 4 hour. It's oversold. So that's telling me today into tomorrow, for about 3 days, we should look for a bounce. Doesn't mean we're gonna get it. We could go blue. Like this thing could go really oversold. So if I go to that, and then I jump down to an hourly, right? You're seeing the divergence. So this is telling me here's some divergence. The stock's making a new low. The RSI is making a higher low. Okay. 15-minute chart I already know is oversold. Everything is bouncing. So I'm a buyer right here. So we have support. That's one. We have this RSI. You have the MACD is separated now, right? I'm pretty sure roughly around its peak here being, here's the thing too. We have to remember there is some pretty bad news with Boeing. Now McDonald's burgers are killing people. So we could just fall out of bed here and go to 425. That's very possible. But in my opinion, if we could get this 4 hour, if we could get this out of the 4 hour, if we could just get this thing to bounce back, do you know what that would mean for the daily chart? That would mean the daily chart would be at 60, bouncing from 60 up into 75, 80, right? Really oversold. And then what happens? See, I'm looking even further than anybody that's watching right now that doesn't understand something. These are what we call sell triggers. Look at the MACD. Starting to go. Right? You can see it's starting to cross. Second, if we get a 4 hour, let's just say an hour. Shit, I know I messed it up. Come on. Okay, if we get the hourly chart, if we can get that RSI to overbought conditions, what do you think that does to the 4 hour? Normally, we'll probably get 2 pops out of the hourly chart, okay, which would mean you get the pop, okay, you get the pop, it gets to like overbought conditions, it pulls back, and then you get that next pop, which takes you back to oversold. Right, so you get it twice out of the hourly chart, maybe 3 times, but you send that RSI on the 4 hour and you go positive on the MACD, and now you're overbought on all time frames from the daily, 4 hour, hour, 15, even down to the 5 minute as your entry. Okay, with volume that may or may not be coming in, with the bounce that you got out of being oversold on a early time frame, which should put you up here back into a possible resistance zone at 430. All these things are saying if that happens, I'm gonna love the short. I'm gonna love it, and I'm gonna be able to time the shit out of it. So again, it's about reading the charts through support, resistance, and all of your indicators, all of them, with volume. Okay? So I'm pretty, like, this is probably the biggest lesson that I could give anyone. It literally helps you time your buy and sell. This is where algorithm. That's how algorithms are ran. If I were to set an algorithm, I'm going to calculate, right, how long, if I think that it's going to take for that 4 hour. We're putting it a higher low. We're at support. I'm assuming a bounce here. I'm setting a buy signal. I'm setting buys. Yet they're selling. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm setting this whole area to a buy zone. This whole zone, buy. We're going to get into stock size. This whole area right here, that's all buys. My stop loss is just underneath of that. And then I'll buy again down there. I know we're going to get a reversal. I don't know it, but I just know the downside isn't going to last too long. Okay? It could. Anything can happen. That's why we have a stop loss. But so with that said, see, this is where you have news, which you could have some algorithms step aside, and you'd have to go to the futures and just hedge yourself. Really, it's probably more than likely what that they're doing. But as of now, I'm a buyer, and I'm looking to be getting short up in these zones up here, on that bounce back. And I want like a day to 2 days of a bounce back. Bang. It could take a little bit longer than that. We may not even get it. We may not get the overbought signal on the daily chart. That's another option. That MACD is getting ready to cross. You're having a MACD cross right now. So, but it's just an idea on how to look forward on like where your moving averages are going to be versus support, resistance. Where's your MACD? Where's your RSI? What's the volume like? Or taking the volume in consideration, you can pretty much chart the chart on where these algorithms are going to be, right? Because they're setting buy and sell signals all day long. Okay. All right, let's move on. Let's go into individual stocks. That's a good lesson for anybody that's here. I'm telling you. And when it shows itself, I'm going to show you guys again when I use it. Just using the Dow, I'm telling you guys, we start bouncing off of this level. Keep an eye on that 15-minute, that hourly RSI, and that 4 hour, and watch it. You're going to notice that 4 hour, right, that the hourly chart's going to hit that oversold, right, position maybe twice, right? It'll hit it. It'll pull back. That's your dip buy, right? And you can even go, what I do is I go down to the 5-minute and even 1 minute, and that is my entry point. It's so important, all right? But again, we may not get that on the Dow. Again, people are dying off of burgers, man. This is not good. Boeing is looking like it may not be a company. At least I think it's going to be. I was a buyer down there. I was hoping to get 140 out of Boeing, but sometimes the market's just not going to give you that price. There's just a price it's not going to give you. If you've been in the markets long enough, you know exactly what I mean. Like if you didn't buy it years ago or buy it before, it's just that area. It's just not going to give it to you. And that was the low 140s that we were looking for down here. This gap fill down here at 140, just couldn't get it. But it gave us 145. So if you haven't bought Boeing, think about it for the long term. If you make profits this week, think about it. Things aren't good now. This is when you buy. You got a lot of upside left. There's still a balance sheet there. All right. So anyway, let's go into individual names. First one that's going to be on the list is McDonald's. I just wanted to see if Baba held. I just want to see if these Chinese names held. They are just starting to consolidate here. Let's look for, which I'm going to keep on. Let's look for if we continue to keep consolidating. Let's look to see if we can get these things to hold up and start. That first new high that we put in with a lower high or a higher low, I'm sorry. Like if we can get a bounce through 102 and we pull it back and start holding like 101.50 or something like that, or this double top high, then I'm going to look for a reversal and try to hit this gap fill here. Might not be a bad idea to try to get long if we get a 99 opportunity. You just got to be careful because you might just like Friday we tried to get long and I just took it off because it didn't feel right. Understand that there's a gap there to 96. All right, let's go back here. All right, McDonald's. People, it's just not good, man. It's not good. And that's the zone right there. I already have this charted out. Isn't that funny? I didn't even do this. All right. So 300, we're back up at 300 right now. The low end of this range here is 282. I guess this must have came out yesterday afternoon.
63 cents.
Wow. This is crazy, guys. Look at that. Look how big these candles are. Like, look at that daily chart. Man, that's a shame. You know what's funny? They closed the McDonald's down by me too. I wonder if it had anything to do with this, because they were always busy. That's weird. I don't know if they killed somebody or not. That's crazy. It's kind of funny. They just closed it not too long ago. All right, McDonald's. So what do we have here? So we are sitting at 293. Let's go look at our daily chart. Let's go here, as a matter of fact. Let's go here. It's going to make life a lot easier on us. It's going to make life a lot easier. All right, McDonald's. So we have this 299.50, 300 resistance zone. All right. I think you're just going to have to play the range, guys. And I think the range is pretty damn clear. I do. I think this range is pretty clear. And that's going to be another rejection up there at 295. This actually might be it here. This thing might start to reject. It's trying to hold it. So if you guys notice, looks like it's trying to hold. See the support zone here? Let me see. See, I'm looking at this pullback here at 293.45. The bounce, the rejection, and we're looking to bounce back to it. So you can see 293, 293.50. It also has VWAP there. You can see you also have VWAP coming in right here at this zone. Yeah, 293.50. Alright, so that's a resistance zone. Man, that was a mean reversal at 285. 282. 290. And we're at 293. So we're above that on the daily chart. You know what? I'm just going to have to go. This isn't going to work here. Because it's just like flat. I'm going to look for bounce backs to 300 if we get it, guys. I think it's pretty easy. We're going to target the 280 mark and that 200-day and 100-day moving average. I mean, people are dying. People are getting sick. So I'm just going to look for a move down. Don, what's up, buddy? I haven't seen you in a while. I hope all is well. Let's look for that move down to 280. All right, we'll see where we're at when we open. We still have a lot of time left. So we'll see what happens there. That's not going to help the Dow. You guys know yesterday, if you were here, we got that, that low volume bounce back that we look for. And we were saying yesterday how we wanted to see an update today or, yesterday and then look for a pullback. But I didn't think it was going to be McDonald's killing people. That was going to be the catalyst. So those are the unexpected things there. And again, if you guys have tickers, you guys can throw them in the chat. We'll cover them. If you guys, it takes 1 second. All we ask is please hit the like button for us. We're trying to get to 10 likes today. All right. So that's gonna be McDonald's for me, you guys. I'm just gonna play this range right here on the 4-hour chart. Your middleman here is at 290, and it looks like you're trying to hold 290 as support right now. I'm gonna make it a dotted line so that way we know that is the middleman. I'm gonna make that a 2. Up above us is a 2, and this one a 2, which is our support level. All right, and it's pretty self-explanatory from there. This 290 holds. You look for the bounce back. Any rejections at 295 to 300. 295 would be the first rejection, I would assume, and then 300. All right. And sorry, I do apologize. Hold on 1 second. So I'm going to be looking to see how the market takes this one when it opens up. This thing should. What might happen is that it may not trade like you expect on the first day, but give it 3 to 4 days. Do not forget about McDonald's because they're going to trade the heck out of this thing. They're just going to wait for every retail trader to forget about it. Might take 3 4 days, but one of these days you're going to see this thing. If it's not today, you're going to see a huge move out of this thing, and it's going to give you the follow through. And there's going to be a catalyst, right? Like Tesla earnings or something that brings the attention of others away from this serious situation, which, in my opinion, is bigger than any earnings we could get this quarter. Bigger than Nvidia. I'm talking McDonald's is killing people with their burgers, guys. This is not a good look. This is not a good look for the Dow. So keep your eyes on this thing for the next 2 weeks, this week and next week. All right, so that's my range for this. 280 at the low end, 290 is the middleman, 300 at the top end, but 295 would be the first resistance zone that I look for. All right, 295. 295. And what I would do is maybe we use the hourly chart. 15. We could probably use the 15. We'll look at the 15 in the hourly chart during the day. And if we get up here, if we can get that hourly chart to just be like up, like put in like a lower high, kind of like, where you get that bounce back and then you get the short. We'll talk about it when the markets open up. All right. They're saying they should navigate their way through this. I mean, I guess the victims aren't going to sue them or anything, or they're not going to have to do any payouts. They're going to have court costs. You sure the Food and Drug Administration isn't going to be after them? So there's going to be expenses to be paid here. All right, we got a couple. We're going to get into semiconductors. We're going to talk about Enphase real quick. Enphase. All right, Enphase. Where are we? So right now we're at 78.17. I just want to let me put a support level right here. That way I know that's where we're trading at, and that's the support level. Because I want to start from the daily chart. Man, Enphase is just not doing well. All right, so this is it. 76 is it, guys. 76 breaks on Enphase. It's a wrap. All right, 76 breaks on Enphase. It's a wrap. Call it 75. I mean, honestly, I'd like to look for a bounce back. I'd like to try to fill this gap here at $82. I'm going to keep this level here. All right, so this is Enphase, you guys. They reported yesterday, and they're struggling. They are struggling big time. Here's what I'm gonna do. $82, $80 to $82. If we can get a bounce back, $80 to $82. Man, this thing is just selling off. Look, it sold off yesterday, and it's selling off this morning. Like, this is not a good look. This is a capitulation. They are just dumping this thing out. This might be a good time to buy it. I know it sounds crazy, but this could be a beautiful time to buy Enphase. I just worry that this thing is not what it may seem, and this is like a $10, $15 stock. And in that case, that's not good. So let the bleeding happen. Don't just grab a fallen knife. If you want to nibble, look at that volume this morning. Okay, look, how about this? 76, 78, 76 breaks. I'm telling you guys right now, if that breaks, then we have a lot of downside left. A lot of downside left. I think you got to look at 78, 69.50. Yeah, 69.50 would be the last leg there. All right, if we break. All right, so that's That's end phase. So end phase, I want to see where we're at when we open up. And I want to see if we can get some type of support down here at 76. If 76 breaks, you guys, then I'm just going to look for a flush down into $70. All right. Pretty simple. Pretty simple stuff there on that one. Dude, look how weak this is. This is not a good look. We'll have to go through their earnings and see what they were, because that's horrible. Like, they're just getting they're getting crushed. I don't know what. I don't know if they're in the IWM or what sector they're in here. And if you guys have any questions or tickers that you guys want to look at, please throw them in the chat. I'm just going through and covering the ones to start off that have news and a catalyst behind them to move. So while revenue in the U.S. increased from the previous quarter on the back of higher shipment distributors, as inventory returned to normal levels, revenue in Europe decreased as a result of further softening in Europe demand, Enphase said. For the fourth quarter, Enphase sees revenue in range between 360 to 400 million. Damn. I mean, listen, that's a lot of money, okay? That's a lot of money, but you want to contend with the big boys? I mean, I'm not talking mega cap tech here. I'm talking mid cap, large cap tech. You're going to have to be pushing at least 500. This is still not bad. This would still put them at $1 billion, roughly, just under $1 billion, if not a little over $1 billion, a market cap. Let's see what Google has. 12. They're nowhere near 12. Okay, that's ridiculous. You can't say you're going to bring in 3 to 400 million and have a 12.5 billion market cap. All right, you're not even bringing in $1 billion this next upcoming quarter. Okay, so you can't say that. You can say maybe 2 billion. That's cool. And then at what, then it's at that point, at what premium would you give it? And what would you pay for it? But that's a stone cold fact, and that's not percentage of growth quarter over quarter and year over year. So honestly though, I want to see what happens here at 76. So just watch this daily chart on Enphase if you're looking to trade it today. This daily chart here is stuff's pretty serious here, guys. This is not a good look. You can start to see, we'll probably see something where they're going to come out and say that they're going to lay people off. I guarantee it. I almost guarantee it. So if you end up breaking 76, 76.50, I think that's it. And you can see, look at time and sales is pretty green there coming into this 76 level, because they know that this is your resistance. It became support. It broke, became resistance, quickly became support again, and then rallied. So you're seeing some buying come in front of this 76 level, and for anybody that was short, in case it doesn't break. All right, $76 on Enphase. That's where I'm looking to go long, if it holds. If it doesn't hold, then I'm going short all the way down to the low 70s, $65 to $70. All right, so we talked about McDonald's, we talked about Enphase, but we still have not talked about, and look at that rejection there at 294, 293.50. We've not talked about TXN. Okay, let's go into semis. I knew it. So this one's fairly easy. We already did talk about this one, by the way. We talked about it this morning. We're going to go over their earnings call, something at 6:45 Eastern Standard Time. They had mentioned something, and this thing just pulled back, held support, and took off 15 minutes into the earnings call. So Texas Instruments. I'm gonna be watching this 198 zone. Just want to make sure I didn't leave any other drawings anywhere. I'm sure there is. I had a box sitting somewhere over here. 199. Okay. Alright, so you guys can see yesterday, this is a nice little base we have here on the daily chart at 195. And clearly, we are back testing this 200 and 100 day moving average, but this is a mild support slash resistance level here. You can see support, 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 rally, support, 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 and then once again support, 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 support. Okay. This is a nice looking daily chart. If I had to be totally honest with you, this is a really nice daily chart, guys. Look at this rally. Put in a base. Right? That's a stage one. This would be the first stage. Rally. Consolidate. Second stage of the upside move. This could definitely start to be a stage 2 rally, and I'm kind of wondering if it is. This looks too good. All right, everything about this chart, from this rally to this consolidation and to this breakout, and look at it. It's holding prior highs up there at 200. I think we have no choice but to go along Texas Instruments. It's just my opinion. All right, don't let my opinion, don't let my opinion persuade you on what your thoughts are. All right, just because I say I like the long does not mean that that's happened. I could get my ass kicked. Remember, I'm human too. So I want to see if we continue to hold 198 on TXN, and I would like to look for a push back through this 200 zone to hold it, which is also the 100 day, and look for a move back into 204, 206, 204, 205. Call it what it is. Call a spade a spade. Call a 5 a 5, a 6 a 6. And you guys can see here this blue zone right there, or that blue line. That's your 100 day. Your 50 and 20 day is up there at 204. Hold on one second. There was just something going on there. I have a lot more names written down too. All right. So beautiful, beautiful daily chart here, guys. Make sure you hang these up. Just keep an eye on this for the next year, for the rest of this year and next year, and just see if this thing is on its way for a new leg higher, right? Over the course of, anywhere from 4 to 8 months, 4 months to a year. Again, this is picture perfect. This is literally like, what the hell's his name? This is straight out of William O'Neill's book, guys. Here's your nice tight price action all throughout this. Right? Rally, consolidate. Right? Look at this. Putting in the base. And you're going on your stage 2 rally. Let's see. So we'll see. All right? We'll see. Look at the volume. Look at that buy side volume. Bang. They just hit it right on the low there on that breakout point. Because look, it pulled back to the 50 day. And they were like, shit, I'll take it. Even though it went a bit lower. That's the shake and bake right there. This is your shake and bake right here. See how it shakes everybody out? These are the things I talk to you guys about. Right? You rally, consolidate. It tries to go, but then it pulls itself back to shake out weak hands. Right? Which was before the earnings. Right? It was before the earnings, not after. Bang. Recovery mode.
2221.
The only stock that's done that to me, that shook me out of the long term, was net. And because remember, what happens is like Microsoft, right? Like if or even oil. If you got shaken out and you bought oil in 2020 or in 2019, and you were up money when you bought it on the lows, but then you sat for a year and a half down. It's kind of hard to do that psychologically when you're just like, not day after day, but you're like, man, I'm still not up money. I think it was right here. I'm pretty sure it was right there. This shakeout right here on net. This motherfucker shook me out, guys. Right there. Right there on that pullback. All right. And this was 316. And then look what followed. Literally. Look what followed. I bought this thing at $30, guys. My average on this thing was like 30 bucks. Like an average. It was like 28, 25, 18. I might be wrong on the number. This one got me, guys. This one got me. Bang. That sell off right there. I just said the hell with this because I bought this thing and I was just sitting here just month after month. Here's the thing too, is because you got to remember when you're watching everything else go up, and some of the name, like if you have some stocks in your, or if people have stocks in their portfolio that are not performing with the market, they're like, dude, I'm watching all these other names go higher. I could be putting this money to work. Then it starts to sell off after not making any money for, X amount of time, whether it's 6 months, 8 months, 10 months to a year and a half. Then it starts to sell off. That's the shake and bake. Look for the, more times than not, that's when the rally is about to start. And it shakes out weak hands again because there's a couple different things that are in play. You've wasted your time, and you're sitting watching everything else make new highs or go to highs, and you're like, dude, I got to do something with this money. So I think Texas Instrument is on its way here with the good earnings report. I think we need to look for. This is a nice. That's a real shakeout, guys. Before that earnings, so. I want to see if we can start to take this thing higher. I might actually look for a swing trade on this. We'll talk about it more later in the day. Just keep an eye. This is where we're at right now. All right, 199. 199 flat. Because the reason I have it there is because the whole support zone is like right here. Like I want to see us hold 197.50. I'm sorry, 198, and like that's it. You can see it kind of putting in a double bottom here. All right, so I want to see us recapture 200. We hold 200. I'm looking to go long today into tomorrow, back to 204, 206. Let's see if we can, start to turn this area right here. What would that be, like Wednesday, last Wednesday? This support and resistance zone here at 198.50 to 198. This is where I want to start looking to be a buyer. Okay? All right. That's TXN. The target, again, is 204 to 206. 204, 205 for now. But we got to reclaim 200 and make 200 support. You can't just go back to 200. It rejects. Starts pulling back, and if that's the case, then we're looking for a move back to 195, 196. So let's make this a 2. Bada bing, bada boom. And so and you do have your 20 and 50 day up there at 204, like 203.50 to 204. All right, so that's that. I do like Texas Instruments as a buy. Maybe not so much where we're at to buy for the long term, but I don't think it would hurt. I knew it. I knew I had more. I knew it. So yesterday we got short NVIDIA. It's a nice little trade. This level here has been holding. I'm looking for a move back down to 140. I'd like to try to get 140 out of this. Okay, I'd like to try to get 140. This is a pretty basic setup here. I think you're going to get a bounce out of this. So if we go to the daily chart, you guys will see here, we're not crazy oversold, but or overbought, but we are coming into overbought territory. You know, even the daily, look at the 4-hour, overbought, MACD, right? We already talked about this with, what stock was it? McDonald? I forget what stock it was. We talked about this already. All right, I don't know if it was NVIDIA, but look at your MACD crossing down on the 4-hour and daily chart. So on the longer term time frame, we are, and look at the volume that's coming in, okay? So let's look for a bounce again today. I assume that this is going to hold if the markets hold up and nothing crazy happens. What we could get is this pop and rejection. I don't know. Maybe we just consolidate up here. You know, maybe we consolidate and you try for a high. Maybe you print a new high and then it just, from there, like, you get that pullback. I don't know. I don't know. But again, I'm looking to try to get 140, you guys. I am. You know, so what I'm looking for is a bounce. It's going to be up here at 144. Okay, 144, 145. And, that's a new high there. So maybe what happens is you know, it tries to bounce and like maybe you like print like just a new high and then it pulls itself back for whatever reason. I don't know. I'm not, I don't have much conviction in this now, but this is just my target. We've already made 140 support. It doesn't mean we necessarily have to revisit it. I would look at this as if we just sit here and consolidate above 142, then you at least got to look for a long off of that 142 zone, okay? So that's NVIDIA. On the daily chart again, we're a bit overdone on the daily chart. This is and also look here at this wedge. Look at that wedge. That's a reversal pattern, guys. That ascending wedge there. Use the top end of that range. You hit the top end of that is where you would look to get short for a few different reasons, right? Because that's you're going to pay less, and you're going to know a lot sooner. You're not going to have to lose as much money or wait as long to know that you're wrong on the reversal. But I am looking for like an attempt to break out, but then like a reversal. Look how far extended we are above the trade line, the 20-day, and look at this. See this wick here? This is kind of what I'm looking for. Like where we get a day where it just pops and like it like prints a new high, and you get like a little wick, and then you come in the next day either with a gap down or it just it pulls back the next day. So that's actually kind of what I'm like wondering if we're going to get. So today, I'm going to be honest with you, I'd be long NVIDIA today off of the support levels. Okay, if the markets can hold up. That's if the markets can hold up. All right. So that's NVIDIA. Okay, Texas Instruments, pretty good earnings. Getting some help with the Chinese electric vehicles. So we'll see what happens again down here at 142, 141.90. All right, let's go to. All right, Texas Instruments has to hold here, guys. We got to hold this. Look at the Qs, still consolidating right here at 494. We got to hold this and break and get back above 495 and hold 495. It's a must, in my opinion. It's a must. All right. Nice short opportunity here, too. Look at the SPY. This is a nice little bear flag. I don't think it's going to break down, though. That's a nice little bear flag right there. And then what I would do is I'd take that, I'd measure it, and I'd say, hey, this should take us to 580, right? Because you get the breakdown, the retest would be at the bottom trend, right? Because if you, and what I mean by like wedges is like if you were to get short this and if you think it's a bear flag, you would use that downtrend line All right, the top end of that range to get short up there, because any breakouts of it, like your stop is so much tighter. So you get the breakdown. If that happens, then look, where's that take you? It takes you right to 480. That's a measured move right there. All right. So things don't just happen coincidentally. All right, bang. You get the breakdown. It retests. You get short there. Look for that move back into 580. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. So that's that. All right. Short, ES, SPY, SPX, SPY 582.50. Let's keep going. We still have a lot more, guys. This is exhausting, but it's all good. Nike had a bounce back day yesterday. Man, come on, NVIDIA. Just give us what we all want. You know what we want. It's always like that celebrity that you were like, just do Playboy. Just do Playboy. Come on. Just do us all that favor. We're sorry, that, but you're beautiful. Just do it. Come on. Um, so just give us the rejection. Just pull it into 140, baby. Come on. This would be a really nice move for the group. All right. So Nike yesterday, bounce back. Had a nice bounce back day to that 50-day moving average. All right. There was some news here with Nike. Another stock to keep on your list. We're going to go into DJT and a lot of other names. Qualcomm, DJT. All right. We got a lot more coming. But Nike, that was a break of the 50-day. You bounced back into the 50-day with a rejection, and you're putting in what looks like an ugly looking bear flag. Kinda. I wouldn't consider this a bear flag, but some would, like this. If you were to draw it out like this, right, like that. All right. So if you are one of those in one of those camps that would consider that a bear flag, I mean, it is. Who am I to say what is and isn't? There's the breakdown. There's the retest. Where does this take us? Oh, isn't that funny? It takes us right back into that support down there at 70 bucks. Too funny, it's not funny. How ironic. Huh. All right, so that is a break and retest of the 50-day on Nike. Write it down. That's another tradable setup here. Along with the 50 and 100. Where's your 200 at? It's way up here. Holy cow. If this chart isn't messed up, this is what you don't want to see. You don't want the 200 above the 100, the 50 below the 100, and the 20 below the 50. Okay, you want it vice versa. All right, you want the 200 below the 100, the 100 below the 50, and the 50 below the 20, and the 20 below the 9 or 8, whatever you use. But anyway, so you had a break and retest here, this 50-day moving average. Let me... I want to delete all these lines because I know you guys can't really see. But you guys can see this red box right there. There's the break. Look at that tail. All right, so let's look for a breakdown of $81 and look for a move into 80. Let's see if we can break $80. I think we can. I think we can get this thing to break 80 and look for a move to slowly take us at least back down to 78. All right, maybe this gap... Like, what was that gap from? Earnings? Okay. Yeah, this is actually probably going to bounce. So we might as well forget that 70. We might as well forget that 70 mark because we'll see what happens. But in my opinion, this is kind of oversold here. But who am I to say anything? You know what? Let's look for a break and retest again off of $82. All right, $82. You can see this is your zone, support and resistance. You have support there at 81 and $80. Up above you, resistance at 83, 84. And remember, your moving averages are all there too. All right? So that is that. All right, that is that. She said supply chains were backed up. We had to give our supply chain some laxative. Them shits was backed up.
How do you think about it? We were talking about Paul Tudor Jones was on our broadcast yesterday, and he said eventually the only real answer to our problems here in the U.S. are going to be to inflate away our problems.
Yeah, I think you have to say in the short term, many of these decisions are good, right? When you're trying to provide relief to the economy,
You
policymakers
know
have
what's so
always
funny on
said
CNBC, and I'm not getting into anything,
it's not
but
about
they're
policy,
talking about
it's
bringing
to
relief to the economy.
and so the
What part?
FOMC
It is Nike. Yeah,
right, there's
yep, it
more
is Nike. We were showing this little bear flag here
pressure
that let's look for a move back into $80, but we have to remember that it
to
is
decide how
this
it's
thing
going to
is over. This thing is a bit oversold. Again, guys, please just help us hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. At least hit the like button, or if you guys want to give a donation contribution to the stream, so we can, if you're a trader and you'd like to come on, during lunchtime, afternoon, or in the morning, talk markets, hit me up. My information's in the description. Um, but yeah, just if you guys could, we're trying to get to 10, 15 likes today. That'd be awesome. But yeah, this is Nike. I mean, we're kind of oversold here. We had a nice pop and sell yesterday, so if we make another attempt up here into this 81.50, 82, I think we got to look for this pivot low here to try to break. Um, I don't know. I think this is a tough trade. I do, because a lot of people would say here, like, this is a nice setup on a daily chart. I just don't know if it's going to give you the follow through, because it's already, in my opinion, oversold. This was a nice break and retest yesterday. Bounced back to retest that 50 and 100-day moving average, and look at the tail it put in yesterday. Look at that. All right, look at that tail. And if, like most, a lot of people would like I was saying, would consider this a bear flag, right? They would draw it like this. I wouldn't, not me so much, but I mean, I see it, and if we measure this out, okay, that again takes you down to that major support zone at $70. Look at that, right on the money. Maybe a swing trade might be here. Maybe we go to 75 and we go out about 3 to 4 months. I don't know. I'm not sure what to do with this. If we get a bounce back, I'll take it. So, for now, what I'm saying is for now, I would look for a move back into 80 and then see what happens. Maybe something's coming where, because it's not like what I would like to back me up on this would be some volume here. We don't have that. You have more buying than you do selling. So there's not much selling pressure with this thing. Now that this McDonald's news, and now that the Dow is starting to diverge, and tech is starting to pick up. It was weak, and now, that weakness is starting to find itself in the Dow, because it was our leader for the past 2 to 3 weeks, right? The Dow and the IWM. So does that help bring this thing back down? Like, does that start to bring in some volume? It's something we'll have to see. So we'll keep our eye on it. But, on the bottom end of this, we could look for $80. I just think you have to be careful, because there's an opportunity here where we hold 81, and this thing just breaks back above and finds its way back to 83, $85, and it's goes back to fill the gap. So these are, at the end of the day, higher highs and higher lows. That's a higher low right there. That's a higher high. That's a higher high. That's still a higher low technically. So I don't really have much, conviction in the downside, but it does feel like there's something to be said there for the downside. I just think you need to pop before you go lower. I think you need to go higher before you go lower. All right. So today I would be looking long. I'd be looking long for Nike. Okay. Bill Ackman will be on CNBC. I'm sure he's just going to talk about politics and stuff like that. So we're unless you guys want to watch it, I don't really care about it. Come on, Texas Instruments. I want Texas Instruments to hold this level. By the way, at lunchtime, whenever the markets slow down, we're going to listen to Texas Instruments earnings call. Something was said there within the first 15 minutes, and I know that they had mentioned Chinese vehicles have, the Chinese market and Chinese vehicles in particular have really been a key driver for for some of their products. So this stock here is looking ripe to be owned. All right. All right. So here's the cues, guys. We are working our way back up to 495. Let's see if we can, we get that little pullback off of it, put in another higher low, something like this, and we hold 494.60, and then we get the break above and we hold it. The market opens up. You get a pullback into 495. We get long, and we look for that. Take profits in front of 496, and we look for that 498 today. Come on, we can do it. We can do it. I hate drawing freaking what looks to be the white man cross. You guys know I'm not going to say it on here. It's pretty ignorant, but those break and retests. You start drawing break and retests, you're gonna be like, oh shit, I did not mean to draw that. All right, so to SPY, you can see the weakness here. Looking for, we weren't able to hold this level. This is still technically kind of support, so it wouldn't surprise me if we recapture 480, 250, 483. Then let's look for a move back higher and return that red. We'll look for the top end of the range at 485. Let's just peek back into Dow. Did the Dow hold? The Dow just stopped going down. Yeah, it did. It held. I told you guys. All right, and that's what, right? This here was the ultimate buy trigger, in my opinion, at 427. Like, algorithms were going nuts right there. Everything, every indicator, from your MACD, your RSI, your stochastics, the volume, the support and resistance, you line all them mother suckers up together, that was giving you a buy trigger. All right, so we're going to look to be long some of these Dow names today. But again, I'm going to be focused on a lot of these names that have news, and we're not done yet. We're going to go into, we have Tesla earnings. I might sell some spreads later on with Tesla. Netflix was a really good one. Just give me 1 second here. That's crazy. That's crazy. IWM could not hold 225. All right. So the IWM, pretty nice setup here. Look for a move off of 220. I don't know if you have moving averages or anything there. It's a nice W pattern, break, retest. I think this move here to the downside was a little bit too much. From this to that, I think taking back damn near more than half of the up move is not a good sign. All right, that's not a good sign for the future, because that's telling me that sellers weren't just taking profit, right? That is selling the rip. That they're not bullish. They're not bullish on a new high or getting back to highs. Or else you would see, that pullback, wouldn't take back more than half of that up move, especially after this rally. Like you did it here where you took back the majority of the move. You had this nice tight consolidation, nice volume breakout, and it was just like, just feels like these higher highs are getting smaller and smaller each time. And what that means, it's like, you continue to do that, you'll find yourself starting to roll over and actually start heading back to the downside. If you keep edging each high lower and lower, then, you just start to find yourself doing something like this, where it's just like, oh shit. And then it's just like, it starts to roll itself over, All right? I'm not saying it's going to, but if you continue to act like that, that's just what happens, you know what I mean? You continue to tote guns and sell drugs, chances are you're going to get killed or go to jail. All right? It's common sense. All right. That's the IWM. We got a nice little support level here. Let's go to, so that was Nike. I just want to see the daily chart really quickly. All right, and I have more on the list, guys. There's a lot. We still have Starbucks. We talked about McDonald's. We still have Novavax. We still have to go over the morning gappers NVIDIA, Tesla, AMD, ARM. There's still a lot to go over. Oracle, Adobe. All right, so the IWM has a nice support. So this is the 20-day at support. So this is a nice little pullback here. So the Dow looks like a nice long, and look at the volume coming in here. Yeah, it's a nice sell buy side. Yeah, I think we got to look to be long. This is a beautiful trade here, in my opinion. If we get the opportunity, 220, 222, maybe you get 223. All right, so these are the targets right here that I would be looking for between today and tomorrow on bounce back reversals. All right. All right, so that's my opinion. Again, it's the same thing for the Dow. It's the same exact thing for the Dow. You have room up to 222. Chances are you might be able to break that and get up through. Here's the thing. You might not, because if you really look, like, you're going to be from where VWAP is, depending on where we open, that VWAP is only going to be down there at 220.60, and 222 is going to bring you like 2 to 4, at least 3 to 4 standard deviations. That's 3 to 4 standard deviations if your VWAP is here, right? If your VWAP is here, so that's my calling because my little girl wants more food. Okay, sweetie. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go give her some food and a couple more treats. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Working with American workers, American management to make the best deal here in the United States.
Yeah, that seems like it would make sense. You point out that this is financial incentives that were structured the wrong way that caused these companies to basically get greedy and not think about the long term. This started under CEOs long before the current CEOs in both of those companies.
Give me just 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to fill up my coffee mug, and then I'm just going to feed her. Give me 2 seconds.
For those who started it, I mean, there's been no clawbacks at either company. There's been no kind of anything other than shame on you for making wrong calls and making the wrong decisions. How about the shareholders and the pushback that they might be able to generate? I guess it's easier to just sell and walk away, but where are the repercussions?
Books could be written. In fact, books have been written about the mistakes that were made by the managers and CEOs of these companies. I don't have a lot to offer to that. I think shareholders need to look at themselves in the mirror here. Their obsession with getting the share price higher all the time, pressuring management to hit earnings targets, buy back stock instead of investing for the long term. Look, you only have to contrast the attitude at these companies and their investor base with, say, for example, Tesla, right, or Amazon, right? These are companies that lost boatloads of money for years, but investors gave them a really long rope because they believed in the vision of the founder, that you build a great business with a vision on the earnings you want to make 5 to 10 years from now, not in the next quarter or the second quarter. And when I see that Kelly Ortberg is talking about bringing management back to Boeing's factory floors, when I see Boeing say they're going to sell stock and the stock rallies, that's encouraging because it tells me that management and shareholders are starting to think long term instead of focusing on the next quarter. And I think the union has a role to play here too. They, with some justification, say that Boeing got brought down by the mistakes of managers. But look, they're in this together. What good is the best contract in the world if the company that gives it to you is struggling to be around 10 or 15 years from now? Everybody, I think, has a part to play here.
Greg, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, the interview of the morning. Pershing Square's Bill Ackman will join us on the final countdown to the 2024 election. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
All right, my apologies. All right, let's get back. We only have so much time here. It's 8:28 right now. Again, guys, thank you guys. If you guys haven't done so, just do us a favor, hit that like button, subscribe. Any stream contribution, donations, greatly appreciated. It goes to the stream and not to my lunch or anything. I got that under control. So thank you for helping keep this free. You know, I'd like to be able to bring people on, people within the financial market world, and just continue to have a place where we can all trade together and not be burdened by personal data, a ton of money being hassled, all those type of things. All right, go ahead, Turkey, go eat. Just let her out. Give me 1 second. All right, so we have Nike, we have McDonald's. We talked about McDonald's. We said we're going to be watching this middleman here at 495. Look, it's going to sell off now. You can just tell. Look. See if they start beating this thing down. Look, 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 look. Knew it. You can just see it. I'm trying to hold it up. Some people are taking advantage of this. That's what you're going to have mixed. That's what's going to be tough about this trade today, is you're going to have a lot of people. But I don't think it's a joke that they literally killed people, guys. These people went to go eat their lunch or whatever, and they lost their life. So, I mean, this isn't anything to be played with. All right, so let's go to DJT and everything else that we have today. All right. She's a handful, I tell you what. She is a handful. All right. So, McDonald's, Starbucks we didn't really talk about. We bought this and I sold some of this. But we added this a while ago. Down at the low, it was like $71, $73 or so. I can't remember exactly what it was. All right, so it looks like it's trying to recover a bit here. So here's our rejection point. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, so here's a nice support zone for Starbucks at 94, and I'd look for an opportunity up there. We probably won't get it. They'll probably hop on this and take it going into the bell. They'll probably short this thing going into the bell before any of us, you know, if you want to grab puts or something, you know. Let's see here. Gotta help myself get a couple views. Get a couple views in your life. All right, let's go to the daily chart. Damn, look at that. I hate Thinkorswim. I don't hate it. Let me rephrase that. I don't hate it. Just think that, you know, they made this a while ago, so a lot of things that are, like, if you make a mistake with your mouse, like, things are like where they're placed can really screw you up and mess everything up for you. Like, because you have auto zoom right next to auto range, and if it clicks auto range, it's because you, like, does anybody know if you can lock the volume, MACD, RSI, like whatever you have down here? I feel like it doesn't give me a way to lock it right where I want it. I wish I could, right? That's really the only problem that I have with this, aside from a few others. All right, so major resistance up there at 100. So we're still above 90. So a move back down to the low 90s, which we've already done. So this move's kind of already taken. If you break $90, you may be able to get that 200-day moving average on Starbucks. But I think, where are we now? 93.30, 93.30. Still holding that wedge. Right there. It's 91. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, guys. That this is pretty, just like McDonald's, self-explanatory. 93, or I'm sorry, $94 would be the level I'd watch for an entry for a short. If you got it. If you can like double top up there, this is your range. Or wait for a move back into the low 90s and go long, you know. Play the range. But if 90 breaks, you have that activist news, or I forget what this news was that sent us ripping. You could see Starbucks back down to $80. So we'll keep our eyes on this. And if we just continue to break, retest to the downside, this could be a swing trade that we could look to take down into like the mid to high 80s, if not low 80s. All right, just something to consider there. That this range might break with this news here, because when you think, here's the thing, is when, you know, things like your earnings are reporting that things are not going so well, you're coming into an environment that people may or may not fare well. Okay, we're still doing okay. Unemployment is at a beautiful level. So even at employment at its best, and you're still not doing well, what happens when the labor market goes back to normal? What happens then? Like, you can't even compete when the labor market is back to normal, and you're struggling, and the labor market is doing just like fantastic right now, or was, even if the majority of them are low-paying jobs from the government, you know, what happens then? So I would look to say, all right, the conditions are at its best for you, and you still can't perform. I'm shorting the pops, because listen, if you're a growth stock and you're not growing, hello, all right, and if you don't bring any value, if you're not bringing any value and you're not growing, chances are I'm gonna see you down there at the 80s, bud. All right, so let's look for a move eventually. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't happen, but I'm looking for a move back into the low 90s and possibly even test this 200-day moving average. I don't see why we can't get back down to that 85 zone, because you gapped up on good news off of earnings and a dividend and all kinds of stuff with activist news, and you're losing 12% now, like per store. Right, sales are down 12%, or revenue, one of the two. So I'm looking for pops to short on Starbucks. This thing does pay pretty good. It's a stock that's not too volatile. All right, so that's that. There's a break, retest, look for a downside move back to the 90. So off the bell, let's look for a pop. If it starts to sell off now, we have about an hour. So that would leave us like a nice little move. Maybe they pop it and double top up here, okay? And then we look for that short. All right, so that is Starbucks. Let me write this down. Let me write it down real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. If you guys have any questions, again, please don't hesitate to ask. Please hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. See if we hold that zone there at 94. So you're going to have VWAP here, right? And if we start bouncing and it struggles, right, and you try to bounce and then VWAP comes with you, right, like VWAP is still hanging out up here, and then it just puts this thing into like a tight spot. It's just like, whoop, right, because you're like wedging it up into the zone. Sellers are still up here holding it down, and then you would look for that move maybe around 9:45, 10, you know, to 10:15, 10 o'clock, and look for a move back down into the low 90s. So
not just in close proximity, but in the Oval Office with him, who have come out publicly
Oh my God. They're reaching too hard. So they can say that how he said something stupid, but yet it's okay for Kamala and all them to sit here and lie to the citizens, and Obama to just lie to the citizens about somebody's Alzheimer's. So it's like a wrong doesn't make things right. Or, you know, it's just crazy. I can't wait till we're past this. So that's Starbucks. Got a bounce here at 93, bounce to 94. Look for a rejection. You can see it's bouncing. Let's see if it squeezes. So that's kind of what I'm looking for, guys, is if we get squeezed into that 94 and it's just like, oh, I can't get through it. I can't get through it. And that gives us our reason to break VWAP, you know, maybe not too far after the open or so. And even if we bounce above 94, you know, we start bouncing above 94, you have a lot of chop up here, and I would look for 95 to be the rejection zone right there at 95. Either way, because of what I explained to you guys, the fact that employment is doing so well and you're doing so bad, what happens when things normalize? What happens then if you're reporting this stuff now? I get inflation's, you know, eating everybody alive, or a lot of people alive. It's just not a good look. You should be exceeding earnings, not decreasing earnings. Things should not be bad for you right now. Everyone is working. Everyone has a job. Why are you not performing? So I think we might have a nice move here on Starbucks. All right, so I wrote that down, 94. You know, looking for a move down to the low 90s. It may take a couple days for us to get there. Yeah, that 15-minute chart's looking beautiful. So here we go. You're going to see it. Watch time in sales. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. So MACD cross, low volume pullback. All right.
Staff leaked the memo to us and leaked it to the media. Now, why didn't she do anything about it? Well, it's March of 2015. She's running for the Senate, and her husband, okay.
All right, so that target's going to be the low 90s, guys.
She was told, one, that would hurt her campaign for Senate, and two, you know, she didn't want to go against the company. Herbalife was very strategic about the law firm that they hired. I don't know, Doug Emhoff worked on the case.
95, yeah, 95. All right. All right, let's go here. So what else did we have? So there were talks about Oracle. Man, I feel like they're gonna take this McDonald's trade very soon. Like, watch, it's 8:45 right, or 8:40 right now. Wait till we see what happens here at like 9:15. So we still have end phase. I'm gonna write all this shit down. Is anybody still short yesterday on NVIDIA? I don't know if anybody still is. So McDonald's, we pretty much have 294, 295 as an entry. We have Tesla earnings after the bell. So we were short the 142 puts, and those deltas yesterday. Okay, so I'm pretty sure they were like 30 something. They were like 37, 32. So you're going to be in the money, and we paid $1.40 for these. And today's what, Wednesday? Listen, you could bounce here and be back to 143.50, 144. I'm just saying. I'm trying to give us an idea. And look at the SPY. The SPY's breaking down right now. Do we have any data or something? The SPY is breaking down. There's the rejection. So the Qs are still holding. That's good. The Qs are still holding. It should hold. Because remember, this morning, we talked about how the Qs have just started. There has been divergence out of the Dow and IWM and the IWM and Dow, out of the IWM and Dow, and into the Qs. Okay? So the Qs are starting to hold up. The Qs was, for the past 3 weeks, our weakest link. The dollar was strong, the Dow was strong, the IWM was strong, TLT was weak, the SPY was strong, Qs were our underperformer. All right, so the SPY just rejected 582.50, just like we expected. We drew that red, but that was green yesterday. This morning we turned it red. All right. So there's that. We look for a move. And what did we say? Here's that bear flag we talked about. Right there. Okay. And what does that mean? We look for. It doesn't mean we're going to get it all today, but there you go. Right into 580. That's a move to move. And we want to look to be long there at 580. Yes, 580. Man, again, if we could get the zone that we have not touched down here at 578, 577 to 578. I disagree with him on that. Here's my opinion on this. You guys hear this?
Trump?
Putin then goes after the rest of Europe.
I think if Putin does that, Trump will be.
I just want to make.
There's a reason why the world was a safer place, because the dictators feared Trump, and
I disagree with that. You know why? I think we had peace is because we didn't have Joe Biden, Obama having their own little rhetoric type of things that they wanted to do, right? By teaming up with nations over other nations. And the word that I was using was, them having a personal decision, believing that they should be doing this or that. Like, just pretty much their own ideas about how they're going over things and how they treat other countries to how they treat, they treat other countries good versus other countries bad when they really in reality haven't deserved to be treated. They haven't given a reason to be treated bad. And I think that they have their own motive. Okay, it's not that they fear Trump. Sure, they know when it's time, the U.S., we're going to lace up our boots and we're going to come see you. All right, and that's what it is. Are they feared? I don't think it would be feared. I just think there's a mutual respect when there's not a motivated act that separates two companies that trade together and haven't had issues until Obama and Biden came in. So I want to take that back. I don't think it's because people fear us, but they know they're going to get that, they're going to get that ass whoop one way or another, right? Whether we got to die trying, we're coming. But second, I think there's just the political motivation and the things that they do is why we had a more peaceful place, because you didn't have, John Kerry, Obama, and all them guys wanting to run around and just do whatever they wanted to do and treat X country like shit for no reason. Why didn't Bill Clinton treat them like shit? Why didn't George Bush Sr. treat them like shit? Why didn't George Bush or Trump? Because there's no reason to. There's no reason to get us involved in front of Ukraine and Russia if there isn't an issue. If there's an issue between the two, all right, and we didn't start it, then that's different. But for us to go into Ukraine and start doing different shit and hiring people and us start moving the chips around, that's when Russia should have a problem with it. We'd have a problem if somebody was doing it here. So that's just all I wanted to say. I don't think it's because people fear us. They know what's up. I just think that there's a lot of political, just some things that go on that are politically motivated than versus having someone else that's just like, yo, let's just get down to business here. All right, we're not here to play games and try to take this country and do this, that, and the third. So, all right, but anyway, let's look for this move into 580 if we can get a bounce back into 583, 582.50. Call it 582. It's like 582 to 582.50. All right, and we'll look for that 580. Okay, so what do we have here? No. Hold up. Why do I have a box here? Oh, shit. How did I do this? X. Dude, so I have notes. I made a box with my notes. And I don't know how I did that. Shit. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get my trade ideas here. How do I delete this? Delete row.
We're gonna take a look at the emails. We're gonna look to see if something untoward took place, and that's why.
Sorry guys, just give me 1 second. I'm just trying to delete this row, even though it doesn't matter.
But it turned out to be wrong.
I don't know.
You actually published it. It turned out to be wrong.
No, I didn't say it turned out to be
No,
wrong.
I don't want to add the row. Whatever.
A true. I don't. There's been no investigation. All we know, I think there's some questions about the credibility of the person who posted it that's made me come to the conclusion that it's likely not true. That's
Do
where
you think
I.
that are you going to change or shift?
All right, so let's go to our next up. Next up, guys, DJT. DJT. So that's NVIDIA. Looks like it's going to hold here. Looks like the markets are going to try and bounce, unfortunately. All right, I'm not in NVIDIA. I told you guys yesterday that I was getting out of it. I got paid. I felt like it wasn't, we weren't getting the liquidity and movement, so there was no reason to just be sitting in something, getting eaten away with theta. Just give me my money. I'll try again later when the timing's right. Okay. All right. So let's see here. All right, DJT. Where's DJT at today? All right, so it's above the 200-day right now. This thing is so overdone. It's not even funny. Well, I can't say we didn't. I didn't say this, and I did the opposite. What I mean by that is we brought up the fact that the timing between the 50, 20, 100, and 200, the way that you were getting, the way this was shaping out was that it looked like it could take us right into the election. And that's exactly what it's doing. It's exactly what it's doing. And now we're trying to turn that 200-day moving average into resistance. Or support, I mean. I'm sorry.
And to the rule of law and to the border, and they're all afraid to even say, well, she didn't mean anything.
$29.99, so $30.
And look, I think we should tone down the emotion. I think it's a really important decision.
So we have a resistance here on DJT up at 40. The next one I would actually put up there at like 45 to 46. Call it 40, 50. Oh man, that's tough. Let's go with that. Let's go with that there at 45. I don't see a gap fill or anything. There is a small gap up here. This could get interesting, guys. So these are the three zones that I'd watch on DJT. All right, so far we made support at the 200-day moving average here.
That's a meaningful percentage of people, and then there are the people who say, okay, the world's going to end, democracy is over, he's going to become a dictator. At 82, at the end of his term, he's going to, he's now Stalin. And there are some meaningful, thoughtful people who this is what they believe in. By the way, I respect them. By the way, I would argue those
That's so crazy.
The risk of that. Yeah, I don't think anyone thinks that risk exists with Kamala Harris. Do you agree with that?
No.
Do you think there's no risk? I think the risk. I think the system. Go ahead. Your risk assessment. Please.
It's so funny. They come up with the most craziest shit on TV. I don't even know how this stuff is. It's not that it's allowed. It's just like how out of touch with reality they are. Holy shit. All right, so that's a nice pullback hold of the 200-day moving average, guys, off of this pivot high on DJT. Listen, I mean, look at the volume that's coming in here on this 4-hour chart. I mean, I've been saying that I felt like we were overbought. I feel like we need a pullback, but things could get crazy. Watch out. This could get absolutely nuts, guys. All right, what I mean by that is we could see a day where we're running and gunning back to $40. All right, that's what I'd be looking for. Watch this 200-day moving average, and if we just continue to hold it and you continue to pull back and have massive volume, look at this. 1,800, which isn't crazy, 200. So right now it's kind of light, but man, my color. Let's see. Wallace is a knucklehead. He's a fucking goofball.
Now he's, venture capitalist, senator, extremely articulate, obviously
$36. Okay, guys, so let's watch this 36 here. So what I'm going to look for is 36. If we get a pullback off of 36, I want to look to hold. And if we get VWAP, see, I'm looking forward. I want to look forward. All right, so when we pull back, you can see here on a 5-minute chart, if we get up there, that would give us our pullback. And VWAP would probably be, depending on how we get there, if we reject again, that's the other question. Because we could put in, which I think we might, is put in a double bottom here, but like a lower high. I don't know. So I'm not trying to guess. So there we go. We're starting to break it. Now we're holding VWAP. Okay. All right. So now we're getting above VWAP here. That's a nice break and retest of that zone. So what I'm going to look for is if we get up here, let's look for a pullback off of 36. If we get up there, and I want to look for a pullback to 35.50. All right, to hold VWAP and look to see if we can extend to make a new high off of that pullback. All right, and possibly make our way to 38, 38.50. I don't know if we're going to make it right till 40. I have to look at the volume real quick, but that's my plan. That's my plan. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but I'm saying if we get to 36 and we pull back off of that zone, I want to look for VWAP to act as support, and if that happens, I have no choice because it's doing what my game plan expected, and I need to go long. But I also need to remember, as soon as we start to make higher highs, we're becoming way overbought. And they're going to come in and step in like you see here, look, 3,000, 1,000, 1,400, 3,000, right? Those sellers are coming in steep, all right? Steep. $32. We could look for a pullback to 32. So if we get the bounce back, hey, remember Lil Wayne? Jump back like 33, bounce back like 32, something like that. You guys remember that song, right? It's the Carter. It's the Carter 3, people. The Carter 2. I can't remember which one it was. They call me Mr. Carter. I kissed the daughter of the dead folk head. Oh, no. You guys know that. You guys know what I'm talking about. Anyway, that's DJT. That's DJT for us. It's been in a really nice uptrend, nice break and retest. I'm going to stay patient with this. I am going to stay patient with this, and I am going to just instinctively, stick to the plan. See, it's not like, we're struggling to make it up there to $35.90, $36. All right, so if we come in with somewhat of a small gap up, it's a 200-day. And we look for that pullback to the 200-day. So let's just, either way, let's look for a pullback. The thing is that we're not going to have VWAP if you pull it all the way back to $34 in that 200-day moving average. You're not going to have VWAP to hold you as support because you're going to have to break it because VWAP's up here at 35.50. So in order for us to test the 200-day, we got to break VWAP. It's got to not hold as support. And look at it, rejecting. So you know what? This would be cool too. Look at this. It might be. Hold up, we're going to find out soon. Look, let's see if it sells off and gives us that double bottom on DJT. I love Tulsi Gabbard. He did bring up a good point. He's like all these candidates and a team that he can put together. He is right. He's so right. He can at least put a team together that's not motivated to just think they can do whatever they want and worry about us. 34.40, 34.50, 34.60. Let's see if we can open up somewhere down here at like below 35, at 35, and look for like a wick off the bell to pull back. Let's see if we can pull this ish back a little bit to the 200-day and look to go long. All right, but if we're up at 36, 35, I want to look for a pullback, then a long. Either way, I'll let you guys know when it opens up. But I am looking to see if we can go long. I mean, this 33.90 level here is. You can see this double top high, trade line right there. Look, it all lines up. There's your resistance, right? 33.90. Right. So there's that. Up, support, it breaks, resistance, then it recaptures it. 33.90. Alright, that's DJT, guys. Sorry for the long talk. I know, man, it's nuts. Ty, what's up, bro? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I know. I'm waiting to see how we're going to play it today. This thing is... They need to just give this thing up. Just like they're giving up, is it Starbucks? It's not Starbucks. No, Enphase. You see how they're spitting out Enphase right now? I wish they would do this with DJT and just spit it out to the upside. Just give it up. Just empty the clip. You know, cover your short. And, you know, like like Enphase, if I pull you guys up this daily chart, notice this 75 level here, right? Look at the 75. Look at the volume here pre-market. This is capitulation, guys. So if this thing finds support, we gotta put this in the long term. This is your opportunity. Just don't put all your eggs in one basket. I don't have much faith in this thing, but just in case it is something, we gotta look to be a buyer. There's still a balance sheet there. They're still bringing in, you know, $500,000, you know, 500 million every quarter. So that would put them at around 2 billion. And if you want to put that earnings by like 3 to 4 times earnings, then, you know, maybe get 2,468, maybe about an 8 billion valuation. All right, so here we are. We're pulling back to 76, guys. We're at 76. So if this breaks, here's your pivot low. Out of the reversal, 76 breaks, hello 70, 70 gives it up, hello 60. So I want to see if DJT can do the same thing, but in reverse. They're spitting Enphase up right now. This thing's getting slaughtered, and we're gonna look to see if we can, you know, if this does not hold, or if it does hold, we can look for a long. And if DJT, same thing, like I just want them to just start like ripping this thing. Here's the thing, look at time of sales. I was just reading off to you guys some of the orders, like even here, look, 1,200 to the sell side. I haven't even seen a 1,200 buy side yet, guys. Okay, there's a 13, right? The size is coming in on the sell side. 27,000, 2,700, 2,500, 2,200. 1,000, all to the sell side. I have nothing close to that. 1,100 to the sell side. All right, so just read the tape. There's a 1,300 buy side order, but 1,000. I think buyers are going to wait for a pullback. Now, I agree with you. I know you guys. I'm not saying that you guys are saying that it's going to go to 50 today or tomorrow. But this selling, they're stepping up on this thing right now. So I would like to look for a pullback into like $34, like yesterday's high. And we'll see if we can get that thing to hold. All right. We went to the brink and are back. I know, bro. I know. We had this huge rally. Remember, Brandon? I'm pretty sure it was you, wasn't it? We had this really nice rally. We were ripping and roaring, and then we just I don't know how I didn't buy puts on this thing. This thing just, you know, it's something when you guys notice these candles, how they're the same size, and they just continue and continue and continue. Like, this is tight, what we call tight price action. And if whether it's to the upside or downside, you got to get a part of it once you start noticing it. Like, we should have noticed it here on this, like, downside break, retest, and then it just gave you the follow-through. I know it's hard because you're coming in and you're like, oh, it's going to be support here, but you know, once they broke it, you saw that tail get taken back right there on that day. So I try to look at that stuff to try to help myself in the future to not miss these type of things. You know, let's do it. Let's see if we can't get 40 today. Look for pullbacks to the 200 day. I want you guys to be mindful. We may end up breaking the 200 day, and I think we might get down to $31. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I think we're just too overbought, and I think it's going to be hard for any buyers to feel comfortable in putting new money to work with the way that the conditions are. The only way we get this is if we hold it and you come in, like if we just kind of consolidate throughout this like 34, 36 zone, call it 37 to 34, 33. So it's about a $4 range. And you kind of just hang out right at the 200 day. And then see if you come in with a huge gap up tomorrow. Like they really start, like brokers start covering people's shorts, you know, and they start having to, you know, come up with money because they want them, they start, you know, you start getting some margin calls here. This thing's already ran a lot, so they very well could have, you know, I don't know what the short float is on this, but today's going to be a good day. I'm just going to say it, there's an opportunity everywhere. All right, let's move on real quick. It's 9:05. If you guys have any tickers, throw them in the chat. I know, bro. Nice job, dude. Hell yeah, bro. I give you props. I should have thought about that. I should have been on here saying, hey, remember there's an election, and this guy's going to be an election, so any bottoms down there, $10 to $8, I think you got to look to be a buyer, just for the simple fact there's an election here in the next month or two. Just like MSOS. If you guys notice, if for anybody that hasn't looked, these are starting to put in a bottom, you guys. And nobody's talking about it. This is a bottoming pattern. You're getting... Hold on, I hear like something crazy outside. It's a bunch of sirens. So keep an eye on this. If you get any pullbacks, you're coming into the election. I don't know if they're going to have any more debates or not. I have no idea. I could care less. I just think this is an opportunity here where even a move back to, like, just taking into account the shorting that's here. The problem with this is you don't have much financial institutions in here, but you do have some people with some big money in here. Like, look at the volume. Look at this buy side volume here. So they're taking advantage of that. I am just bringing it up to your guys' attention. I'm not telling you guys to buy anything. I'm just saying any pullbacks into like 750 or so, I just think this is a nice one to stash away. In case you do get some changes in the law in that, you know, the next year or two, maybe you buy a couple shares a week and you just, you know, you start, you know, any pops you get, you take 25% of that position and you sell it, and you just kind of like, you know, you start building insurance with it, and you have that thing paying you, all right? And maybe you put some of the profits if it gives it to you in something else. Just be very careful, all right? Just be very careful with these names. I don't want you guys putting all your eggs in one basket, and if you don't really have a portfolio to be allocating money into companies like this, you need to be owning the CRMs, the Oracles, the Apples, the NVIDIAs, the AMDs. Like, you need to be owning those first, okay, before you start diving in here. You guys do what you guys want, but, you know, names like Cureleaf. There's a lot out there. Not Green Thumb. There was a name that was a monster move. I can't remember what it was, but let's move on. All right, let's move on. So we know Texas Instruments. Let's go check in on TXN. This is one of the trade ideas today. TXN, SPY, Qs. Let's go 5 minute. All right, so here we are. We're holding. As of right now, we're holding. And this is good. This could leave us. Man, it might start without us, though, guys. We'll see. So if we pop, my goal here is if we bounce into 200 and we cannot get through it, see how VWAP's there also. You could look for, you know, some 200 puts and look for a move back into 195. You know, 196 to 194. And we'll call it 195. So there's that. I just think this is our zone here. This is where at 198, I would like to be a buyer to see if we can attempt to bring this up and, you know, break out to a new high. We're going to target 204 to 206. Qualcomm was trending too. Was there more news with Intel? Look at Qualcomm this morning, you guys. Huge gap down. What's going on here? Let's go look. So of course I've been up since 4:30. I'm going to start getting a little tired, but I'm okay. Where am I at here? Here we go. I wanted to see how Zion Bancorp did yesterday. All right, let's see here.
Is the ending of this rate, is that sort of the key thing? Once you get that in place, you have the certainty that you can say, okay, let's go forward.
All right, so McDonald's, TXN so far is the top two trades. DJT. Oh no shit. So Joe Rogan is going to do it. I know that there was talks. Brandon, sorry, I didn't see your comment there. All right, so that's cool. Now listen, I get that Joe Rogan, I get why he didn't want to do it, and I respect him for it. He just didn't want to force anyone's opinion on anyone else, like taking it as an endorsement. That's why he was always like, because people say he doesn't like either candidate. It's not about the fact that he doesn't like them or doesn't like approve of what they do, and some of the, you know, the policies they put in place, but it's more he doesn't want people to think that he is endorsing them, and he wants people to make their own decision is more so what it is over, you know, that's not a candidate that he would vote for. He just doesn't want, you know, to be like a celebrity and saying, hey, you should vote for Democrat, blah, blah, because it's your decision. And you gotta fucking respect it. You know, he can say some crazy stuff. Everybody can say some crazy stuff, or you can think he's crazy. I don't think he's crazy. I like Joe Rogan. But I think you gotta respect him just for that. Like Mark Cuban, all just slobbing on that big government knob. You gotta ask him. Look at it. He changed his whole character. He was never dressing like this until a couple months ago. If I was 16 again, I'd do this. It's so funny, man. Cuban's funny, man. He's a funny guy. All right, McDonald's shares fell. We know that. Starbucks, we talked about that. Preliminary fiscal fourth quarter results, blah, blah. Boeing slipped 0.6% after its third quarter. So Boeing, they are going to be voting, guys. We got to keep our eyes on Boeing today. They are going to be having the votes today. So I'll read this real quick. The defense stock slips 0.6% after its third quarter results were released. Revenue $17.84 billion, which the company had pre-announced, topped LSEG estimate of $17.82 billion. So that is $2 million more than what the expectations were. Boeing reported a loss of $10.44 per share, $10.44 per share. Free cash flow was also negative $1.95 billion, owing to losses in its commercial airplane, and defense segments. Enphase Energy, the solar tech company, declined 15% after issuing a lower than expected fourth quarter revenue outlook. Enphase expects revenue in the current quarter in range between 360 to 400 million, while analyst poll by LSEG forecasted 435 million. Results also missed expectations. So that's not as... I would expect the way that this is selling off that they would have forecasted like 600 to 550 million, not 435, and they're bringing it down. What is that? What would that be? 20%, 15%? and I see why the stock's down that much. But if they're expecting the low, like the lower to higher mid 400s, 360. I mean, that is kind of a cut there, man. It is kind of a cut there because, so, but anyway, so that happened. AT&T. Again, I will say this. I'm going to hold off and watch end phase. I'm starting to have my doubts that I don't even want to own this. Okay, I think this company could eventually go out of business. It's very possible. So I want to just wait a little bit and do some work on that. There's better companies to be had like FSLR and so AT&T shares of the telecom company advanced more than 2% on a bottom line beat in the third quarter. Adjusted earnings of 60 cents per share topped the analyst forecast of 57 cents per share. However, revenue of 30.2 billion fell short of the consensus estimate of 30.44 billion. It's still pretty damn close. Coca-Cola shares slipped 2.1% despite better than expected third quarter results. Coca-Cola posted a 77-cent adjusted earnings per share on adjusted revenue of 11.95 billion. So the analysts had expected 74 cents per share. They brought in 77 cents per share. All right, adjusted, which is a beat. They brought in 77. They expected 74. Revenue, or 11.6 in revenue, and they were expecting 11.6. So they beat on revenue too. They beat about 0.6 to 9.5. What is that? 300 million more. 350 million more than expected. So while they have not yet released its full 2025 outlook, it said it expects currency headwinds will impact the results next year. Take note of that, guys. So Coca-Cola, Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett and crew, whoever's running the show, says they expect currency headwinds. I would disagree with them. I don't think the dollar is going to go that much higher unless they think the dollar is going to go higher. But I think, in my opinion, you're going to see Janet Yellen, whoever is the Treasury. Oh my God, guys, we made the best decision ever. I'm gonna clap it up for you guys. For anybody that went long the dollar UUP, we put in limit orders at 8. We were getting those orders for November. The 29 UUP calls for I was putting them in at 16 cents. They were going for 18, and they're probably up to 60 cents now. So congratulations on that. And we still have 3 to 4 weeks left to go. 2, 3, maybe 3 weeks left on that trade. And look at the dollar. The dollar blasted past this. This is the last zone here. 105. 105 is it, guys. This thing needs to calm down, or I think you're going to see the government interfere with this. Truth now available on Amazon Fire TV. People are sleeping on TV. Oh, no shit. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I think what they need to do, Brandon, is they need to just spend the money and bring some creators. They need to start bringing creators and start bringing something to the table. I think with Twitter, it's going to be a little hard because Twitter has like AI and people are kind of in like, kind of enthused on using Twitter because you can, with Grok and you can stream on it. You can do AI stuff on it from what I assume. So. And man, I'm thinking about doing a giveaway. If anybody can tell me, well, you guys could probably just go to the picture and Google the picture. So I'm not going to do that. So I take that back. All right, Qualcomm here. So, okay, so CNBC didn't say anything about Qualcomm, did they? Or did they? Hilton Worldwide hotel chain slid 4.3%. What does that mean for DKNG? Really quickly. Not really doing anything here. I would love for this to continue to consolidate and then break out. It's crazy to think I owned this when it was a SPAC at $11, $12. I was buying the shit out of it. Okay, so here's Qualcomm. Shares fell, sorry for my language, by the way. Shares fell 3.5% after Bloomberg reported, citing a document that the British chip designer ARM is planning to cancel a key license agreement with the firm. Oh, that's the ARM. Remember I brought up ARM to you guys? Oh, that's not good, guys. How is Qualcomm going up on that news? That's not good. This is why ARM is probably the biggest key driver of chips. They don't make them. They design them and design how to make them. Hold on one second. So, you know, and they pretty much rent these patents, or, you know, sell these patents that they technically still own, but these companies like Qualcomm and Taiwan Semiconductors, Taiwan Semi and Micron, they pretty much all use ARM, right? They get ARM to design it, design the blueprints on how to make it, and they get to work. But ARM technically owns the rights, but they lease. I want to say they might lease the rights out to them, or they. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly, but that's kind of what it does. It's like you guys are paying me to make and show you guys how to develop like a neighborhood, and then I give you guys the grandfathered rights to like I have all the permits, I have all the blueprints, I have all the GPS coordinates to like for the land and roads, sidewalks, homes, properties. And you guys just like buy all that from me and do the construction and do the building. It's kind of what it's pretty much what they do.
We're going to get to the suspension of guidance and their view of Q4. We'll get to some of the other names. A lot of news in the chips today, whether that's Texan, TSM, ARM, Qualcomm, NVIDIA. Futures remain in the red on this Wednesday. Don't go away.
We can't calculate our total taxes.
Sales tax, real estate.
Oh my God.
Solar incentives.
And we have no way to integrate all that.
No, but BDO does.
People who know BDO.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, Goldie. I'm looking for those reports from yesterday.
They're already in your desk, Frank.
Of course they are.
Hold on one second, guys. I'm just logged in. They're just trying to just do dumb shit.
Business. It's full of breakthroughs. Each one is powerful, but combined, they're unstoppable. It's time to make stronger connections. Business. Meet tech. Imagination. Meet impact. Skill. Meet scale.
All right, let's get it. So we made a little money yesterday with NVIDIA. All right, let's get prepared. All right, so we have Starbucks, we have TXN. Let me write that down. Qualcomm, TXN. I want to know why Qualcomm. This is not good for Qualcomm, you guys. I'm going to be completely honest. This is not good for Qualcomm. And look at this. Look at this huge bear flag that they're putting in here. Look at that. Boom. Boom. And there is your flag. I'm curious to know, out of curiosity, if it breaks down. We'll use that right there. Is that a key? 98. Yeah, that's too much. I don't think you go that far, but I could see a 140 maybe. All right. So we're still below. You can see that. So hold on. This is froze. All right, there we go. I think we're good now. Sorry about that. So Qualcomm there. It's a nice break in retail. So we've kind of just been consolidating here. 50-day down at 169. Damn, this is crazy. 175, 160. 175, 165. Okay, so they know, and it's already broke down through there. It might hold. I take that back. It's probably going to hold. I would watch 172 for a rejection more than likely. I don't know. Maybe this is just an assertion and that they're not going to do it. So maybe that's why. But I got to say, maybe until you get further news that they are going to. Or, you know, maybe the market's saying that legally they're not going to get away with it because Qualcomm, you know, maybe the market's saying Qualcomm is legally paid for this and they have to give them a notice or something, which that probably was the notice and they have X amount of time. I don't know. So what I would say is we did not break 164. They've bought this back up. What looks to be some nice volume with it on Qualcomm. Let's look for a pullback off the bell. All right, let's look for a pullback off the bell. And I'm going to use 168 as the zone. All right, 168 as the zone. Oh, shit.
Our team is focused on how we return Starbucks China to growth and getting all our international businesses performing again. Starbucks chief Brian Nickel and an online video message.
That's crazy that they have to do it. Starbucks is good. Starbucks is really good. I think they're just getting messed up with the cost. They just can't keep up with the cost of everything going up, and it's just like they already charge too much, or not necessarily too much. I think they're kind of like spot on with their pricing. Their margins are awful, and it's a known business. The coffee business is a known, you know, kind of like the trucking business. The margins are just awful, you know, versus other whatchamacallits. All right, so let me get things set up real quick. Give me 2 minutes. We have just a couple minutes here for this bell opens up. Qualcomm, I'm looking for pullback. I'm looking for pullbacks to 166. That's the zone I'm going to keep on watch. All right. Let me set everything up, and we'll go through the day. Good luck, everybody. I will let you guys know everything that I do ahead of time and what I plan on doing. We're going to watch DJT. We're going to watch Qualcomm, Starbucks, McDonald's. There's a lot. So just be patient with them. Don't watch too many things. I feel like today is a day where it's really easy to miss a trade because we're watching too many things. Appreciate that, Senate. So I'll let you guys know if we get this pullback here. Like, if we're lucky, I don't think we'll get it. 166. I don't know if we pull back that far. I will say this, right? If we do get a pullback, and let's just say, I would like to see 168 hold. Maybe, you know what? Let's not do that. So if we go here, our 15-minute, where are we? This is Qualcomm. We are 169. All right, so we're below it. So we do have an issue here. We do have an issue here. Where are we? 5 minute, 3 minute. What we got? 170. So we're here. All right. This thing's probably just going to go to 172. When Qualcomm opens up, let's see. You might get like a quick pullback off the bell, but you get a pop into the 15-minute trade line, which I think you should. All right, so look here. You see where we close at the bottom left? Again, this may not happen, but it very well could, okay? When we open up here, we're going to open up at like, where are we at? What time is it? It's 9:28. So right now we're at 169.29, which would be right here, okay? In this 15-minute chart, you can see this is a resistance and support zone here at 169.85, call it 170. All right, let's see if we reclaim 170 right here, or if you get like a quick wick down, which I think you could, which would be to VWAP. Look for a quick wick down off the bell at 167 or 168, 167.50. Pull back and see if that pullback quickly gets bought up and we get back above 170. Hold it. Look for the bounce. And where's that going to take us? Look for that trade line as a rejection point. You're already oversold. So if you get a quick pullback and a bounce, and we get that pop into either prior day's VWAP or that 9 EMA, I'm really going to watch that 9 EMA for the rejection. And we could probably get short at 172 or like 172.50 and look for that 172.50 to take us back down to 170. That's a $2.50 move. What's the range on Qualcomm? That's 168 to 173. So roughly this thing will do 164, 170. So that's $6 on the low end. So we'll say 165 to 169.4. So we got to expect around a $5 move from high to low. All right. So if we put that in, that wick low at 167 to 172.50. And there you go. There's that pop. There's that pop right off the bell. And look at it. Bang. Right there into that 9 EMA. And there was your trigger right there. Let's see. Let's see it rejecting. It's pushing hard. But I think that's it. It's going to try to shake some people out of the short here. I think you do get that pullback. Watch the Qs. If the Qs are at support and NVIDIA's moving, you try to just tie everything in that you can. Again, we're only human. We're not perfect. Just these are points that we look for a potential scalp pullback. Pop into the 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart. And if you can pull it back into 170, that's a $2.50 move. You take it off, you build some insurance for the long, or you simply wait. Okay, or you simply wait for, that hold, or you wait for 170 to go long, which is what I would do. We'll give this thing a minute. Fuck, man, I wanted to take a drink. I wanted to get all my shit set up. I just wanted you guys to, kind of get a viewpoint on stuff like that. And this is a resistance zone up here as well, right? Look, support, right? It tried to break above it. Now we're bouncing into that 172 zone that was support. Do those buyers that held it up, do they turn to sellers? That's what we have to ask ourselves. And we will know with volume, but it's strong right now. So McDonald's, there's a pop in the 1 to 293. Sorry, I know I went quick there. I was moving these around. There's a SPY. We're still looking for that low 580. We're not sure if we're going to get it. There's a little support zone here. Let's see if we can get a reversal here on the SPY. Notice how Qualcomm still is not broken above that 172 zone and really put the buying pressure on yet. It's not doing it for a reason. I would like 168, 170 for a possible buy. Let me not talk about Qualcomm because I don't really have conviction either way. But I will say if we hold with a low volume pullback to 170 and we can hold that, then we could look for a move, back up to 175, and that would give us our, $4.50, $4 to $6 ATR. The average ATR on this is about, on a mild day, on any given day, this thing is giving you about $4 to $5, $6 to $7 at times, and 170 to 175. And if we get the Qs and the SPY to bounce, that very well. And look here on the daily chart, Qualcomm also has what, the 50-day and 20-day, both right here at 169.95, 170. So here's our 20-day. Right there is our 20-day. And we're just sitting right on it right now. And that's usually why I draw them, so I don't have to go back and look. We'll go a little bit brighter. So that was a rejection of prior day's close. I think you guys got to be careful with this. There's a lot of chop here, honestly, from 165 to 170. There's a lot of chop there. Even if we break this 20-day, which it looks like we're about to, on the daily chart, it looks, let me move this. Let me see. Yeah, right there. And it looks like we're trying to hold it. You have the 50-day. You have the 50-day right there at 169.16. So And there's your 38.2 with VWAP. Let's see here. That's a
you know what, that order's not good enough. Has the guy done any work who sells it? What I'm seeing is some qualitative non-work taking action. You've seen this before. I'm urging people at home.
I gotta move on from this one. Let's see if this holds here. Again, I would have liked it down here at 168, but I don't think there's really, you know, we're in the middle of the range right now, so let me look at this daily chart. I hate that I'm spending so much time on Qualcomm and not going back to Starbucks, McDonald's, or NVIDIA, or TXN. I've been holding. Oh shit. RVNX, RSX, both Israel companies. No, definitely not, man. Definitely not. I'll have to check them out in a minute. I'm gonna just give me 1 second here. Okay, and look, and I didn't see this earlier. You guys see that 200-day moving average was right up there where we wicked too at yesterday's close. I didn't see that before. This is a nice sell-off. We're gonna start turning this thing weak. Give me the 4 hour. Where are we at here? So we are. Okay, so look, guys. I think I'm gonna try it for a possible long here on this pullback. The hourly chart, 15. Nah, I don't. Shit. I could look at this two different ways here. Damn, this thing's more than likely gonna. So this is funky. I don't like this at all. I don't really care for this. I think we're gonna get. This may end up pulling back here. I'm sure you get a pullback down into like 165, 166. It's just my opinion. I think this is probably where we're headed, back down to 168. All right, so be careful with that one. You know, I would have to say, with my best guess, pops into the 20-day and that 170, you look to get short. We'll see if it breaks. Because here's the thing, right? Our short term, look at the 5 minute. It's overdone. So you have to expect between the 1 minute, 5 minute, right? They're pulling back. You should expect a pullback right now. You should be expecting a pullback. Your MACD's positive. Look for it to pull back a little bit. Look at the separation there, right? Look at the 1 minute. So we expect the 1 minute should be finding a bottom, but the 5 minute should be at the highs, okay? But then look, we go to the 15 minute. It's also almost there. So this 1 minute and 5 minute pullback, right, should help bring, when you get this, like the 1 and the 5 minute and 3 minute, right, they start pulling back. Let me get this straight here, okay? That 15-minute chart necessarily isn't going to pull back, depending on the manner in which you do it, but it should flatten it out, pull it back a little bit. But that pullback might be the long to extend the 15-minute into, right? And what I'm talking about is that 1 minute into oversold conditions. If you can get the 5 minute into oversold conditions, which would take you down into this zone here at 168, that would kind of pull your 15-minute back, kind of, maybe. And it would help, right? Remember the hourly chart here at 53. So if we are going to be bullish, we want to be long down at this area here at 168. Because that's where your 5 minute and 1 minute, right? If this RSI pulls back and the stock pulls back and we take this back down here, that should take us to the support zone roughly. That should help the 15-minute chart pull back to like maybe 50, 51. And then we bring the buyers in at 168 with a low 5 minute, with a low 1 minute RSI and MACD. Then we start sending it positive and putting the 15 minute into oversold conditions, which then brings the 1 hour back up, starts to bring that back up into overbought conditions. So we'll see. We got this wedge here, right? So let's look for this pullback, hold at 168, and then you could probably look for a long into like 171 or so. All right, that's ultimately what I would do. I don't think there's much of a trade here. Let's just start with that. Let's just call it what it is. You may not get the continuation you're looking for. We want continuation. So Qualcomm right now hasn't moved. Okay, we're still pretty much right where we opened. So let's call a spade a spade. I know I've said that so many times. I thought about it for some reason yesterday. I said it once or thought about it or heard somebody say it or something. And I've already said it twice this morning. All right, but that's how we want to start setting up buy and sell triggers. Okay, that sets us up for our entries and timing our entries. All right, to give us the probability that, you know, we're reading the chart, right, with support resistance, with volume, you know, with our MACDs and RSI and stochastics, whatever it is that you use, and understanding the time frames. You know, you may not understand it the first time you're told, but if you do really learn it, it's so helpful. It really is. It can help you time your trades, and even if you're wrong, it can give you the, you know, the direction and the timing right. That way you're able to manage risk and you're able to get paid when you take the trade, and you can just like have like a losing trade but still be green or break even or such a small loss, you know. So here's McDonald's. I'm kind of interested in this one here, guys, honestly. I think, you know, here we are flirting with this 50-day moving average here. All right, we got some nice support at 290. That was our middleman. We pulled right into it. Now we're going to start testing the top end of the range up at 299. It's a nice little break and retest. Let's see if we can pop. Let me see something really quickly. Let's start here. I got to start here with the daily. It's so done. Everything, I should already know everything is done. Everything is done. Let's see. I gotta go. I'm just look at DJT real quick. Yeah, let's look for this pullback long here. Give me 1 second, you guys. All right, here we go. So this is. Come on, bro. All right, I'm going to be watching 294. See what happens here at 294. The reason I have a 1 minute up is because I like to really see what the volume's doing. I can kind of tell just by looking at a chart, you know, but all right, so we just turned that to resistance. You're looking for a pullback there. What's NVIDIA doing? There's a 50-day. We're rejecting. Again, just be patient, guys. Don't trade just for the sake of trading. Make sure you got either follow through, something that's really moving, not moving. That was a long hold on DJT. Finally sold for a profit. Yeah, man, that is a really nice trade there. I mean, that was just buying down there at the $10. Even just seeing that huge downside, even if we didn't have the reversal, even if we didn't have the reversal like we did. Oh, I'm sorry. Even if we didn't have an election coming up, I think just with the amount of that downside that we got, you know, throughout the summertime, I should say going into like, you know, July, August to September, it's just straight downside. And you had to imagine, even if you took back a quarter of that move, it was a nice percentage gain. You know what I mean? It was your gap. That was that massive fail. So even 30% of this move, right? That would have been like from the lows down there at 10. That's still 100% in the stock itself. You know what I mean? So just naturally having a reversal off of just so many shorts covering their position. So here we go. We're running $40. This thing's ready to go, man. And she is going. Be careful. Be careful. Just be careful with this, guys. Don't get hurt. This was resistance this morning. Look, that was a low volume bounce. Okay, this is technically a low volume bounce here. All right, this technically is a low volume bounce. Look at that. Daily, that 3 minute chart looks really good too. 3-minute chart looks good. Let's see, from here to there. This is probably a 23.6 fib from prior day's low. This would be the move up. Yeah, this is your 23.6 fib. Right there with VWAP and trade line. Usually I can see it without having a Fibonacci. You can kind of tell. Kinda. Alright, let's see here. What type of volume do we get on this rejection? I feel like my charts are so messed up here for whatever reason. Alright, I think... Shorts might not like that. Look, 23, 5,000 to the buy side. That's a sick hold there. Watch this. If this thing starts to extend, watch out. You're going to really start to get the it's just going to, you know, just continue to extend there. I'm surprised that it started to act like it was going to hold 36.23. Just give me 1 second here. I'm just trying to... Okay, gotta turn this up. Okay, I had the volume off. I'm sorry, guys. Let's go here. Still holding. We'll just give this a little bit of time here. Let's go over to the overall markets. 1 minute. Alright, so watch McDonald's here if this starts to reject. Because we could get a move down to 290. I just don't want to trade something that's not going to give us any movement. And I do apologize, but I have to look. I don't think we have anything today. I think we have a 20-year bond auction, if I remember yesterday. So 17-week, 20-year. Feds are talking. I don't really care. 20-year JGB auction later on. Okay. We do have some oil stuff coming out. It's 9:45 right now. So Canada's interest rate decision, 3.75. That's a quarter of a... Wow. Was that a 50 basis point move? Is that what they did? Previously 4.25. So 50 basis point rate cut, I guess, there. Christine Lagarde speaking at 10 o'clock. Let's check out Enphase. I also forgot about ENPH. McDonald's is bouncing back into that prior support at 295. Look at this. This is what I mean. DJT is actually trying to hold this $36 mark. You know, remember though, you got sellers up there at 36.50. I'm telling you, if you break out here, whoever sold up here, they're going to start... You're going to see some people really jump in and take this thing higher. But I don't know, man. I think this is honestly, I got to be honest with you guys. I would like to short it and take it back down to the 200-day. You know, it's not that much of a move from 36 to 34, but you know, it may just consolidate up there today. I think it's just kind of exhausted. It's not showing us signs of exhaustion, but I think it needs to just like sit sideways for a little bit. And I don't think you're going to get the sell-off like... Alright, so, alright, the Qs. Oh, shit. So the Qs broke, guys. Man, I got to keep up with everything because I was just thinking about Snowflake and I didn't look at it. Okay, so look, Enphase is bouncing back. So we do have some buyers stepping in. They're taking advantage of that sell-off on Enphase there. You would look for a move back into like 82 or so.
It all started with a small business idea.
It's a pillow with a speaker in it. That's right, Craig.
Pulling in the perfect team to get the job done.
I was here for the internet. AT&T, it's super fast.
You locked us out?
And when we were thrown
That's so crazy.
we had everything we needed.
Internet out? Don't worry, we have AT&T internet backup.
The next level network for
All right, so our gap fill is actually up here, 83 to $82. Yeah, 83 to $82 on end phase.
Look at this city little sailboat. These men of means with their silver spoons eating up the financial favors of the 1%. What would become of them? They discover Robin.
Just want to check out NVIDIA. Congratulations, you guys. You guys are $2 in the money. We got those for $1.40 yesterday. They're at $2.33 right now. What a bounce back. Congratulations on that NVIDIA short, guys. Good job. For anybody that took it up there, congratulations. Wonderful trade, man. So we took that yesterday. That was one of our top trade ideas yesterday, was NVIDIA up at that resistance zone. And I squeezed a little trade out of it at the end of the day. Also, in the morning, I was trying hard to get a limit fill there. I just want to see what they opened up at roughly. And look, we still have it up here. Come on. Look at like a 1 minute or something. Nice job. Look at that, man. And we got them. We literally just about bottom ticked these. Right? I think it was like $1.44 I got filled at. So like $1.44 right here. This is where we got filled. We're also going after it here too, guys. We also went after it in the morning. So this was the $1.50 to $2.20 that we were talking about this morning. That was the trade from yesterday in the morning, and then we took it again in the afternoon. And here you go. There's a $2.25 bounce back. And there you go. Nice job, man. So these things opened up at $2.21. You got $3 out of them. From $1, that's 100. That's 100%. That's 110%, 105% trade there, guys. Nice job. There's your break and retest off prior day's low. I would be careful with this because I don't know if you get anything past 140. And I might have to switch up. That target was 140, by the way, guys. I talked about it this morning. I said I just want to see if we can get the 142s and get a shot down in the 140. That would give us $2 in the money. We're paying $1.40, $1.50 for these. And with a delta of 30 cents, we should have no problem, which obviously they would change, and they did. They changed to, with a 10 gamma, they would go from 30 to 40 to 50. So pretty much 50 cents for every dollar that you get, lose or take, right? That's how you manage. It's how I don't teach people, but if someone wants me to ask them, how are you going to manage your risk with options? Look at the delta. If the delta is 30 cents, you're going to make or lose 30 cents for every dollar. And if you're out of the money and you're not getting follow through and you're too far out of the money, you're just doing yourself a disservice. Don't sacrifice price for time. All right, I would much rather get 20% on a $5 contract than 100% on a 20-cent contract. Think about it, okay? Give yourself time, pay more for, just don't sacrifice price for time. It's the old saying. All right, I'd rather pay up, have more time, and that percentage gain is really going to make a difference. These are just the basic things on how you cannot fall victim to the options are a scam, blah, 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 bullshit. All right? Because they're not. I come on here each and every day. I never blow myself up. I've only had to do it really one time. I've done it about twice, but the one time is, I did it, and it was just stupid. I sacrificed price for time, and I gave up a lot, and it made me sick. I didn't eat for a week. I didn't sleep, and it was just really messed up. And that was some years ago, but I never went back. I never had to do that again. It was just like, why? Why did you buy, a daily contract? Back then, it was Wednesday. What was it? Wednesday and Friday? I think it was Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So that daily was really like 2 days worth or so. And I was still right. I just got the timing wrong. So it was really stupid. All right. And if you're ever going to size up, look at the airlines. Look at some non-volatile names there that you can, a trade that you can put on and you're not going to be sweating bullets. If you ever want to, like, I wouldn't say don't jump from buying 5, 6, 7 contracts to 50. All right. Maybe go from 5 to 8 to 10 or 12. And it should really also depend on the setup. When you see something, you can strike. And you strike hard. If it's a mild setup, understand it. Be like, man, I got a little conviction in this. I'm just looking for about, $1.50, $2, $3. Bring the size down a little bit. And save the monsters for the trades that really set up. Cup and handle, inverse head and shoulders, like A+ patterns. That'll also really separate you. And you really put, really pack a punch with that trade and hold. As long as you're above your, as long as you're sticking to your levels and you're taking profits in front of those levels and the trade is working, all the other shit is nonsense. Everything else is BS. You want to take profits as you get it because we have 3 wars going on, all kinds of stuff. Is when I watch DJT. Yeah, let me go over here. I just wanted to see if we were going to be able to possibly take a long down here on NVIDIA. I actually might attempt a reversal here. I don't know though. It wasn't really a thought. I was talking and I want to see if we put in a double bottom down here. McDonald's. So McDonald's did break out. I'm still waiting to see if we can get some downside on NVIDIA. I think McDonald's will still give us a little downside move. All right, let's see here. So the Qs, that's a breaking retest on the Qs. Let's go look at the Dow, just to see if they're bouncing today. And that's where we want to be. You got to identify what sector you want to be long, what sector you want to be short. So right now, the Dow is recovering. It is below prior day's low. I mean, they're actually kind of see the Qs are not. Sucks. I don't like the way things are looking today. Like, let's see if this thing breaks out. See if we can get this. I haven't traded IWM in a while. I'm still keeping my eye here on NVIDIA. Look at McDonald's. Get ready to test that 300 top end of the range there. Massive volume. Damn, you're almost back to $3 on those NVIDIA puts. I'd be taking your profits if you haven't taken them yet, guys. Congratulations. That's how we started the week off. If you're still in those, nice job. I told myself yesterday that I should stay in that trade, but I was like, let me not do it. I wanted to come in today empty-handed. I didn't want to I didn't want to give back anything for no reason. I was really confident at that 140, but it is what it is. Congratulations. Congrats. All right, 221. All right. So let's go here. Look at that wick there on NVIDIA. I mean, honestly, you guys can see here why that worked yesterday. Like, you can see this is somewhat low volume. I'm actually kind of curious if we're going to get further downside on NVIDIA. And you have a move that takes us back down to 136, like 134 to 136. If we start seeing NVIDIA back down into this zone here, right there. Let's see. Let's see if it happens. See if it starts to revisit this area down there. 136, 134. All right. I'm going to give this a little more time, and I'm going to try for a reversal on it. Just going to be patient, though. I want the market at my back. Again, don't trade just to trade, guys. Make sure you got something there. Bang. Give me just a little more pullback. We get a pullback into 140.50. I'm taking it. There it is. See, I'm not going to be quick enough, guys. I'm not going to be quick enough. There's the reversal. I gotta type it in. I gotta get to the options chain. NVDA. Fuck. God damn it. I just saw that. 142, 143. Man, that was a really nice double bottom wick. 142. I want to see if the Qs can hold here and start trying to make some progress back above. We got to get back above 494. Look at the SPY looking like it wants to reject. And again, I do apologize, guys, if you guys hear my mouse clicking. I got to make some room on my desk. I know, DJT, I'm sorry. Just give me 1 minute. Alright, let's watch this pivot low here. Just wait. So you guys can see the Qs are pulling back here. It's a break and retest. We're no longer holding it, but I just want to be patient here. I don't know why, but XOM. Look at McDonald's. McDonald's is up at resistance. I gotta relax because I feel like a lot's happening right now. Fuck, I should have just went and stayed on end phase. Man, that sucks. Alright, so there's 168 on Qualcomm. You know, it's not much there, but I mean, if you got short when we talked about it up here, you're $2. If you got 168 calls, you're in the money. Or puts, I mean. If you got 170 puts, you're $2 in the money with 2 days left.
Solid-state batteries into demonstration fleet of all new Dodge Charger Dayton. That's Sandy Tango Lima Alpha STL8.
Hold on 1 second here, guys. GM. Stellantis. 30-year fixed rate, so it's up.
Bolted on a circuit breaker at $1.45 off the highs, up 195%. That's Lima Romeo Hotel, Charlie, LRHC.
So we've had some time go off here. We've been here for a half hour above pre-market highs. You're not really
at the intraday high, $2.95, up about 37%. That's Sandy Alpha Victor Echo.
There goes NVIDIA. There's your 140, guys. There's your 140 on NVIDIA. There goes the Qs. All right, so what we're looking for is, you know, the same thing as we've been getting here. Again, I will say this. Watch 134 to 136 on NVIDIA. That could be where you're headed. More than likely, if I had to take a guess, or not necessarily a guess, but like, if I had to put money on a probability, I would say like the low 130s is where you're heading. I feel like you're heading right back into this zone down here. See, that's not where we put it before, but right there. All right, 135. Nice job. Nice job on that NVIDIA trade. 350, almost $4. Wow. I did myself such a disservice by taking that second trade off. Taking that trade off yesterday afternoon. What a disservice I did for myself. But you never know, man. I had really high conviction. That's why that was a top trade idea. You know, I got in those at the end of the day. It wasn't the end of the day. It was like 1 o'clock. It's like 12:45, maybe like 1:30, 1 o'clock. They were $1.40. $1.44 we got those, and it's $4 now, pushing $4. Really nice job, guys. Nice job. I don't think you have support until 135. You have a little area here. You have a little area there, but I don't know if this is enough to hold you up because there's a gap there, and you don't have any type of resistance to be pulling into. This was your double top resistance there, and you broke it. So naturally, where's the next double top resistance is right there. 135 would be the level. All right. Let's see here. Nice job, man. Stock selection's key, and I don't know how we found it, but that was a money trade right there. That was a money trade. I'm just taking my time right now. I feel like I've missed this pullback on the S&Ps and the Qs. So I'm gonna wait and see if we can't try for a reversal. If we just continue selling off, I'm not stepping in and getting cute with the market. But an option could be, if we do get it, here we go. We get some buyers stepping in here. You could look for a pullback off 492. Maybe you get back to 494, but I don't know. Might be coming into that 20-day moving average. Let me go here. Let's pull this in. So that's the hourly. Watch NVIDIA here. Another shot at 140. A bounce into 140. Could be an entry there. But I think NVIDIA could be overdone. I don't know why this is doing that. Market's just scared here. People are dying off hamburgers. Boeing's not doing well. The great American company. It's not a good look. It's not a good look.
SAVE, Spirit, getting a pop here, $3 now. Saying the Alpha Victor Echo.
All right, Delta Airlines. Let's see. Citi had a monster day yesterday, guys. So continue to watch Citi and some of these banks if the Dow can give us some strength. Just look for like today to be a consolidation day above this 20-day moving average. And maybe like at the end of the day, if we're still up here, we could more than likely look for a move back to 66 from 63. Really, it would be 65. And that $2 move is going to pay you a lot more than you might think. So if we just sit here and consolidate, we could look for a nice move off of 63 and look for that 64, 65 zone and target that. And maybe if we're lucky, you come in with the gap up, it pulls back, holds 64, and then you get 66, like a monster move. But let's worry about getting above 64 first on Citibank. This was a nice trade last week. We were listening to the earnings call, and we got short right here, and then we took the reversal long. It's a nice payday. All right, so let's keep going. We're staying with ENPH. All right, ENPH looking like an ascending wedge here. Could be, you know, these wedges are reversal patterns too, so we understand. Those are trend reversals. There's your 9 EMA. Let's see if we get the follow through with some volume here, or this is just going to be a pullback hold long. 250. I think this has already went too far. Damn. Congratulations, guys. You guys are up. You're pushing 140. Like, you're at $4 now. So you are, what is that, 150%? 125? I don't even know what the math would be on that. That's that NVIDIA trade. Netflix calls NFLX. Listen, here, anything calls, okay? For a day trade, more than likely, but you got to make sure you hold 756. Make sure you're going to hold that as support. Here's the thing. It's in a downtrend. All right? It's red. It's down 1%. Don't learn the hard way. Let it show you first. I get it. You want to buy the pullback, but Netflix is red. The overall markets, the SPY is 0.5% in the red. All right? The Q's in the red. In order for me to be bullish, I got to get back up to 494 and start trying to like I don't know. I want to like this is the I'm me personally. I'm waiting. Sure, could you buy some calls? It could work. It could work this time. But if you do that over and over, I'm going to tell you it's just going to get frustrating. It'll get frustrating. Look at the risk to reward here. Look where you have to go if you're wrong. So you'd have to cut this quick. Look at this. You know, I'm not saying that that you're not going to get the hold, but that is a nice area. But look at that. Look at that. This thing could start to really fall out the bed. So I'd say risk to reward. What looks to be the side of the trade that's going to pay you the most? A bounce back reversal, get in and break to a new low. Chances are you end up back down at 740, 730. Look at this. And you take back this move. I think the bigger trade would be downside move off of a 160 rejection. You know, sure, your resistance is at 165, but, you know, I think that's a decision you have to make. Sure, like you say, you could scalp it. Absolutely. I just wouldn't be... I'm just not comfortable telling somebody to go long when something is red. Not that I can tell anybody what to do. Again, it's just my opinion, right? I would have to let this thing show me that it's going to pay me and that I should take that. Like, I wouldn't fight the trend right now. I wouldn't. The Q's never held. I think that is... Is that officially? No, it's not. It's not a new low. You know, it could work. What I would do is see... Let's go over here. I would say it's ballsy. It could work. You're gonna have to make that decision for yourself. You know, I'll just say this: if you go long and it pays you, just take it. Don't try to be our hero, because in my opinion, we could start to reject. You know, that 760, 765, and they're gonna get paid. That downside looks like you got some ways to go here. If this does not hold. You know, look at MACD on the 4-hour. It's going negative. Start to turn down. You've already exploded to the upside off of earnings. Like, you're at all-time highs here. I think a nice test of this 730 level would be nice. Or even look where the trade line's coming in at. It's coming in right there off of that breakout day. It's 740. So, I don't know. That's just my view. I would say if I'm long, I'm only scalping this. The market's red. Netflix is red. Okay? Unless it goes green and has a sharp reversal, wait for the reversal. Let it show you that it's going to give you strength. Look at the volume here. Look how low that volume is. You know? I mean, that was some nice volume that came in down there at the bottom. Off of that bottom there, but I think you need this thing to prove it to you. A V bottom is a good start. Now we want to start pulling back, holding, and recapture VWAP. We want to recapture this 758. I look to recapture that 758 zone. You know, hold this. Let's get up there, pull it back, hold, and now we're looking to go test high a day. At the same time, we want to see the markets turn around. Very well could be a nice low. Your risk to reward is okay there. Right? It's okay. You know. I wouldn't be comfortable going along this just yet. It's kind of a support level. I just think you're putting yourself on the edge of the cliff, right? You're putting yourself on the edge of the cliff here. And not only that, with Netflix being down with red 1%, you have wind coming at you. Like, you're just asking to fall down the hole. You know what I mean? Trying to fight the trend when it's at all-time highs. It is oversold in the short term. Let's see if you can break that 15-minute VWAP. Your trade line's way up there at 760, and that's the area we're talking about. So sure, that could be a nice scalp to 760. I'd be making sure you take profits in front of 760 if you take it. I wouldn't even be worrying about that, you know. And it's not that I wouldn't be worrying about it. I just, you know, I haven't really been watching it, and I feel like the better trade there would be to the downside. Like, I could see some people licking their chops, just waiting to catch like a bounce back reversal on Netflix and catch a $20 move to the downside. Shit, $30, you know, just to retest that prior high. That'd be a sick move. So here you go. We're gonna find out. Does VWAP hold, or is it gonna reject? You know, look at the volume here. Let's see if you can break above it. Now, what usually will happen is you'll break above it. I don't know if Netflix does it, but like with the SPY, you'll break above it. It'll pull back, try to hold, and then it fails. So you'll get like a quick break above it. It'll try to pull back and hold, and then it'll fail. It's looking like a good shot here. Time of sales looks good. That volume needs to pick itself up some. What read it, you know, how do I say this? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if Netflix is in play. I would. All right, let me go back. Let me go here. Let's go here. All right. So Qualcomm.
IPOs, FGL indicating $4.27. LBGJ indicating $4.60.
Let's go look here. Microsoft, for anybody that doesn't know, Microsoft had a what ripped off the bell yesterday. All right, so we have a lot of things green, red right now. TXN green, GE green, McDonald's way down. All right, so TXN, I forgot about that one. I'm going to leave that right there. I'm not going to move it. Come on, McDonald's. Just give me that pullback. I need to make sure I'm trading the right things. TXN. So we said 2XN. It's kind of working out here. We had to hold this zone. All right, so if we can pull back here to 200, damn, that sucks, man. This thing might be already just a bit overdone.
What do you see on the ground in China from the consumer, and what are your expectations?
Yeah, see, DJT ended up pulling back. I kind of thought so. With the amount of time it just sat up here, it was like, damn, no progress is being made, and it's already overdone. What are they charging? What do they want? For like a 35. So they want like $1.50. That's not bad, man. That $1.50 for a 35 put. I mean, we'll get that dollar back just from like a 35.60. Like if we can get down to the 200 day, we got our $1.50 plus 2 more days. And look, see, I knew it. I could see it retesting. Look at this candle right here. See that candle that bounced back? I'm like, you fucking bastard. Excuse my language, but I don't like going that far out the money, but you could see 43 cents on the dollar. It probably turned at least 50. Where was it, an 8 gamma? So it'd be 50. 56 cents. Get a pullback down here. That would go from 75. Add 50 cents to see. Look, they're already. Or no, I'm sorry. That was the 35.50s. 160. 40, 50, 60.
Thank you, James. Really good to get the color and commentary on the quarter and the outlook. James Quincy, CEO and Chairman of Coca-Cola.
I think this could give you a nice 80% gain. If you could get in, if you buy it correctly. Here's a nice support, right? Support. Pull back. It breaks it. This retest up here at 35.80. It's a nice, really nice area. So look, there's your trade line rejection with VWAP. Listen, I want to take this, but I wasn't doing so well with DJT a couple weeks ago, just because I wasn't getting my timing right. And I might go make some Cheerios. You know what? I'm thinking about it, guys. I'm thinking about going after this. This bounce back here, 35. I don't want to be too far out the money. Is the market bouncing back right now? All right, so the market's at support. Market is at a support zone, but I think I would be careful. You might have more downside. All right, because remember, we tried to break out. It pulled it back. That was a false breakout. It tried to regain that, the upside, and it failed. We went through all that on the daily chart. I'm really curious on whether or not this is going to break today, and we're going to end up back down at 578, 577. We're already down 0.5%. All right, the volume isn't too crazy. It's not too nutty. It's not like they're coming in with like a vengeance and with like a like they're coming in pissed off. You get like a GME to squeeze or something. The institution guys can get really heated for their own actions. All right, let's make sure we can see everything. There's our bounce back on DJT. Man.
Stay connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started for $59.99 a month. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card. Call today.
I had a work-related injury in Wilmington. We were getting ready for Mother's Day, and
All right, we'll see here, guys. Let's just give this a minute here. We're at a support zone. Does it hold? Man, I'm really fiending for some cereal right now. I'm not leaving.
They were awesome. Treated me like a family member. I would give Frybot Law a 5-star rating.
I'm Fred Frybot, and we are Delaware Injury Lawyers.
That was a nice extension there. All right, so we have Starbucks, McDonald's, Qualcomm, TXN, Enphase, DJT. All right, let's see here. All right, so here's our 3-minute bounce back. Shit, there's our 15-minute chart. Sorry, guys, I was not looking for... No problem, bro. I hope you did well. I just hope you're able to make your decision there. Yeah, that's it. What did we say? Watch for that like break above VWAP, and then it like fails. Like it gets above it, it pulls back to it, looks like it wants to hold it, drags people in. So I wouldn't fight the trend. Here's the thing: the markets are at support. The SPY and the overall markets are at a support zone. We're not going to be able to hold it with this volume. Like, so this is a key factor here. It's not like there's massive volume. There's just no buyers stepping up in a decent way to keep us up here. Now maybe do they start stepping in slowly once we do get down to the 580 level? We'll see. I just wouldn't fight it right now. There's a couple of things going on. We're at all-time highs. I can see a bit of de-risking, right? Let's wait for the markets to really pull themselves back to the 20-day, that flat top resistance zone we talked about, and just let them have their way with it. Get short or whatever. You just have to understand there might not be much room left on the table. Could it be like a % or more type of day? You might be able to get a % out of it. I'm not sure. I don't know what the motive is yet today. You know what I mean? I really don't. Let's see if we can start to get a reversal here. Yesterday was an up day in the SPY. We're coming in with a gap down. We're pulling back. That's really all I can say is this double top at 580. It's just what I'm watching. You can watch futures if you want, but let's see. This could be a trade here. This could be a trade if it sets up. And this is what's going to hurt us is that 15-minute time frame. Is if we could look for a bounce back to 582. And we have a gap above us. The gap might not get filled until tomorrow. People might be really urgent to try to go long and hit that gap today. But usually the market doesn't do it until it does it the day after. Or, it's like a day after or that third day. So let's see if we do get some support here. In order for us to get bullish, for me to get bullish here, at least on the SPY, I want to see a sharp reversal. I want to see this thing start to I want to see volume come in. I want to get some follow through. And I want to leave this area. And I want to leave and never look back. Right? That'll give me the confidence that we can at least get back to high a day. And if we can get through, man, this could set up for a nice up day. If we're red and then we go green, think about that. You get a 0.5% just to go flat. And then if you can get a 0.3 to another 0.5%, that's a full % move. But we need participation. We need participation. Let's go look at NVIDIA. There's the Qs. That's really our leader if we're going to be strong. Let me look at Snowflake real quick. I've been wanting to keep my eyes on this thing because I want to buy it. I think I'm doing myself a disservice here not buying this right now. I'll give this just a minute. I don't like the volume that's coming in here. We'll see. It'll be alright. If I got to pay a couple dollars more.
AMZN, Amazon, and PDD. The information says Temu 2.0 attacks Amazon's Achilles heel.
Alright, so Qs are reversing here. Let's go for it. Yeah, let's go for it. Look, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. I want to get off of that level, and I want to get up out of here. We're starting to put in flat. Just give it some time. Let it chew some time off the clock.
Temu has already added more than 60% of major China-based Amazon sellers of products
My
like bedding sets and
other concern with this is our trade line. We're going to be coming right up into the trade line. Our trade line is up at 582. So 582, and we're right now at 580. That's about $1.75 to $2. We could look for a move back to 582. I might try it. If we can just... It's not going to give it to us, which is a good sign. Fuck. I missed it. I feel like I missed it, guys. I missed it. I'm wanting a pullback, but I don't think it's going to give it to us. That's it. That's what we wanted to see. Fuck, I should have fucking been on it. Oh my god. Today's the 23rd. Sorry for the language again, guys. I don't want to trade today. Let's go till tomorrow. Today's the 23rd, right? So I'm going to look at the 24s.
PDD shares also off the low is 127.15, down about 1%.
Fuck, that's a nice scalp, bro. All right, so we have an initial morning low. Damn, look at that blast off right there. So there it is, 581. Bang, we just hit VWAP. Here's your support level from this morning. All right, there's your support, which became resistance. Now, if we break through it, let's look for a wick back down into it. We need it to hold, and then we look for that skyscraper move to 582. So I'm looking at, no, I'm in NVIDIA contracts. No, I need the SPY. All right, so $1.30, $1.32. So there's a rejection right there. I'm looking at tomorrow options. I'm not going to go with today. I'm looking at the 582 calls. Look at that mean wick just to get rejected. 765 looks like the area where those sellers are holding strong at, 765 area. So what you want to look for too, buddy, is if those sellers at 765, if they really start to move down to 760. That's telling you that if sellers are willing to step down instead of stepping up or stepping aside, letting them bid it higher, that they want to get out. And they want to get out, not necessarily right now, but, you know, they've made enough money or whatever the reason is. Take notice of that. Are buyers stepping up or sellers stepping down? These are all things, and how you react off of levels. They're all things that you can, it comes with time, but you can use that with support, resistance, with everything else, and volume, and to kind of just give yourself the best possible probability on whether or not you should even trade something, but, you know, the side of the trade you should be on. You know, the markets are red right now, and here we are thinking about going long. Well, the markets are telling us if we're red, like, don't fight it, honestly, until, you know, until there's a real reason. Because we have trade line, everything's starting to move in down here at 581. I don't think the long side's a smart move. Those contracts were $1.30 something. Now they're down to $1.35 or $1.25. So you would have lost money fighting the trend. How stupid is that, right? That's the shit that makes me mad at myself when I fight the trend and try to get cute. Don't fight the tide. Don't fight the tide. You know, I get it. You know, you want to try, you know, a support level is a support level. Usually, like, as long as I've been doing this, and at least, it doesn't matter about how long you've been doing it. It does a little bit, but because markets change year in and year out. This past like the market that we've been in with, you know, from the summer till now is like, if we're gonna get a reversal, right? It would happen, you know, with a gap up tomorrow, and we would just kind of consolidate here. You know, it's not like we have a piece of news to like really jump us off this level. McDonald's burgers are killing people. Boeing's, you know, trying to fix its stuff. There's a couple other things going on, but just a nice a day where you consolidate, hold, could give way for a day to, you know, a day two move, which would be like tomorrow. That's like, so yesterday, or really it was Monday, but in the morning I said, you know, the Dow and the IWM had a down day on Monday. Let's look for a low volume bounce back, right? Just an up day, and see what happens. But, you know, yesterday we were talking about having that bounce back. So being able to kind of look forward and kind of using what's been happening and just kind of just being able to, I guess, feel it would be a way, and really understand, like if you looked at the Dow, you know, this is why with that down day that we had, we said let's look for, because we were coming in with that gap down too. So it also made sense with the support level coming in with the gap down. We're below the daily trade line. We wanted to look for a bounce back, right, in the prior day's low, prior day's close, and you got a little more out of that, which was the level at 530. That's why we were looking for an up day yesterday on those. Like today, if we start to consolidate and the Dow starts holding above this 427 level, then sure, I'm looking to fill the gap by tomorrow. I'm looking to get, you know, looking for a move to 429, we'll say. But if we sell off from here, you know, this thing might start really cranking in if we break this 20-day moving average, and we might be back to 423, which is, in my opinion, the most probable thing here. You have a little support level on the Dow at 425. The major resistance zone is there at 423, and that's what I would look for. This 3-minute chart looks like it wants to bounce into this resistance zone, which should be red because we're underneath of it. It should be red, but it's green because we got above it, and it failed to hold. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there with the Dow. Let's see if it pulls back. And if that pulls back, that means banks are pulling back. That means you might get an up day in TLT. All right. All right, so the SPY. We are not moving really. All right, so I might go for a short here, guys, at this trade line up here at 581.85, 582. I may not do anything. Just let me see here. That is a nice support zone there. I'm just curious, man. This is. I want to see what happens when we get that 15-minute chart and what it does with the trade line. I'm really curious about the 15-minute time frame. It's a little level there. Support, support, support. Let's see. This would make sense to bounce back to 582.50, right? Support Thursday, support Friday, and then Monday we broke it, regained it. You gap down, resistance, broke it above it. We retested it, which we talked about. You got the long. We're coming in with the gap down below it. Let's look for a pop back into that 582.50. Fudge it. You guys got me on. Let's go for a long here for tomorrow to 552. What do they want for these? $1.30. They were just at $1.20, so I'm messing myself up on price. All right, so I'm going to keep these on watch. Cost looks good. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Here we go. You got 1-minute trade line coming right up here with VWAP. That could give us some really nice support. Let's hold it. Let's hold this 581 level. I just want you guys to, just be patient. Be patient. There's a lot going on today. It'd be really easy to get twisted up, which I feel like I'm getting twisted up. I haven't found anything outside of NVIDIA that's giving me continuation. There's no way in hell, I'm going to tell you right now, there's no way in hell I could take that break and retest after we just paid $1.50, $1.40 for those puts yesterday. There's no way I could pay 100% premium on those, even if the trade worked and you made money on it. Think about it. To go from 3, you got to go to 6 for 100%. We were in at $1.40, and you're paying 3. If you're paying 100%. That's why I was like, man, NVIDIA looks good for a short, but I can't do it. I don't know what gave you that downside move there, but that's a sick move. I think it was just a lot easier to be in it yesterday. You fell off you broke that level right off the bell, and I think after that it was done. Traders were waiting for that. And look, here's our $1.40. We are starting to climb here. You could look for $1.42. On NVIDIA, look for a bounce back to that resistance zone. You have a gap up there at $1.43.50. You might get to that tomorrow, Friday. We'll see, though. I think I'm going to wait on NVIDIA if I even trade it, because I don't think the long right here off of this 140 is probably the brightest thing. You could scalp it. I just think with this thing being down 2% and you're trying to go long, it might work today. Again, it could work today, but you do this day after day. Try to short something that's green or go long something that's red. It's going to go down a path of just it's like beating your head into a wall. It's just not a smart move. Listen, you guys will still see me do it from time to time, but today I'm not doing it. I'm not falling for it. We had a nice trade on NVIDIA yesterday. A lot of people got paid out today. There's people that are here that aren't even in the comment section, but whether they don't have a YouTube account or for whatever reason. This was our top trade idea. All right, so it's back over. So they're buying. So I'm still watching McDonald's trade line up there at 303. It's at $303. Let's go take a look at the SPY. Because I am kind of curious about this here. Alright, I might have to go for it. Even if it's for like a scalp. Even if it's for that move back to 482. Man, just be careful, guys. Look, resistance, support, support. You got back above it, tried to hold it, you failed to hold it. This could be a break and retest short at 582.50. You know, this could be just a bounce back to get short. We still have not put in a 15 or 5-minute chart or a candle with volume that's bigger than the sell side volume. Volume is pretty light today. We did on the 5-minute. Oh shit, that was it. I should have grabbed them. Whatever. That's my point. Be careful. Watch out. 581.37, 581.38. Watch out. Might get another pullback right there. Be careful. Be careful. I don't know if you will. I'm just saying. And look at the volume. Look at that. Look how low that breakout is. You better start. It's got to start extending for you here. Look at the 1 minute. It's starting to get oversold. Look at the MACD. Right? Look at the gap in the MACD. Not just the gap, but the fact that it's positive. So you're going to want to look for a pullback here, which would help you on the 5-minute for an entry on the 3-minute or 5-minute, whichever you want to use. They're already starting to be in an uptrend. But that 5-minute should be a little bit lower. Yeah, it's at 50. So if we get that pullback here, you know, maybe we get that 47 RSI. You start to get this thing to go positive. Give me another shot here at this pivot low. Right? This pivot low at 581. That's what I'm looking for. That's kind of how I'm reading the chart there. It's kind of how I'm reading it. There's your 15-minute trade line. Naturally, we'll get a rejection off of it. Let's pull back. Test VWAP. VWAP is at that initial... It's not necessarily the initial low, but it's that first pivot low right there off the bell at 581. Let's get busy. Let's dance. Let's dance. Damn, that sucks. I'm going to give this thing just a minute. Just want to look at DJT. Did DJT give you guys follow through to the downside? It did, didn't it? Where are those 35 puts at? 160? I don't remember what they were at. It's a nice wick off the 200-day moving average, guys. Nope, you don't have much volume there on the bounce back. That's a low volume bounce back. This could be your break and retest on DJT. I don't have conviction either way. So if you're asking me why I'm not taking it, I don't have conviction on it. The SPY, I'm starting to get some conviction on the upside. I just don't like that I'm trying to go along something that's green. And if it can give it to me for the right price here. 582, again, for anybody wondering, 582, 582.50 is our target for the for the upside. 582, then it would be 583 on the SPY. Yeah, 582.50. Let me see something here.
Hey, Carl, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau announcing an enforcement action against both of those companies related to their partnership for the Apple Card. A lot of this centers on customer interface and customer service.
All right, I gotta find something here. It's already starting to be 10. It's already 10:45, guys. This morning is flying by. Flying by already. All right, so there's our trade line. Let's see if we can start bouncing here. Just watch. What is this? So Tuesday, Monday, Friday. Watch Thursday. Wednesday's close and Thursday's open, guys. Got to keep an eye out for that 582.50 zone. All right, be careful up there. I don't think the market... Like, it's going to be hard, in my opinion, to start breaking out from up here. But, I mean, a zone is a zone, you know? A range is a range. They're good to trade. If you just trust them and try not to get too cute, they can be really good They can be really good trading vehicles. So, but like, I don't like the fact that we came in with such a huge gap down, and you know, I just personally don't like to fight the trend. The trend can change, you know, but like if we came down with like a small gap down, then I would look for like, you know, like on our 3-minute chart, like if we were still, like if like you come in with a gap down and we're here at like 582.50 or 583 or something, then sure, I'd look for that bounce back to prior day's close at 583.50, 584. Then I'd look to take that short to see if we could break the level and then look to get down here. The fact that we gap down with damn near 0.5%, it's like, it's a little tough, man. It's a little hard to take that trade on it for a reversal pattern, because think about that gap down. It's a pretty big gap down there. I'm going to keep my eyes on SPY, TNX, TXN. Why isn't the 10-year treasury coming up? TNX, that's still a thing, right? That people trade? I thought TNX was the, oh, that's right, PLTR. I had that wrote down. What's SoFi doing? SoFi, not really. Sorry, I just brought the chat back up. That's a winner right there. That's a nice continuation trade.
FBLA, FB Bancorp shares are open. IPO $12.25 now.
There's an IPO right now, FBLA. I'm not sure. So this is FB Bancorp.
CEO says 38 per month target for 737. Production will be delayed. That on their analyst call, BA Boeing.
So they're analyst calls right now. Let's go back to Palantir. Look at Baba. That's so funny. If the that's crazy. So I heard something here with on, I think it was on Bloomberg. It might have been, no, I can't remember where it was Monday, as a matter of fact. So they said that China's stimulus, there was a financial analyst, or you know, a money manager, I don't know his name. He was talking about these Chinese names and how their situation is completely different with stimulus than the rest of the world when we had stimulus, right? We didn't have a growth problem. You know, we weren't adding stimulus to try to fix a growth problem, right? We were adding stimulus to avoid that growth not, you know, like coming to a halt. Not growth coming to a halt, let's add stimulus and try to grow it. Which is a valid point. It's a really good point. So, you know, they're saying pretty much that outside of just the trustworthiness on laws, but, you know, these names might not run because they're having, you know, the issues are that bad. And I know people talk about our deficit, this, that, and the third, but guys, China per capita has so much more debt than the United States. I'm pretty sure it's like 5 times the amount. I may be wrong on that. You'd have to look it up. I'm sure that I could be wrong on that number, but it's like 4 to 5 times the amount on each person per capita, or whatever, however you want to say it, you know, per the population or whatever. Like, we're not doing so well. We're doing good, but we're not. We're not headed in the right direction. They definitely weren't in the right direction and didn't turn around. They just kept going. Now you're having the real estate issues. You're having all kinds of things, and they're bringing up, you know, you can't just curb growth and just think you can just throw money at it, and that's going to put trust in the people that they can spend their money and be okay. You know, they're scared. They don't want to, you know, go buy a new home and say that this house is going to be built in a year and a half, because they were having problems with apartment buildings, you know, people paying for them and them not getting their homes because the builder ran out of money, something went wrong, whatever, what have you. And these banks are like, damn, you know, the banks lent them the money, the person paid for it. So there was a trust issue lost there. And I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's like just part of the story with some of these, the issues that China has had. But all right, so let's take a look here at Palantir, see if we have any room left on this. So what is this thing? It's up 1.5%. So this is a good thing to long here, right? The market's red, Palantir's green. This could set up for a nice hedge. Long Palantir, right? Maybe hold it, hold it if it continues and holds into tomorrow to see if we can break to a new high. And short whatever is the weak name. Whatever we can find that is weak. This has a little more room, guys. I think you could take this to 44. After that, I'd be careful. I think Palantir is getting ready. Palantir is aiming to be a short. Not a big short, but like a trade idea for a morning or a day. Not like, oh, it's getting ready to start crashing. I think there's some nice downside. Look at the volume that's coming in. Look at the sell side on the tape here, if you guys can see it. What? Look at, so 2,500 there. So they're selling into the strength. I'm gonna keep an eye on these previous highs. Thanks for bringing that up. Thank you for bringing this up. This is just like NVIDIA. Literally, this is just like the setup for NVIDIA yesterday. Kind of, but not really. Like you had this bounce higher, it pulled back, and then it made a new high. That pullback held, and then you bounced. So it's like, I think you could see Palantir back at 41.50. I do. I think you can see a rejection up here at 44. Or it could consolidate and trend higher. That's the other part to that. It doesn't have to sell off. It could just consolidate. So it's already green. Nice job though. Nice find on that. I think Palantir deserves a look like every day. This thing's a monster. All right, so the SPY pulled back. Those calls are $1.30 now. I'm pretty sure $1.32. Yeah, yep. It's for the 24th. Palantir holding 43.50. Oh, damn. See, look at that, guys. Think about the people that tried to go long there and they just got crushed. That's why you got to be careful. Here we go. So now to be time. So this will shake them all out. They'll be scared to go long. But we are red. I'm cautious. I'm cautious, man. See what I mean why I'm not confident in a move yet today? You see how we just started to make some upside movement here? And then look how it just quickly got taken back. You actually started to get above this previous high. Like, hey, we're going to hold. Psych, bitch. Bow. You just got smacked right in the mouth. You're like, shit, what am I doing?
CFO says have a plan to address balance sheet in near term that could include offering.
A lot of that stuff comes with time, guys, too. Just having screen time and everything. I'm not going to go on, some, education segment real quick. I'm just, this pullback, I might go ahead and try to take advantage of it. Where are they at right now? Are they in the 20s? They're at $1.13. Look at that. So they were just sitting at the low on those contracts for the 582s on the SPY for tomorrow's contracts. The lows I saw were like $1.20 something. Now they were just at $1.13. The range was $1.20 something to pretty much like $1.30. And they were hitting the 50s, 150. Now we just had an opportunity on that pullback to get them at like $1.13, $1.10. That sucks. All right, 1 hour. Where we at here? Bang. That's pivot low. Come on, just go further down. Let me get these cheap as hell, please. Let me take these things cheap as hell. Come on, man. And look, man, that 15-minute trade line did everyone in. Told you guys to watch for it. That trade line is really on a 30-minute. This is tough, guys. Because again, remember, I drew this box here, guys, because I was saying this morning that we have not touched this really. You hit the top of it here, but like anything between it, I could say, like really it would be like this area right there. We have not had buyers or sellers down here. So it's only natural. We need to come back to revisit this zone. Right? You have buyers that stepped into 578 25. And then you have sellers at 577.65, 655, whatever you want to call it. So 577.55 to 578.25. You got about $1 range there where you have nothing. You might have it a couple months ago, but as of right now, there's not really any buying or selling going on. You have not tested this level, is my point. Okay, 15.5. Where are we at now? Yep. Shit's about to get real. Damn, I wish I could have. Alright, so there's $1.15. I feel like it's really foolish of me to try to go long here. I do. I just think it's the wrong move. I do, guys. But I don't want to go long, but I feel like I don't know why I feel like I'm pressured to try to go long here. I just feel like I've watched these contracts lose money. They're not making any money. The put side of the chain is where we're making money. What's up, buddy? No, I think, yeah, but I think per capita, you guys will have to look it up. You'll have to look it up. Per capita, right? Per person, I think they're in bad shape. I had a chart of it. That's why I know this. There was a financial thing that I was watching that they had a chart on it. I'm pretty sure it's like not debt to GDP. Like our GDP is always low, but their debt to their GDP, which should be higher because they manufacture things. They're a manufacturing company. We are a purchasing company, or not company, but country. We are consumers, or they want us to be consumers, I should say. That's what they want. Ever since we changed over to the dollar with the 80s, you guys can see a chart. Our GDP just dropped off with it in the late 80s, early 90s, right when we kind of like transferred everything to China and kind of switched up our whole global stance with manufacturing and currencies and everything. We kind of just said, we're going to let you guys do it because we'll be able to make more money. The foreign exchange rate, be able to do it for a cheaper price. Let's see what Google said. See, but they already have a high GDP. Going off of it by GDP is really, that's not really it. It's like per capita. I have to find it. I have to go back to show you guys because it is important and it's bad. It's bad. You have people that have paid for homes that aren't there, and now they have a bad situation going on where, you pay for a home, your home's going to get built. That you've had a problem for the past couple of years where they were locked away. They also didn't have a home. They paid for these places. They had to get torn down because the builders spent the money and didn't build it. Now the bank lent the builders money. The people also paid for it. There's a lot going on there. And that's why they're scared to spend. And that is why they're saying that, it's kind of hard to fix a growth problem with stimulus when you know when growth is your problem. People are scared to spend. I'd have to bring it up. I have to go back and look. I think per capita, because of the amount of people, I mean, you can compare it to GDP, but it's not comparing to GDP. I think it's like debt per household, debt per person, per capita, or whatever it is. It was extreme. It was just outrageous. It was just outrageous. But either way, so we'll see why. The reason I brought that up, but my point with that was to see if like names like Baba were going to hold. Look, they're not. They're giving this up. So I think we need to start looking at shorting some of these names on any bounce backs, because this was a perfect opportunity here where you consolidated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days and you broke down. All right, we're starting to break down. This was a major level here on the daily chart, and we look for that 50-day moving average to come in.
RTX is Collins Aerospace, expands executive director of seating operations in Bethany, Florida. That's Romeo Tango X-Ray.
Yeah, no, I mean, things really changed. It wasn't really Nixon. I mean, obviously, the currency changed, but it wasn't until the well, it's not the Plaza Accord. I forget what accord it was. It was in the late 80s and early 90s when we tied our dollar to Germany and Australia and Japan, and with our trade agreements and then we started allowing China to be able to manufacture goods and shipping it across. Just pull up a chart of GDP. You'll see it. It's in the late 80s, early 90s is when we went from 7, when quarterly you would hit, or annually I should say, 6.5% to 8%, and then it fell off to 2%, which it's all good. It is what it is. I don't know. We're there. There's goods to bads to everything. But here's the thing. It's not going to matter now because, I mean, the thing is they don't teach people how to take advantage of it. That's the problem, right? People get left behind because they don't know how to take advantage of it. Like Apple, we're opening up a whole new market in India. India is the old China. That's where the growth is going to come from. We are slowly starting there. So, I would keep your eyes on those emerging markets that are based out of India. Why do you guys think that Apple's making new highs? All right? I haven't went and got mine yet. I've been due for 2 years now for a new phone. I just haven't went and got it. And Apple's making new highs. Why? Because they're opening up a whole new market in India. So we're going to be doing a lot more business there. There's opportunity there. And you just have to know these things to be able to take advantage of it, All right, let's see here. So where were we at? So DJT. All right, so here. This is why I didn't want to trade DJT, because I figured we would get these down moves and then you would just be followed by an up move that you weren't going to get the follow through. It looks like Baba's giving you some nice follow through to the downside. Let's see here. Come on.
People don't think the Fed can control inflation?
I think they think that 50 was a mistake and that it put in market expectations for a significant amount of more easing that are unlikely to be fulfilled.
Right, but ultimately, doesn't it just matter if inflation flares back up? That would be the mistake.
Watch for a buy trigger here, guys. It's not really there, but watch that 35.95 zone. Look at it. What I tell you. Just hold on. Let's see. It's going to be a bit difficult. I think you could go back and test highs. Damn, look at that volume today, guys. Started out massive. Shit. Part of me wants to try this. No, I can't do it. I take that back.
debt and deficit situation. Well, certainly,
let's see here.
that's probably not the worst idea, particularly, we have a very positive view on productivity over the next 5 to 10 years.
All right, so let me save this. Let's go take a look at Qualcomm, McDonald's, and all these, and Enphase. See if Enphase is pulling back. ENPH still attempting to make a new high. So what I'm watching for on ENPH is the 8250 zone. MCD. All right, that's a nice break and retest on McDonald's. It's only down 5% now. That's insane. Motherfuckers are killing people with their burgers and they're only down 5%. Are you kidding me? Like, come on. This is the top end of the range, though. This is the top end of our range. Just watch, just read the tape. Just keep your eye on the tape and see how it does here. I want to start seeing sellers step down. There's 2,500 orders to the sell side right there. That looks to be like a 50% retracement, just in between 50 and 32. 38. Yeah.
We saw home prices actually begin to decelerate, home price appreciation, deceleration. Not really what should be happening when rates are moving lower in the housing market.
Right. I mean, housing's funky because there's a supply shortage, right? And now buyers are coming back online, so I guess that's pressure on prices.
And people don't want to cut their prices because it's like, my neighbor got this, why would I possibly cut my price? And so it's just kind of stalled.
It's a nice little double top there. I'm thinking about, where's the SPY? SPY, boom, boom, boom. See, we're just kind of consolidating here. Not much going on. We have Tesla after hours. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, guys. I'm going to turn, let's see, it's 11. Shit. Hopefully I didn't just mess that up. Look for another double top up here at 305. What is that, 301? Alright, I think it's about time. There's a nice pullback. Let's get a bounce here. So I'm going to look for a bounce back to 299.95, and I'm going to try. See this? Listen, this is a sharp reversal here. I don't want to fight it, but it is red. People lost their lives. People got sick. I think I got to go with it. I think I got to do it, guys. I think I got to go for a short here on McDonald's. I do. I think I got to do it. Just give me 1 second. I have to use the restroom. Let's see if McDonald's starts to pull back here. You can see the volume on the buy side starting to really slip away. All right. What my stop loss is going to be. It's hard. I want to give it some room here. I want to give it a little bit of room. This is your range. This is the range that I'm looking at. So anything above here.
Social disruption. I mean, in 1860 we had worse, right? So it's not unprecedented. I think I wasn't in the market then. Neither was I, thankfully, although I might look it. I think that there's clearly potential for a higher level of volatility heading into the election.
I think that's it. 302. I'm sorry, 30. Yeah, 302.50 might be it, and that would also look at our 15-minute trade line. 302.50. It's all lining up. And what are we? We're about 2 standard deviations above, if not 3, if not 4. That high up there is way up there. And now CNBC wants to talk about it. It's kind of funny. All right, I'm going to go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. I'm going to give this a minute because I want to see if we can bounce. We're probably not going to. I don't think it's going to. I think this is it. If I don't take it, I don't think I get another shot.
The company said all local restaurants have been instructed to remove the product from supply, and the distribution of slivered onions has been.
Man, it's a lot of buying these. Man, I gotta tell you what, man. They got some. They're letting them hang picking this thing up after people just died. Like, I get trying to buy something with a deal. I guess many people won't know about it. It's only going to last a little bit. I get it. You know, I don't know, man. I gotta say, they're pretty ballsy just stepping in the day after this announcement with E. coli.
Same-store sales fell 7%. That's around double the anticipated drop the street was looking for. Starbucks also reporting a 6% decline in U.S. comp store sales. In China, comp store sales declined 14%. In prepared remarks, CEO Nichols saying, quote, "It's clear we need to fundamentally change our strategy so we can get better."
All right, we'll keep that there. So let's go look at Qualcomm. Oh, it didn't look at ARM. So this is just consolidating. Nice move. We got that move back down to 168. Let's go look at Netflix. I haven't looked at Netflix in a while. I haven't traded it in such a while. This thing, they should be getting ready to do a stock split, if I have to be honest. This thing could really start making a move back down to 730, 725. This previous high here. This thing could give you a nice trade to the downside. You're going to need the markets to help you, though. This might be it here. I think you gotta look at lower day. Let's see, where's the SPY? Oh, fuck. See, here's how I get sidetracked, because I have such bad ADHD. There's that move. Look at this reversal. So now we can get tomorrow's 382 calls at $1 now, which I almost forgot watching some of those names. Fuck. I still haven't used the bathroom either. Let's see here. This is why I said just be patient, guys, and don't just like... You know, the market's red. Don't fight it. You know, sometimes it'll work, but do it 9 times out of 10, I guarantee you. Or do it, 10 times in a row. And I guarantee you, 8, 9 times out of 10, you're just going to beat your head into a wall. And there's your increase in volume coming in. It's kind of why I was a little leery about going long some things today. Like, this is really enticing. Just watch. Like, this is telling me... Like, I'm seeing 50% here. I need some bigger sizes to come in here. That's some low sells there. See, look, 1,000 sell. There hasn't even been a 500 buy side order come in. 1,400 to the sell side. Don't fall for it just yet, guys. Don't fall for it. There it is. There's a couple thousand. There's a couple thousand. So here we go. We talked about this morning, guys. 578, 577. To be aware that false breakdown and this starting to be a rollover. That you could look for a scalp here if you get a bounce back to 580. Maybe you look for a scalp short if you like to do those type of things. If you like to go for like break and retest and stuff like that. You just broke to a new low. That fundamentally changes the mindset of anybody that was a buyer here. Because here's what happens, right? Think about what happens here. Anybody that was a buyer at 580, 579.90, what do you think happens now? They're red. So, naturally, when it comes back to 580, those buyers that were here for a few weeks, they're going to turn and flip to being a seller. It's going to go back to 580. They're going to take their money, break even, small profit, small loss, whatever, what have you. That bounce back, let's see if those buyers flip to becoming a seller like they were here. And we look to see if these sellers that are down here at 577.50 that sold, it went higher. They're like, damn, it comes back. I'm going to flip to be a buyer. And guess what? Let's see if this is our zone down here. We get a pullback here if these sellers don't flip to being a buyer. Let's see. You kind of saw it there the day after. But look at all these sellers here. Look at that. Yeah, market's cranking right now. We're cranking. Just go. Give it up. Give it up. Look at that, 80 cents. Look, so fast the bids can't even go with the asking price. Look, look, the bids are higher than the asking price on these options. They were 84 to 80. So I'm going to throw out a 78. See if I can get filled at like 78 cents. They tightened them up. Yeah, look at that, 78 cent. Let's see if I can get a 70 cent. Come on. I don't think I'm going to get it. What just happened, though? I just put out an order for 78 cents. I'll probably just buy this. This is probably stupid. Oh, my God. No, 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 no. Oh, my God. All right, I took that, guys. I took that reversal. It may not work right off the bat. Be careful. This is not something anyone should do. Did something come across the wire or anything? I don't have my stuff on right now. Fuck, what did I get filled at? Fuck, that's not a good price at all. All right, so we're underneath now, guys. We're underneath. Dude, come on. Dude, my shit is acting up right now. I cannot have this. I paid too much for those, man. Motherfucker, bro. Fucking asshole, man. I know it. We're going to be down about 1% here. Everything is just moving slow. I swear to fucking God, bro. Fucking asshole, man. That was a massive level right there. Let's see if we can get a bounce back into it, guys. See if we can get that bounce back into 580. Damn, I should have moved down. I should have moved down, guys. I'll probably take this off. It's for tomorrow. Let's see, 582. I feel like I should have moved down. I feel like I'm too far out of the money now. I don't like that. I paid 80 cents. I got 2 days on this. What's today? Wednesday. It's early morning. Yeah, see, look, we're bear flagging here. I'm too far out of the money, guys, and I think we're going to start seeing 578 today. I paid too much for these. I put out a limit order at 79 cents. Did oil pop? Is what that was? No, it's selling off. Dude, fucking save my charts, please. Sorry for the language, you guys. So I'm going to look for a move back to VWAP trade line. Even if we can just get back to 580, this could be a nice move. Be about a 20% trade if we can get it. I paid too much. I had an order out for 79 cents for tomorrow's 582s. I got filled at 82 cents. I just market ordered in. I don't like this because I feel like it's not trying to bounce at all. I just don't want to go down and then go up. I don't want that because it's going to kill me because I'm too far out of the money. It may not seem like it. I know I'm a couple dollars out of the money, but that still can be the difference. I knew it. I knew she was going to do that. I should have just waited. Let's see here.
Just to mention, Morgan, the EBITDA margin rate improvement across both segments as well. We see that continuing in the future.
This is why it's never good, guys, to fight the trend. You know, unless you can get this thing back down to 577. I got cute right there. Part of me's telling me I need to get out of this thing because it's getting ready to flush again. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock. When do these 4-hour charts go? 1, 2, 3. When do they switch? 13. So how was let me know, guys, how was everyone's day today? What did you guys trade? Did you guys get in DJT? Did you guys trade any of the names that had news? I can't believe everything is just breaking down like this. I mean, I can believe it. I can believe it. Don't get it twisted. I can believe it. See, now see how we're not moving off of this level? See that? See how we're just sitting here flat? And buyers are not stepping down? That's not a good look. That's not a good look, guys. I'm going to get up out of this thing. Even if it goes higher, I don't care. I'm too far out of the money to be just sitting here bullshitting around. Risking. You know, you guys got to be managing risk at all times here. Alright? It's the best thing for you. Let's see here. So where am I at? Bang. We'll put out a limit order here. See if we can get... I'd like to get like 92 cents or so. Yeah, give me that. Give me like 91 cents. Come on, baby. Alright, I got a limit order. 90. Give me... I'm at 91 right now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Fuck, they went to 93. Hold on, guys. I didn't send it in. No, 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 no. You fucking bastard. You got greedy, you dumbass. Alright, I put it at 93 there, guys. We'll see if... Oh my god, really? Why are they holding it? I should get filled. I got filled. I got filled. Unless this is not moving correctly, I'm out of that trade, guys. There's a little 10, 12%er there. Even if it goes, I was not comfortable being so far out of the money. You know, I'm just going to take my money right there. What I would like, if you guys want to ask me what is something that I would stay in, I would stay in a, like, for tomorrow, like, give me like a 580. See, 582's had some nice volume in them. That's probably where I would be. I just think 582 is too far out of the money. Even though there's a lot of volume and stuff there, I'd have to be at like 580. Give me 581. I think that's a nice middle ground there at 581. Because even a test back to VWAP, you're in the money. And you still have a day and a half left. You know what I mean? So congratulations if you stepped up and took that long in that shake and bake, guys. Congrats. That's 2 for 2 this week, guys. 2 for 2. Really, was that 2, 3? Short NVIDIA in the morning, short the afternoon coming into today. Is that 3 for 3? Some good ideas here. You want to pull back, hold. Again, you want to look for a bounce back to VWAP. But VWAP might find you right here. And that's not good. That's continuing the downtrend. If, like, if you start, you want to picture what's going on. As you pop, this thing should start to flatten out or whatever. So you should say, all right, it got some support, little double bottom. We broke with volume. So chances are this zone and VWAP, they should all match. This would be your next point that you would look for, like a break and retest back to the downside. If you're really keen on that 577, 577.50 or 20 day, maybe go out a week. Maybe go out till like, next Tuesday, like next Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. Or this thing's just going to sell off right now just to yank VWAP back down into this 580 level. Watch. That happens all the time too. We do have low volume today, which is good. All right, let's go over some individual names now. Let me go use the restroom real quick. I don't know if I already did or not. I don't feel like I have to go anymore. Let's go take a look at DJT. Let's go look at GameStop because I haven't looked at it in a while. So DJT just consolidating. This is a good sign for anybody that's long. GameStop is selling off here. Don't ask me why I looked at it. End phase. Let's see. Did McDonald's pull back? Not yet. It's still trying to hang on a little bit here. I think people are trying to get that. They're really going after that 301 level. Like, they're keen on getting it up there. All right, so we have McDonald's and we have... I thought Oracle had news today, too. Oracle. PLTR. Look at that reversal. What'd I tell you? Didn't we talk about how Palantir was ripe for a pullback? We talked about that. Palantir is ripe for a pullback, guys. All right, 40.90. And look at how on the daily chart, it's about, you want to pay attention to detail. Look at how low this volume is. And you were just climbing up there. You had some massive volume to get there. And it's just like, this volume here, they're just like, I'm done. I don't, like, you got to think. Are you buying up here? You're going to, I mean, you could. It's not like that you're scared to. If you got faith in this thing. But, you want to buy pullbacks. You want to average down. You don't want to average up. So,
Remember, CPI, inflation in Canada, has declined significantly since June. The preferred measure now is below...
You know what I thought to myself this morning? I was cracking up to myself because I was making coffee at like 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning. And I'm like, because CNBC or something, they were talking about economists with like tariffs and just everything. I'm like, since when do we start believing anything economists or someone that predicts the future says? They couldn't get inflation right when they ran inflation up on everybody. They don't get the summary of economic projections right. Things change. Like, you can't say that this is a fact, because if you go back, it's a fact that all the predictions have been wrong. Because it's just life. You can't just... There are unforeseen things that take place at certain times that make these variables and things that happen crazy. So we can't say whether or not something's going to hurt us or be good for us until we go through it. So I was just laughing this morning, just like, these motherfuckers are so funny. Oh, the economists say it's so terrible for inflation. They're going to be hurt. Oh. Okay. Tell me what they said about the summary economic projections, the ones that work for the government. How was their summary of economic projections from 2015, 2018 to 2020 to 2023 to 2024? How did I'm pretty sure each and every time they put those out, a year to 2 years later, they completely changed and none of it happened. Not necessarily none of it happened, but they were wrong. They were wrong. Again, it's just a projection. That's all it is. It's just it's a prediction at the end of the day. So it's like this idea that we started, let's go with the economists. Let's go with the, you know, let's go with the whatchamacallit. It's like, sure, they have a way to annualize stuff, but, or analyze stuff. Not annualize, but analyze things and come up with a prediction. But you and I can do the same thing and probably not think too hard about it and probably be better than some of these economists out there, you know, or these, you know, what's the word they want to use? These professionals or whatever. I just can't think of the word. I'm not good with vocabulary. I need to pick up a damn dictionary. Start reading it. So damn, man, that's crazy. Palantir is going to start now. It looked juicy for a short, man. I'm not sure if you're still here or not, Senate, but I'd be damned if that thing was not ripe for a short. And look at that pullback. It's crazy. Nice eye, though, man. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to pull up an hourly chart here. What's up, bro? How you doing, buddy? What'd you trade today? Did you get into anything today? I haven't even really been looking at the scanners. Is that a new low one? Let me see. What are we doing? Deaths reported at an aviation site. Oh my god, I fucking hate people. This is so ridiculous. Alright, so there's a $50 million fine on American Airlines that they're talking about that they didn't want to tell us this morning. So, alright, I wonder what's going on here with this aviation stuff, guys. So, listen, if you're going to harm somebody, or just harm yourself or somebody that deserves it, like, just, this is so ridiculous. Damn, I don't know what I would type in there to, let's go to news. Okay,
Still to come this morning, Boeing's chief, his first public comment since taking that job. Company's machinists voting today on that new labor deal. We'll watch Boeing as the Dow now down about 400 points. Stay with us.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Grayscale.
so nothing on something that really matters. They're gonna worry about Fox News and Trump and shit instead of worrying about this. What the fuck are they? People are idiots, man. I swear.
Where routine meets remarkable. With unexpected moments of inspiration around every corner and through every window. Quiet mornings with portals to new worlds and fine dining with a view.
I don't know. I can't even just look at that guy. Just looks like a goofball. Alright, let's see here. So, I don't know. But, guys, there's a fire or a bomb or something to have it at some aviation place. I'm not sure where. But, so that's going on. That sucks. I don't know if it's like a small terrorist attack or what. But that's being reported now. Let me see here. Just going through a couple things here. Just give me 1 second. TLT, I think's popping, guys, which makes sense, right? The market's going to start pulling back. So if you guys want to learn how to hedge, this could be a nice little lesson here. Is I told you guys last week that I would start looking for a bottom to be put in on TLT. This could be a trade for us here. All right, you see why I sold those SPY calls? Because I knew I was too far out of the money. And I felt like the market wasn't getting off its ass quick enough. So I took my money and got up out of there as quickly as I could. Because I got paid. And the first pop, shit, I'm out of here, bro. I'm out. Yeah, like the volume isn't there, everything else. We don't have support till a couple dollars later. Now, once we get down to that 20-day, guys, I will be back long the SPY, I'm sure. You know, I still think that we have, you know, I still think that even if we can get this 20-day moving average down here at 575, I still think you get the reversal, right, for the rejection. Like the pullback, you have a nice down day, and then you look for the next day to be a reversal, or either we come in with the gap up to reject that support level at 580. Okay? So that's how I'm going to play this. So I've brought in a little bit of money. Not a big trade. I should have just went short. Thank God my guy did not go long Netflix. Look at this. I mean, it's holding up well. Don't get me wrong. It had earnings, you know, a good report on their earnings, and, you know, it's holding up well, which is good. That's a good sign. We need more stocks to do this, to hold the overall markets up. Let's go look at Apple. Apple's pulling back here. Hold on one second. So Apple broke. Apple broke. And what I'm trying to do right now is put together as many pieces as I can to try to hold the markets up. Microsoft had a really nice day. It's just consolidating, which is cool. I can dig it. Look at that up move yesterday in Microsoft. We literally found this at the very top of it. I randomly just clicked on Microsoft. Let's go to Meta real quick. Amazon. So everything is either down or excuse me, there's only one name consolidating, and that's Microsoft. Look at Google selling off. Tesla just pulling back. I wouldn't consider that a sell-off, but it's definitely pulling back. All right, let's go to UNH. So we're going to go visit the market. UNH down underneath the 50-day as well. Why am I looking at UNH? Just the biggest sector in the market. One of the biggest sectors. Second biggest sector, I think. Let's go to JP Morgan. JP Morgan. Just kind of at highs, pulling. Looks like it wants to start pulling back. So if things really start to get ugly, this would be where you'll, if you want to be able to take advantage of the downside, JP Morgan's probably the stock to give it to you. Or look at like, I don't want to say Citi because Citi sold off and then it recovered yesterday. But maybe like Bank of America. You have Berkshire Hathaway selling this. This thing is on a tear though, bro. I don't know why he sold this. I mean, I get he sold it at highs, but look, that's a nice break and retest there at that pivot support level. Like, this thing for sure is headed back to 45, 50 bucks. That's probably why. $5 a share, he's probably like, shit, you can keep that. But $5 on 50, it's 10%, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so there's that. So we have the banks, healthcare. Let's go look at some oil names. There's John Deere. I don't know why my charts are not saving again. I don't know. It's kind of weird to me. Dude, I wonder if John Deere's about to break out, guys. Look at this chart. Holy shit. If you don't own John Deere, I'd look at that. Look at that rally. Consolidation for 1, 2, 3, 4 years. Nearly 4 years. This thing is sat from 328 to 420. 425. And it's looking like the time is near. I don't like this sell side volume that's showing up here all crazy like. If we start going, just watch out. I think you could get think you could get a
Just getting off the conference call, Ken. Appreciate the time very much. Any reflections from the call?
Yeah, hi, good morning. Thanks, or good afternoon. I mean, I think the company and Kelly Oberg in particular saying the right things. I think it is his focus here today is striking a balance between outlining a vision, taking ownership, outlining the steps he plans to take to really drive improvement in the business, the balance sheet execution of the culture, while at the same time working to manage expectations. And like you just said, this is not something that will happen overnight. This is turning a very large ship, ideally in a much more productive and better direction, but clearly managing expectations that this will take time and there's significant heavy lifting involved.
Keep an eye on John Deere if this thing tries to break out. And look, the market's down and it's green. And what I'm saying is I'm talking about a long term for this. I'm talking about the potential for a another leg higher. Like seriously. There's stage 1, consolidate, break out to stage 2, and then you get a smaller consolidation with a smaller third leg higher, and then, you know, that's your cycle. Wow. Here's the stage 1, rally, consolidate, shake them out, bang, consolidate. You know, you haven't, in my opinion, I feel like this could be the shakeout there, but usually it's a little bit different. Like, it looks like it wants to break out, then it sells off. It ate up all this time, and people that own it are just like, I don't want to own this thing no more. Every other stock in the world is making highs, making people money, and here I am sitting in this thing that's not doing anything for me. And then the second they sell it, the week of, that thing just starts ripping. And they look back a couple months later, and it's up 30, 40, 80, 100, 200, 150%. And they're like, you got to be kidding me. I've had it happen to me. I've had it happen one time with Net. So what happened, though, the reason I sold Net, you guys, is because I went on their website. I went on Net's website, and I'm looking around on it, and I'm like, this is a, like, their website to me, like, on Cloudflare, at the time, their website was so, like, you think this is something? You should have saw this thing when it was like, the first year it came out after it IPO'd. Right? It was so bad. It was so bad. It was like, email me if you want to get a hold of us. And I'm like, who, like, is this just a couple of kids like, what's going on here? And it was like, you know, not that it couldn't have been something, but it's just kind of, this looks a lot better than what it was, guys. For a big computer company or whatever, a software company. Yo, I'm telling you, when I first bought this, I'm like, what did I just buy? I got to get out of this immediately. Email me, Rick. And it had a picture, like this little picture of like this guy at the desk. And he had like all kinds of shit everywhere. And it was just like a young kid with like a small, it was like, if you ever looked at like an old, like, not necessarily Facebook, but like a MySpace photo. I'm like, this MySpace photo looking ass. And I'm like, bro, get out of this thing, dude. This is why it's not participating in the rally. But, you know, guess what? Don't judge a book by its cover, because that thing went up to $200 some $300, and I was buying it at 18, 25, 32. And I felt like it just sat there at the 30s, and I wasn't making any money. Watching everything else go to highs. Starts pulling back. Make a little money. It pulls back. And I'm like, to hell with this. And what do you know? 2 months later, just a month later, like right after I sell it, it starts ripping to new highs. That's when I learned. That's when I really learned. Like, there's certain things in the market that, like, that you can mention something to somebody else, but they're really not going to internally know it until they go through it themselves. And that's one of them. The old shake and bake. Looks like software names are doing really well. All right, so here's what we'll do. It's lunchtime, 11:45. We'll put on some CNBC or some Charles Schwab. The markets are about red. Real estate or REITs are doing okay. GE's doing good. T-Mobile, so telecom services, TSM is actually getting ready to go red. It was green. What we'll do is I'm going to grab a bowl of cereal and we will go through the sectors here and we'll see which ones we can see if we can find some opportunity out here. All right. And if you guys have any questions, again, feel free to throw them in the chat. If you guys have any you know, trade ideas or just anything you guys want to go over or learn or you know, any research. I did want to listen to Texas Instruments earnings call, but I can do that later on. I don't think we really need to listen to it. I think we found out why they did rally. I'm just trying to look at the scanners real quick. So I'm going to grab some water because I've been sitting here talking all morning. My throat's dry. Palo Alto. And CrowdStrike, another one. I'm just frustrated. I never bought at the 80s and 90s. And like, I'm just kicking myself in the ass for not buying CrowdStrike when this thing IPO'd. Even after it IPO'd. You know? Like, look at this. And listen, I had a lot of conviction in CrowdStrike. I thought this was one of the ones to own. And I have been really good with that. Was saying, like, COVID. The only long-term COVID name that I bought was Moderna. I bought that son of a bitch. Same thing. $18, $22, $25. My average cost basis was in the high 20s for Moderna. Maybe even 30. I'm pretty sure it was like the low 30s. It's the only one I because if you would have read any articles back then with COVID, you would have known that really it was Moderna was the only name outside of Pfizer, but Moderna was ahead of Pfizer in getting the stage 3 clinical trial done. They were passing the stage 2. They passed the stage 2 quicker than anybody. They were moving to stage 3. We didn't know if it was going to pass or not. It did, and then obviously went to the FDA approval. Passed that, met the requirements at least. Whether it passed, that's a different story, but it met the requirements. And again, listen, I'm a person who has trust in the American people. All right. Could somebody, like, do politicians, in my opinion, I think they have motives. There's a bird going crazy. But I just, you know, I think, you know, I don't know, that there's a line drawn somewhere, but I think, you know, so anyway, Moderna was the only one I bought, and it was down here way early COVID days in the 20s and 30s. Got my pops, you know, and anything past 50, I just couldn't buy it. And this thing just took off, man. I think this was probably the single biggest stock that I've owned for the percentage gain that I got off of this. I mean, even just this run here, that's a 2,000% run to the top, you know. And you better believe me, $300 and some dollars. Guys, I was loading up on those shares, guys. Loading up on them. On a lot of things. On a lot of things. DraftKings was IPOing back then. Really, it was a SPAC. So I was just like, DraftKings, which I don't own anymore because I sold that. I just thought it was too expensive. And I bust them in the mouth every week. So I'm like, they can't be making no money. I'll bust them in the mouth every week. And they'll get that parlay money, but I'm taking their money. So there was a lot of opportunity, and even just things come back full circle. Their revenue is not there. They don't have COVID. They're not getting all this money, so that valuation gets hit. This is a good short. Declining earnings. They're not growing anymore. Plain and simple. If you're a growth stock, or at what rate are you growing? If you're not growing, do you have any value? No, we don't even have any value. Okay, bye. Never forget that. It's like we talked about yesterday. Why do you guys think Meta sold off? Even the quarter before the gap down, Mark Zuckerberg was talking about Meta the whole time. They didn't want to talk about Meta on the earnings call. They wanted to know about Facebook. Why are you changing the name, number one? And what's going on that you are saying that you have to fundamentally change the business model that got you to where you were? What's going on? Tell us. Meta, this is going to be an AI. Or not AI. This is going to be an open world galaxy that it's a virtual reality place. And they're like, what the fuck is this dude smoking? But guess what? It worked. And it proved itself. But what did they do? They said, you're spending all this money on something that hasn't proved itself. The original business model that got you to where you were is something's obviously going on. So you're not growing right now. You're done growing. You got a little bit of value. So there is a balance sheet there. But if you keep spending the way you're spending, you're going to just tank this company. And you're a mega cap tech company. Guess what? The boy was right. You got to give it to him. And I think Mark Zuckerberg's kind of changed. I really do. I think he also has kind of gotten tired of big government, and he sees the what seems to be the politically motivated type, like the agenda that just to be frank, Obama and Biden have been on, that all the other presidents that we've had haven't been on. Whether we trust them or like them or not, and that's neither here nor there. But why is it that it's only these guys that continue to just go back to Ukraine and Russia and start shit over there? You got to ask yourself why. It's not ironic. And the point is, it's not their job. It's not their job to dictate who Ukraine puts in office, this, that, and the third. You want to oversee what's going on? Sure, go ahead. But to just get in the middle of the two of them, and, you're just asking for trouble. There's just no, it brings us to where we are right now. Inflation out of control, spending and the spending and borrowing spree that they're on, insane. Like, I've known we've had a lot of armored vehicles, a lot of things in the inventory, because you guys can go. I forget what it's called, but there is a it's kind of like a PDF file on a website. Well, you go to the website, then it goes like a PDF file. But it shows you all the inventory of Humvees, old Humvees, new Humvees, copters. It's literally the lowdown on our inventory for a lot of things. And I forget what the heck it's called. But for anybody that knows, you guys can put it in the chat. But anyway, not that got us anywhere. But just keep your eye on that, and what this earnings season means. We're seeing some strength here out of these telecommunication names. That's Visa. Oh, Visa reversed, guys. This might be another long here. Pullback longs here on Visa. Wow. We took this short here. This was a nice trade, guys. It was a nice trade back then. A couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
standardized plans. Each one is designed to work
I'm pretty sure it was right there.
and help save you money. So how do you find the plan that's
Wow.
right for you?
Look at that reversal.
Fits your needs. And
Damn, look at that move, guys. Look at that.
for this free guide,
You know what this type of day could do to your month?
is making healthcare
You know, having some calls on a day like this
knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan.
with no pullbacks. It just keeps going up, 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 and up, and up, and up, and up.
You know Medicare won't cover all your medical costs. So call now and see why a Medicare supplement plan.
All right, my lovely people, I'm going to use the restroom. I will be right back. You guys tell me what you guys want me to put up here. We'll put up, let's go with NVIDIA, I guess. Everybody loves NVIDIA. And we will go with, DJT. Look at McDonald's up there. Let's see if we start to get a rejection. Fuck. I knew it.
I've been working with Mr. Frybach for about 17 years. Recently, I was in an auto accident and it was no.
I want to thank you guys for joining us again. All we ask, hit the like button, subscribe. You know, if you guys want to help continue to make this free, donation contributions, the link's in the description. You know, just as an appreciation, whether you guys learned something, you make money, it goes to the stream. I want you guys to know that. We've had a few donations already, and again, guys, it goes to the stream, and I'd really like to be able to reach out to some of these people in the capital markets and say, hey, would you like to come on? And a lot, and face, you know, it is what it is, but a lot of them charge. You know, some of them charge money. A lot of them charge money. You know, but I would like to be able to bring some traders on here that would like to talk markets and, you know, go through charts, advanced decline lines, stuff like that, kind of where we are in the markets, your thoughts, and all that stuff. And actually be able to do other different things here where we could get to the point where I can have different things set up so you guys would know my open positions and closed positions in real time. I'm still thinking about how I'm going to do that. And how do I do it to keep it free and literally send out alerts. I'm still trying to figure that one out. Like, because storing a bunch of numbers, sending it out, like there's a little bit that'll go with that. Alright, so this is NVIDIA. I thought I had McDonald's up here. Come on, bro. We might want to look for a long trade here on NVIDIA. It might be possible. Or 138. Or both. You pop and then it drops. Okay, so I was wanting to look at McDonald's there. But again, any donation contributions to the stream, that link's in the description. Hit the like button for us. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. 1,000 subscribers, I'm giving you guys a cash giveaway. Fuck, I'm doing a giveaway for you guys. As just an appreciation. Alright, let's see here. I'm just going to let her go. Here we go, 301.50, 302. I mean, it looks like McDonald's is running and gunning for 305, but we'll see. This is the last line. I'm just going to let it do what it wants to do. And if for whatever reason we get up to 305, then it's on. Then it's for sure on.
Morgan Stanley employees have access to OpenAI models, and at JP Morgan Chase, that is 60% of their staff. And so OpenAI seems to have a huge lead on Wall Street at the time being, and that seems to be pretty durable because
you know what?
their models are actually embedded.
I got to be honest, guys. there's a good chance this could be the short right here. Here's the thing. I wouldn't short it. Now, I know I'm twisting my words up, but at the end of the day, look at the volume. Look at how this thing has been performing. It has been bouncing all day. It has not paid you or given you a pullback really at all whatsoever. But what I'm saying is as we continue to keep climbing up here, that side of the trade is becoming less riskier and less riskier and less riskier. And things are setting up to where it's starting to make sense up here. So that's what I want you guys to understand when I'm saying that. Don't just swing for the fences. Don't put on a massive amount of size that you can't handle. All right? Act like the trade's not going to work, but you're going to put it on because the probability says, hey, we should be able to at least get the pullback to VWAP here. And that's how you go about that trade. Watch. I'm telling you guys, watch. I'm pretty sure, like, now is the time to cry. Fuck. $295. All right, so these 295 puts are $1.10 but $1.24 ask. You could probably get filled on these at like $1. I was gonna say 13, but they moved to 12. I'd put a limit order at like. See, look, they're jumping it. They know. Fuck. They already did it. 118. Fuck, man. You got to go for like, okay. So now they're going back. Look, it still said 118 and it was 112. I would stay there. I'd shoot for like a 116 right now. Last one was filled at 118. On this pop, I would try to get filled at like 117, 116 or so for a trade there. All right, that's a trade idea. If you get paid, take your money. All right, wait for the pops to get a cheaper price. Come on.
I tend to view in yields, frankly, that it's an election trade. That we've seen movement into a Trump trade, meaning the Trump wins is what happens.
Why? Why does this keep doing this? All right, just save. Just save. You don't need to do anything but just save the damn chart. That's a reflation trade right in front of our eyes. You don't know what it is. I love how these people talk like they know what's going on, but can't tell us where the markets are headed. All right. So you got to watch that. Like that little pop for $1 just took you all the way down by 15%. Not a good look. That's why you got to be careful. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got to be careful with this one. It's a little flag there. Let's see if it can. See if it starts the next candle on the 1 minute chart. I'm looking to see if we can start to break it down. Let's break that brick down. Break a brick down. Let's go. Break it down. Let's go. Break it down. Break it down. Break it down. Oh, thank you guys. We got there. Hell yeah. I appreciate you guys. Thanks. Let's go, Mickey D's. Let's get the people paid here. Pull it back a little bit. Come on. Pull back and retest at 295 or so. I mean, you're paying $1, even if you can get like a... You're paying $1 for that, and if you get $2, man, this thing could pay you like a monster. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Look at it. It's already moving to $1.45 on the asking price, guys. Like, that's already a 35% trade, 30% trade. If you just got filled at like $1.10, and you threw out a limit order at $1.30, boom, 20%. because this thing normally doesn't move like this. So if you get it, you're paying $1 and you get $2 in movement, plus you still have time, you're talking about being up, you know, if you can get this thing back down to VWAP, guys, I guarantee you should be up close to 100% at least, especially with the way that these things are moving. All right, so this is the 295 puts. Again, look, you're out of the money. So even if you get a pullback to VWAP, you're not even going to be in the money. All right, cheaper is not always better. Cheaper is not always better. We don't like to sacrifice price for time, but if I had to say, you know, again, that's why we needed this at the right price, and the bounces are going to hurt you. So that's why I was saying up there was our best bet. There it goes. It's just time. That was the timing of it. So the next time they tell you can't time the market, I want to say that you can for the most part. You're not always going to be right, but you can. And look at that. All right, start moving, bro. Start moving. Give us a little flush here and get these things up to $1.80, $1.60. It's a nice move there, guys. Nice job. Nice job. We nailed that one. It's a nice little pullback there. I think you got some room to go. Sorry. I gotta be honest. If I was down there at that, if I was able to get that $1.10 or so, I'd be throwing limit orders right now at $1.33, $1.32, and I'd be just getting out of there for that. Like, sure, it may pull back, but the fact that, you know, you're that far out of the money, you know, you're about $5 out of the money. I just wouldn't be looking for a home run. I'd just be taking this trade, give me my money, and I'm moving on to the next one. You know, just calling the trade for what it is, and that's what it is. All right, maybe you can get a pullback to VWAP, but the thing is, this could consolidate between 302 and 300. I expect a bounce here. People are like, oh, hey, this might break. It could break, but I don't think it's going to break yet. I think you sit here for a little bit, and you might even, you know, attempt to, you know, hit that 305 going into the end of the day. So, $1.55 from $1. You know, it was close to 50% in just a matter of a couple minutes. At 12 o'clock, you can't beat it. You can't beat that.
Down 26, 30, 27, 33.50. Bitcoin futures down 14.70 at 66,020. Coming up after the close today, earnings from TSLA Tesla, TMUS T-Mobile, IBM, URI.
Did anybody out there take this?
At 2 p.m. today, the Beige Book.
Oh, okay. We have Beige Book at 2 p.m. This is going to turn out to be a nice trade. It's already trying to break and everything. I'm an idiot. It kind of clicked when I started to realize that we're paying $1 for a $2 move, we're paying $1 for a $2 move that we can easily get. Then I'm like, shit, man, this thing might really start to go. And you know, even just this small pullback here is going to be a pretty decent sized move. You know, for McDonald's, because it has a reason to move. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be right back and stay safe. I'm just going to go grab something to drink. What do you guys want me to put up here? So we have the SPY. SPY still flirting here with this 578 zone. Keep an eye on 578, guys. If we hold here and you start seeing the Qs hold the 20-day, we're going to look for probably another long. We just keep pulling money out of the markets. Just keep it going. You know, I mean, there's not one way to pull money out the markets. You can sit here and just, hit your targets, get the movement, take your money, move on to the next, bang, 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 bang. You got to know what you're doing. You don't want to just overdo it. Nice job, guys. Look at that. Look at that. 100% on McDonald's. Let's fucking go. Over 100%. Look at McDonald's falling out of bed, guys. God damn it, I'm a fucking idiot. Oh my God, congrats you guys. Bro, look at this. Look, it's already up to $3. I told you guys, you're in the money already. Those 295s are in the money. You're in the money. That's a 200% trade. Guys, look at McDonald's. Something's going on here. Bro, we just talked about getting that. I cannot. I'm gonna fucking kick myself right in the ass, bro. $2.55 to $3. We could have just got you could have just bought that for $1, $1.10. $1 to $1.20. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. That's a 200% trade right there. It's a massive reversal. See how quickly they buy this back up. This is about to get volatile, guys. So I would just get out of this. I wouldn't even try to trade the reversal. These things are... So Rob is talking right now. And I don't know if it was him that's setting this off. But they're listening.
Talked about it, just trends kind of decelerating. But you have to know that this is a great business. Since 2020, McDonald's has performed just shy of the S&P 500. Guys, it's 2 times the performance of the discretionary sector. It is almost a little better than the value sector, and it's annualizing at 13%. This is a company that has an incredible brand. There's no doubt that this breakout can certainly weigh on sales in the near term. That's what we saw with Chipotle. That's also what we saw with Wendy's over the last 10 years. So, at least in the case of Chipotle, it took a while to recover. But it's been a great long-term compounder.
Right, for those that are
it
just
still has
us,
attractive profitability, 22% free cash flow margins. And, we're neutral only because of valuation. So if we see it pull in, I wouldn't be surprised to see us get back in the name. It's trading at a 26 times forward right now. That's not typically where we would get interested in this business. But if we get a pullback, those are the opportunities that your investors should be looking for to add quality businesses at re-rated pricing.
Can we go back, guys, to the chart we just showed before we moved off of that, which showed that real ramp up? Yeah.
There it is. Look, $1.07, $1.15, $2.95. Just a couple minutes ago. This was just 10 minutes ago, guys. All right, so these $2.95 puts. Make it easy. $2.95 puts. Or $1.10, but get up on it. Get up on gang, Make it easy. $2.95 put. Ass trigger. Funk ass trigger. That was a funk, as in F-U-N-K, with a trigger, with a T in front of the non-existent end.
Again, 26 forward, you can get quick re-ratings. So I think that's a possibility, but that's not something that's scary to, us as shareholders. That's an opportunity for us to trade around our position. So we'll see if we end up adding to it. It's a half weight for us right now. I'm certainly glad we trimmed a little earlier in the year. Same store sales this year are likely going to be flat. They were up 9% last year. So we'll see if once they get through this period, which I assure you they will, whether they can start to get back on a positive guide path. This is a great company.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Again, we whether it's fair or not, we look at the Chipotle example just to give some context into what a stock has done in instances where there's been questions about food safety. Whether it will be a repeat of that, who knows? We're not suggesting it will. But it's useful, I think, at least to look at that scenario to at least have some historical context. Rob, thank you. I appreciate you. That's Rob Sechin calling in there. The other story of the day as it relates to food and bev is Starbucks pulling their guidance. Deutsche Bank says the long-term bull case, we view Starbucks as one of the highest quality growth companies and see potential upside to top line margins and valuation under Brian Niccol. I mean, again, you make the connection, just talk about Chipotle, you end up talking about Starbucks because of Niccol there. He pulls guidance. What do you think about both of these stories, if you have any thoughts regarding both stocks?
So as a potential investor in either one of them, you hear these stories and you say to yourself, where's the faster resolution? In which in the news is there something that's somewhat encouraging to me? Starbucks is doing exactly what you would expect them to do. Basically hitting the reset button. Basically, Brian Niccol is bringing in, and by the way, he's bringing over some executives that work with him over at Chipotle and understand his process in terms of restaurant management. He's delivering exactly what you would expect him to do. On the other side of that, you hear what we heard from McDonald's. I see the Quarter Pounder as the signature product for McDonald's.
So McDonald's sells 1 million Quarter Pounders every 2 weeks. Okay? That's according to the company. The company suggests it hasn't yet ruled out beef in the E. coli outbreak. So, as long as you have these questions out there, it's obviously for all the talk about the value menus and dollar menus and all this kind of stuff, when you do have a significant revenue driver that now is going to be questioned in any way for any period of time, you have to think about these questions.
Right, and you don't know, I'm sorry, Steve, you don't know exactly how quickly they'll be able to control this outbreak. You mentioned the value meals, and let's remember something. McDonald's, the pricing in McDonald's, it's not just idiosyncratic to McDonald's, but the pricing in restaurants is much higher than it was 4 or 5 years ago. So you have a consumer that hears news like that, they see prices being elevated to what they knew previously. It's very easy for them to step back and temporarily not visit.
Yeah, I mean, a few comments on each. The first thing is that I'd like to ask Kevin, our producer, to send a wellness check out to Josh based on McDonald's news. He's a consumer. But look, I think Chipotle is incredibly informative. And the reason is that if you sold the stock then, you've had nothing but regrets. So people aren't going to make the same wholesale mistake with this one. And if you own the stock here, I personally think it's overvalued. You're going to see flat EBITDA for the next 2-3 years. I wouldn't own it here, but if you own it, this is definitely not a reason to sell it. And if you think it's reasonably priced, it's a reason to buy more. In terms of Starbucks, that's the playbook, right? Throughout your earnings, don't have that as any benchmark. Start fresh, really take stock of what you have, which is a long-term thing. However, I just don't know it's going to be the high-growth company that it ever was. And I think that dream has died a long time ago because they do have the technology that Chipotle didn't have back then, number one. And number two, the competitive landscape is monstrous. So I think that, it's still overvalued here. Let's see if he can work some magic, but too early to get involved.
What about Starbucks benefiting, though, from the reflation that is going on right now in China, which was not there the last several years?
Again, lots of competitors in China, and it's an American company, and America is not well regarded there.
I do think, though, with Starbucks, the one thing that I think is in the works is kind of reinventing the way consumers even think about the concept, moving away from a lot of the online mobile ordering, which has been pretty disruptive to the process and experience. So I think there is a lot of work to do there versus McDonald's, where we could see a quicker recovery and not asking consumers to change the way that they completely think about the brand.
Another stock on our radar today, like many of yours, Tesla. Down 13% in a month. Brenda, you own it. They do report their earnings tonight. Will be closely watched. The first of the big NASDAQ names to do so as we get a real parade next week. What are your thoughts going into this print?
Yeah, I think we already know about sales figures, and I think everybody knows that EVs have been challenged in terms of pricing environment, competition from some of the other EVs that are out there, especially from our traditional auto manufacturers. But at the end of the day, when we look at what is going to be the catalyst for Tesla, I think comments and any news about timing of a lower cost vehicle, certainly longer term, Optimus and Robotaxi, although we don't expect any near term impact from that today. And then also, just when we think about the company's positioning, they are at an advantage from a manufacturing standpoint versus traditional auto manufacturers. They've been cost engineering things, getting costs lower. Even though we might be experiencing this kind of lull in adoption, I still think the company's well positioned and expect that that demand will ultimately come back.
How are you thinking about, and I think, look, I think this is a fair question.
I know
okay?
where you're going with
But I just think it's a fair question now.
I know exactly where you're going.
For a CEO who is, I don't even know if it's an argument at this point, the most highly polarizing CEO arguably in America at this point. I mean, it just is. He's put himself in a position to be. One side loves him, one side might not like him. Are we thinking about a new dynamic in that regard as it relates to sales moving forward, as you, a shareholder, have to consider those sorts of questions? That is not a political comment, statement, or whatever. It is a fact.
Yeah.
I think it's a fact.
In our view, I think it's hard to argue that he's not the Einstein of our generation. He is incredibly intelligent. He's focusing on, cost engineering things lower at Tesla. He's not stepping away from his original plan of the company, even though they've seen some of these setbacks in terms of, competition and pricing coming down. So that doesn't change whether he's involved in politics or not.
Is polarizing personality damaging the brand and consumer acceptance of the brand?
I will tell you, and this is completely anecdotal.
It might be helping the brand in some respects and hurting it in others. I mean, that's a fair question. Do you, as a shareholder, care that he has put himself out there more politically than he ever has before?
Yeah. He's impossible to control and to know what he's going to do next. I will say that.
What about his attention?
No, let her finish. Hold on.
But I will say, so I live on the West Coast, tons of Teslas on the road. A ton of people hate Elon Musk, but it does not prevent 3 out of almost every 4 cars on the road is a Tesla in some parts of the Bay Area. I don't think it's going to hurt the brand longer term. And I do think his positioning, even if Trump does win and he has a role there with that administration, the fact that he's focusing on trying to re-engineer the cost of government, I think bodes well for how he thinks about his own companies as well. And so I think from Tesla's standpoint, focusing on that cost re-engineering is a positive.
So you think it's a positive if he goes into government? I mean, you've got a CEO who I don't think is, I think is so unusual in terms of how intricately involved he is. And some people already object to him being CEO of SpaceX, CEO of his AI startup, CEO of so many things. If he goes into the government as the chief cost cutter, whatever that position is, you don't think that's a negative?
In terms of sentiment for Tesla, would that prevent people from buying Teslas?
Fundamentally, he's going to be working with the government.
What, do you think he's going to stop running Tesla? I mean, what's the probability of that?
No, but he only has so many hours in the day, right?
Well,
is he going to do that job?
I mean, he's proven his ability to use those hours, unlike most other people would be able to do.
You can only go so far. If you have a 100-yard sprinter, he can only sprint for 100 yards, or she sprinting for 200 yards, not what they train for. They get pretty tired after the first 100 and lose their propulsion. Same thing. How much can you do? Jack Dorsey was sort of his problem, right? So I think
those companies were also different.
To Washington D.C. and doing day-to-day management.
He's going to take time out of his day to run that. Period.
Let's move, because as we mentioned, Tesla's the first of what will be many. I want to look at Microsoft's underperformance. Because it's been a definite underperformer over 3 months, down 3.5%. Some of the others in the mega cap universe have done quite well, like Meta, Nvidia, and Apple. The target got trimmed today by a few bucks to $497 from $500. Reiterated a buy at Citi. There's been some weakness in the name. Some are using that as a buying opportunity, like our very own Bill Baruch. He joins us now via Skype. You increased your position here by a good amount. Why?
Listen, you cannot start the AI conversation without having Microsoft in the first 1, 2, or 3 names that you mentioned.
the underperformance here makes it a really great opportunity going into earnings for two reasons. You have Microsoft at the lowest level relative to the Qs since February of 2023, and the Mag 7 in general has underperformed the S&P significantly, while earnings expectations and revisions have continued to move higher. So I think there's a good divergence there leading for terrific opportunity going into Microsoft's earnings, and I'm using that for a good rebound here. I think 470 is in the cards here at least before the year end.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bounce you now, and my apologies for that, but I've got some interesting news developing as it relates. Bill, thank you, and again, my apologies. The bottom line, Bill Baruch buys more Microsoft. You got it. Apple shares are falling by a couple percentage points. Steve Kovac joins us now as someone who you suggested before, I think, being the most, or certainly high on the list of the most influential analysts out there covering this company, has weighed in on iPhone demand.
Yeah, without a doubt, Scott. This is Ming-Chin Kuo of TF International Securities. I consider him pretty much the ace on Apple and all things, and that he has really good sources on supply chain and so forth. The headline here, Scott, that he just put out a note saying Apple is cutting iPhone orders for this iPhone 16 cycle by 10 million. This would take place in the current quarter, 2025 next year. He also says some of these production cuts may not necessarily reflect in the December quarter results, which we obviously won't get until next year, but it could kind of trickle down throughout the coming quarters. He's also saying these cuts are indicating that unit sales will be down year over year for each of the next couple quarters as well. I will also note that we today for Eric Woodring over at Morgan Stanley saying he kind of expected a cut to come in production, but he was talking more about now Ming-Chin Kuo saying 10 million unit cuts. We see Apple shares here down a little more than 2% here now, Scott.
Yeah, that's a big development. Steve, I appreciate you coming on and giving us some more context into why we should pay such close attention to this. I mean, what do you guys think of this news? With great respect for many of the analysts who cover this company, then this person weighs in the magnitude in which they have. You can see the reaction on the street.
Yeah, this isn't actually a surprise. What's a surprise is
Numbers
where the
big.
stock
10?
is.
10?
Yeah, it's
10 million?
Right. So the talk has been that it's soft. The best news that we've seen come out so far is that demand has flattened out rather than continuing to decline in terms of the wait times for the new phone. I don't know why the stock traded up to where it is, particularly after the first release of the enhancements through Apple Intelligence.
Well, there's like the move from the spring, up was pretty remarkable. This stock had hit new highs on the expectation of a really robust upgrade cycle.
Exactly. So look at it this way. When I talked about this would be the biggest upgrade in their history, I still believe it. But given what they announced initially, that it's going to take years for this upgrade to really impact the consumer buying habit. So I think that's the issue. So I'm surprised again that based upon the anticipation, yes, it moved up, but based upon what we knew after that, it should not be at this level. Yeah. It's not a cheap stock.
You shouldn't easily dismiss this news, by the way, and I think that's the reaction that most people...
Nobody is.
No, hold on, let me finish my thought.
All right, go finish.
Exactly, that's what happened the weekend of September 13th when we first heard about iPhone 16 orders coming in lighter than the anticipation. The market for Apple was significantly lower on Monday the 16th, and everyone dismissed it. Everyone turned away from it and said, okay, they'll be fine on orders, and the market rallied from here. So the point of emphasis on this is now we're getting some actual numbers regarding the degree to which the cut is actually occurring.
No, no. Okay, these are not... Are these actual numbers?
No, they're not.
They're not actual numbers. You just said they're actual numbers. They're not actual numbers.
Okay, so you're getting...
I mean, there's a difference.
You're getting an estimate from an analyst who
it's an estimate.
Who is viewed
I know, but it's still an estimate
in the community. I wouldn't ignore it.
All right, guys. All right. Dude. I mean, listen, you can't even make this up. You can't make that McDonald's trade up. I'm really kicking myself in the butt. Obviously, what did we say the trade was for, right? We're looking for a move. If we can get back to VWAP, but we're just looking for a pullback off of that level. And just to see, hey, the chart's telling us now's the time. Now's the time. We had 15-minute trade line coming in. Bang, we double topped right at that. All of our indicators are overbought. Bang, we got that. So our timing is there. The timing was there. We're pulling up on the daily chart up at our resistance zone. We have that. And what do you know? You put the position on, and those things went from $1.05 to $1.10 all the way to $3 in fucking 15, 20 minutes. Like, I don't know why I don't know why I didn't do it. I don't know if it was because I was getting lunch and I just wasn't worried about it. I don't know why. You know, but congratulations. Obviously, we didn't expect this candle to come in and just flush right back down. And here's the thing. If you look back, you really didn't test this level. You never really pulled into 295, 296. You never really pulled into it. This is like an area, yeah. But from where it closed to where it's open, where these candles are, you never hit that area. You never hit it. So, congratulations. That's exactly what I mean by when you should be putting on a trade. Like, everything told us to wait on McDonald's. Everything. Right? If you go back, look at that 5-minute. Bang. Right? We're like, okay, cool. But, like, look at the 15, where that 5 is. It was down here. It wasn't oversold yet. Same thing for or overbought. The MACD was just going positive, and then you started to get the crossover there. Like, it's just, you know, I can't really explain. It's just a lot of stuff that takes time, but it's a beautiful move. It's a beautiful move. And really, I was just depending on that 15-minute trade line coming in there. I'm like, we're smacking it right now. Like, now's the time. All right. Earlier this morning when you came in, you weren't really touching it. Right? Now that you had that pullback bounce, you put in the double top. Now you've you pulled that trade line down, and now that's going to start acting as resistance. Okay? That was just a monster trade, guys. Congratulations. Again, you guys can't forget, there's people dying here off these burgers. McDonald's has caused people to die. All right, whether they meant to do it or not to do it, obviously they didn't mean to do it, but it's still a pretty big deal. All right, this could be lawsuits. There's just lack of business for a while. Like, this isn't a good look. So, okay, well, we feel a whole lot better. The Quarter Whopper burgers are not being sold. Okay, well, that makes us feel a whole lot better. I don't know, but that's a shame. So nice job there. That's a really nice move, guys. Great job. Great job. So now we're going to switch. And I'm looking to see if we can finally attempt our bounce back, but we don't have the volume for it yet. Here we are. SPY at its 20-day moving average. It is 12:30. Now this trade here, I'm more than likely just gonna hold this until tomorrow. I need, unless it really gives us our bounce back, but unless it really gives us our bounce back, I just think let's use this area as a support zone. We've already, here's the thing, each time we've sold off, think about this. The only place that we have not rejected today and yesterday since we made it support was 582.50. So in my opinion, here you go, right? You broke this level, you held it as support, it bounced, broke, rejection, along with VWAP. Look how far away, look at this gap from VWAP, right? Look at that gap right there, right? This is when you sell the short, hit the long to go revert back to the mean. All right, in a day like this where you're down almost, where you're down over almost 1%, you don't want to try to get cute. But look at that volume. Let's do it. Let's go. I'm going to do this one, guys. I'm doing this one. I'm not letting this one get away from me. All right, that's going to be for tomorrow. We're gonna look at the 581s. Let's do the 582s. There's a lot of volume there at the 582s. It's kind of far out of the money, which I don't like. I feel like I'm setting myself up here. I need to go closer. Don't sacrifice price for time. You gotta practice what you preach, bro. So we're up, man. We're doing really good, man. Just these past 2 days. I think my entire account is up, I don't know, maybe 10%, roughly. Dude, I need to get on this. What are we doing here? Fuck. I'm just going to go with the 582, guys. No, not today. Not for today. I'm screwed. I'm not going to be able to take it. 59, 58. Because they were just 50 cents. 24th. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, I'm missing this trade. It's going without me. 10 cents on... Oh my fucking god, that sucks. That sucks.
It's up 125%, and it's moving again today on its earnings.
I don't know, man. I need like 58. I need 60 something. I'm just going to let this go. I don't mean to throw a fit over a few pennies here, but I'm already paying close to 20%. Like 10 cents on, let's see, 25 on 50. 25 cents on 50 is 50%. So yeah, that would be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I don't know what it is. I don't know. 20%? 15% would be 20%. I don't know. I'm not sure. Just give me the pullback. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. They were starting to flash 60 cents there. Let's just be patient. Let's just be patient. If I miss it, I miss it. I'm not worried about it. All right, I'm not worried about it. I am kind of frustrated because McDonald's that was a fire trade, guys. That was a fire trade. I did not expect, and the goal wasn't even to get 200% on that trade. But just what happens if you time things out correctly, and sometimes things just line up, and you know, it works out. All right, here's our pullback. Let's go, baby. Let's go. All right. This is our daily chart. Shit. That was it. It gave you a quick second right there to take it, and...
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just
I'm going to stick to my guns here. It's got to pull back for me, and I think others are thinking the same thing. It's either got to pull back or we're not taking it. That's exactly what they're doing.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Personalized financial advice from Ameriprise.
Fucking asshole. Come on. Let's go.
It can help you reach them with confidence. No wonder more than 9 out of 10 of our clients are likely to recommend us. Ameriprise Financial.
Sorry for the language.
talk about more names today. Vertiv, they beat. Orders up 17%. Their guide was ahead. Why is the stock down, Weiss?
There was some concern about the sequential order book, which I think is misplaced. All the numbers are up across the boards. They beat on every single element. And the backlog.
Come on, please just pull it back in. Please pull it in. Pull it in. Pull it in. Pull it in. Please, 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 please. Please pull it in. All right, I'm just going to take it, guys. 24th. Look how weak we are, man. I'm so glad nobody tried to. Come on, can I get 55? Am I being too whatchamacallit? Oh my god. Alright, I just took it. Fuck it. Alright, I'm in that, guys. I took it. Let's make sure 24. Okay, so that is for tomorrow. I'll risk a couple cents here for this. And see if we can't get ourselves a move back to VWAP, you guys. I don't like to fight the trend. I really don't. Alright, I really don't like to fight the trend here. But would really... Man, this sucks, guys. This sucks.
The product mix doesn't have the significant exposure to retail that others like the NASDAQ and ICE has. So it's reflected in the year-to-date performance. CME is only up about 7% year-to-date. NASDAQ and ICE are both up plus 20%. CBOE is up 19%.
I mean, technically, did we make this resistance here pre-market? We kind of did. I'm still looking at that 582.50 like support, and then you kind of made it, but you didn't really hit it here. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole zone here, you never really hit 582.50. Like that's really where the highs are, and like look at that. There's a gap there. You never really tested. You never really tested it. I could be wrong there, but I would love to know how this gets so messed up.
Okay, cyber stocks haven't traded that well. Bug, ETF, Joe.
Come on, get us back to VWAP. Give us a 580. Give us a 580 look. Let's get a 580 look, baby. Let's go. 580 look. God, I love this market. I tell you what, guys. Quantitative tightening is one of the greatest opportunities that we have if you learn how to trade it. You know, I still think I'm on the wrong side of this trade, but I'm going to try to squeeze a little bit out here. You just got to watch the support level here at this dotted line, guys. If you bump into it, you know, listen, things could still get ugly. It could still get ugly. And I feel like we needed to be a buyer down here at 577.50 or so. But that was a really nice reversal. Huge tail off of that zone. So we'll see what happens. We have a little bit of time here, not much. Not much. All right, let's start getting let's start pulling this stuff back. Dude, come on, bro. This is why I don't like being out of the money and being closer to the money. Because things just... Like, you start to get the movement, and then, like, it doesn't move, and then you start getting, you know, data... It's just data starts to, like, start scratching at you, and you're like, bro. Already? I just took it. You're already trying to take me down? I'm going to try and wait for this dotted line up here. You can see VWAP has already broke 580, guys. There's no volume on that bounce. Dude, what just happened? What'd I do? This is why my screens are messed up, because it won't let me. Alright, I'm going to see if I can get like a 60. Dude, that's a massive amount of buying in there. Let's go. Let's go. Apple's down, so remember, if you guys didn't hear that news, Apple is down right now. Apple is down and out. That commercial gets me every time. It's like so dead, but it's like kids. Today, today. It's like.
Schlumberger, ticker SLB, says recorded severance charges of
That's why you take your money, gang.
in Q2 and $65 million.
I'm still in it. I didn't take mine. I'm trying to hold. Trying to hold off a little bit here. Get a little bit of time. I just don't like that our 20-day is below this zone. See if we can just get ourselves a nice little bounce here. I'm looking for like 64 or 65. See if we can't just get like a nice rip.
NFLX Noodles and Company popping here, $1.35, up 15%. November Delta Lima Sandy.
Let's go, man. These look at the time of sales. Massive green buying going on here, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I got a limit order out up there. Let's go. Keep buying, baby. Keep buying. I'm cool. I'm cool, calm, and collective. I might have to start raising my orders here. I might have to start raising my orders.
It really mitigated the effect on the S&P. The dollar's ripping today. Okay, it's up like 40 basis points. U.S. dollar index is going right in line with 10-year Treasury yields. I see most of what's happening.
Damn, look at the size of those orders coming in, you guys. Fuck, I kind of want to go to 64, 65. Like, look at all these. Like, you're getting thousands upon thousands upon thousands of buy-side orders here now, guys. They are dipping their toes down in here. They're dipping their toes for sure. Can we get a pop here? Where am I at? Where's my orders at? 63. Look at them. Just look at your time in sales. I don't know if you guys can see it all or not. But pay attention to the size of the orders and how green. You got some selling there, but bro, we didn't have this earlier. You guys remember that? Remember how we had, 1,000 to the... We couldn't get 1,000 to the buy side nowhere, but we got it. We're there. Come on, 63. You know what? I'm not going to let it come between us because I think we can get a better price. Give me the 64. Give me the 64. Can I get the 64? Can I get the 64? I'm not even going to raise it. I'm not going to raise my order. I'm not going to raise my order.
You shouldn't think there's a 75% chance of any particular scenario. Right? If you're pricing 75%, you're overpaying for a 51.49 prospect.
All right, let me just take some of this off. All right, guys. Yeah, I think I got filled. Wait. I should have been out of this, bro. You fucking dickheads. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, I'm out. 63 cents. Let's go. Alright, guys. I just took that off real quick. Let's see if we get a bounce back here. Look for a pullback hold. Look at the volume now lightening up. Let's go. Alright, pullback hold. Right there. Right there. Pullback, hold. Pullback, hold. Pullback, hold. Pullback. You know it. Exactly. Pullback, hold. Let's go. Now let's blast off. Let's go. That was a pullback hold. If you were short, you're being greedy now. There we go. Let's start to recapture those previous resistance points. Let's go. 571.46. Let's go. Come on, 579, baby. That's our target. 579. Let's go. You can get up off your ass. You got plenty. They're not stepping up. The buyers are not stepping up, guys. They're not stepping up. They're a little bit right there. They're trying. They're not stepping up. That's our problem. All right, those orders that are coming in that paid us are on thousands of shares, not 5, 100, 50, 2, 1. Right? We want 1,000, 1,100. We want 2, 3, 4, 5,000 buy orders coming in there. All right. You see how they stopped? See how they didn't step up right there? Let's see. Doesn't mean that they're not going to. We pull back. Hell, we needed to get that boost because that would have given us that sentiment that we needed to entice people to get things going here. All right. Shorts are like, shit, y'all are not in a hurry to take this up higher, are you? That's what I'd be saying. That's what I'd be saying. That would exactly be my thought. So there you go. There you go. They're still not stepping up with size. Maybe they did. I just didn't see it. But they're still not stepping in with size. You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, there there was 1,000 there. That might have been a short. I don't know. Doesn't matter. But that's why you got to be careful. Look how steady red. Bang. For just like, that was just like, for a good 3, 4, 5 seconds there, it was just like nothing but red cells. Look at this. Bang. Right? And then, okay. So we're doing all right. So there you go. That shows us a little bit of buyers stepping up, but not in size. Buyers are not stepping up in size there. That's still a lot of selling pressure, you guys. Be careful. That was our target anyway. That's a 55-cent trade to 65, 64 cents. I got out at 63. Cash money. Just keep doing it. Keep packing it on. Let's just pull money out the markets each and every day. On just about every trade. We're going to be wrong sometimes. But look at that. You see what I mean? This is why you don't step in front of a train. You're going to get your ass run over. And it's not a good look. That shit is ugly. You're going to have limbs everywhere. There probably won't be nothing of you left. It's nasty. Don't do that. Don't step in front of the train. All right? Have some respect for your account.
It's incumbent upon Lam Research to reverse some of that negative momentum that's in place here the last several weeks.
Sorry, it's lunchtime. I start waking up a little bit. Man, that McDonald's trade, I just cannot get over that. We pinned that thing perfect, you guys. We pinned it perfect. That was a nasty trade. That was a 200% trade in just a few seconds. Or a few minutes, I'm sorry. Let me be politically correct. And look, another one. That 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Trying to come in as that resistance zone. Trying to hold him down again. Motherfucker, what you mean you trying to leave? You ain't getting bond. You just killed somebody, bro. You are not getting bond. You killed someone. Alright? You're not getting... This is not a joke. This is not a time to be playing games. Alright? So... That's what I think about with that 15-minute chart. That's the long arm of the law right there.
All right, we will take a quick break. We'll come back. We've got one of Joe's stocks hitting a new 52-week high today. It's from the financial space. It's one we don't talk about all that often, but we will.
All right, so let's look at the cues. That was our leader. That sucks that buyers did not want to step up, guys. Remember this stuff. Remember this. So tomorrow we have initial jobless claims. This could be a sign. I might go ahead and get rid of all these levels. Let's we'll take a look at DJT if you guys want to. I'm just wondering if I should just go ahead and just get short. We talked about it earlier today. Remember, verbatim? What were my words? I said I wouldn't mind putting on a hedge. I don't know, man. I wasn't sure if we were going to sell off yet because I just didn't think it was time. But I was like, man, like, it's not that earnings are bad. It's just like a pullback would really help us to make a new high. We also have that we have an election coming in with a little volatility from that. So just understand that you're seeing buyers step in on those really downsided moves, but they're not stepping up in size. Okay, let's take that into tomorrow. Nice job, man. So we're making some all right money here today. That's a consistent. So what is that? 4 trades today. All right, 4 trades, all green. We're green because we take our money. We don't let the market take it from us. We understand because we're able to read the tape in time and sales and level. The tape is in level 2 in time and sales to say, hey, my buyers are not stepping up. Like, they came in with some size way down here, but like they're not. Where are they? They're not here no more. I need some help, or else I'm gonna fall. If they don't hold me up, I'm gonna fall. So, it's important to be able to identify those. Identifying, where your volume and open interest is and what that's going to mean in your delta and gamma and everything. I mean, like, I would love to be able to teach people how to do this, guys. If you guys want to sign up for a 101, donate to the stream. We can do an hour 101 or a 2-hour 101. And whatever you want to get better at trading, I'm telling you guys, I can help you. I can help you time, not necessarily all the time, but what to look for. Like, there were certain buy and sell triggers to look for. Why do you think I wasn't in a hurry with McDonald's and we waited, and the second we did it, you got the follow through from the markets because there was a sell trigger that was there along with the sentiment. It's not ironic, that you get that, but I don't know. It's the things that you can do with that information. I mean, really, it's up to you. Like, if there's anything you thought that wasn't possible, you can make possible with that and with the information that you have and what you do with it. But the hard part of it that I wouldn't, I mean, it is hard. It's hard if you make it hard. You just have to be good and know yourself and to stick to it, to say, hey, I'm not at my stop loss. I know what I'm risking here if I'm wrong. But chances are I'm right, and all I need is to be right, 2 times out of 10, and I'm getting all those 8 losses back, 7 losses back, plus some. I'm not break even. I'm not making 10 trades and having a break even. Are you crazy? Are you crazy, guys? Like, all these shots that we're taking right now is only building us insurance for when the market shows us where to go. I mean, it's giving us a hint right now, but in reality, this is just a pullback to this previous pivot high here. And if we get the chance and we get back to VWAP, I'll probably look for, if we can consolidate here. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing if we could break this level here, but I think this is it. I do. I think this is it. We could come in with the gap up, and then we get our 20-day that pops itself right back up at 577.50, which is pretty much our low a day, 577.57. And I think that 20-day, gets itself up there. And tomorrow maybe we have an inside out day. It's hard to say because we have initial jobless claims and a few other things, but if we start making this daily trade line resistance, shit, and you're looking for a move back down to the 50-day, which would meet us. It's here now at a nice 565 support zone, but let's look for that to be up here like 568, 567, right here at this zone, and we would look to at least catch the reversal there for a few points to the upside. You just got to look forward and kind of understand how these things move, and it can kind of help you price a lot of the stuff in. I think everything is overdone though. Here we go, down at 50 cents. The problem with this is, again, remember, the options that I'm looking at, the 582s are far out of the money, guys. On average, the SPY maybe does 0.8%. Maybe. Lately, it hasn't. done that. You're going to need that. That's what you need is 0.8% to get back to 582.50. All right. We haven't had a 2% day in quite some time, or 1.5%, even 1%. We haven't been seeing them that much. They used to be a daily ritual, you know, paying $2-3 for a daily contract. It's nuts, but we did it for a straight year, all through the 400s and high 300s. That was a pain in the ass, man. It really was, guys. Like, it's cool and it's fun and all that, but you're paying so much and people can't sit through the volatility, so they're paying so much in premium. It just doesn't end well for some people. You know, and it's easy to see why. They're paying 2-3 times more for their options. So it's pricing in a future movement, and when it doesn't give that movement, what do you think happens? They can be right, and it just either it doesn't move or they're right, but it doesn't move far enough, and they just don't hardly make anything. So the times that they're wrong, they lose big. You know, they're losing bigger than normal, and they're not getting paid the same as they would in lower volatile markets. You know what? We could look for a UVXY if we bounce. We could check out UVXY for a pullback, which would be a bounce on the SPY. We have triple leverage ETFs that we could use, guys. We could really get this stuff going. Oh damn! So this is all the way down here at 574. That's the area I said that we never touched, or whatever you want to call it. That we never held as support. Alright, let's see here. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go, I made some coffee. I'm going to leave you guys with a little video or something. Look at this, you guys can see this, right? Look to the right of the screen. Look at this time in sales. It's just massively red.
Vice President Harris now speaking says it is troubling and dangerous that Trump would invoke Hitler. This is a window into who Trump really is. Trump is increasingly unhinged and unstable.
Notice how the first thing Kamala Harris says, she starts talking about Trump and doesn't talk about herself. That's so funny. It's so funny. I'm more concerned with him than I am myself. Oh my gosh. What a sad state of mind. Here it goes, guys. Here it goes. They're going to pack it on them. That's why I said, guys, take your money. If you get paid, make sure you're taking your money, because you're fighting the trend here. And I might go with the trend. I might just say the heck with it and go with them. This is getting to be a bit exhausted here. It really is. Where's Apple? Like, everything is red right now, though. Did you guys see this news with Apple? So apparently there's something going on with hold on 1 second. I guess were we warned here? Look at this. Look at that wedge. Are you serious? Tell me that's nuts. That's crazy. That's all our reversal set up. Anyway. Come on, bro. Alright, 1 hour.
that mean? What's the other side of the street when you have historic global debt? Usually it's followed by historic supply. You need to put out those papers, those securities, those bonds to pull in the money.
Guys, the dollar, let's see here, 46 cents. Let's go look here. I'm gonna go pour some coffee here. I'm gonna damn, bro. Like I said, they will step in. Don't you worry. If they feel like they have to.
Well, it's pretty much at levels we haven't seen also since early July. And finally, a name I don't often throw out there with interest rates, but things are changing. Maybe the most indebted nation on the planet with respect to percentages versus GDP, that's Japan. Their 40-year security is very close to 2.6%, and that is the highest level since 2008, 16 years. So how is this all going to sift through? Well, I'll tell you what, central bankers better be a little bit nervous, because when you lower rates, and their is very close to 2.6%, and that is the highest level since 2008, 16 years. So how is this all going to sift through? Well, I'll tell you what, central bankers better be a little bit nervous, because when you lower rates as a central banker, and this is the response you get domestically and globally, Bank of Canada had its 4th rate cut today. You need to be careful. The markets are sending a message. Is anybody listening? Kelly, back to you.
I'm listening. Rick, thank you. Our next guest is finding opportunities in fixed income. Not treasuries per se, it's in corporate credit, which has been super strong even as rates have backed up. Joining me is Mark Avallone, president of Potomac Wealth Advisors. Mark, you might think people would, at least be burned to some extent by this backup in yields, but spreads are the tightest they've been in like 15 years, and people, the appetite for corporate credit seems unabated.
Well, there are a couple of reasons to own bonds, and for a lot of retirees and for a lot of investment accounts, it's a ballast against inevitable stock volatility.
Guys, I'll be right back in 2 minutes. I'm going to go make some coffee. Be right back.
Is not a bad way for investors to stay above long-term inflation. And remember, earlier this week, Goldman came out with a report that stocks may average 3% for the next decade. So instead of people thinking that bonds are just a slow waste of time, think about taking on equity risk and only getting 3% for the decade. So if you can go out, get investment grade, solid American companies at a 5% plus rate of return, we think that can be attractive for investors.
And I like the way you put it here. You said you're not looking to hit home runs with the bond portfolio. You're just looking maybe for some diversification, a little bit of cautious positioning. And so there are a few other ways of doing that on the shorter term allocations as well. Maybe you can give those examples. But I think there's a lot of people who just want to sidestep this altogether until things settle down a bit.
Well, that's right. And on the short end, money markets are really hard to beat. And we understand why the emotion is there. We try to lengthen duration a little, whether it's JP Morgan's ultra short bond or PIMCO low duration. We lean on those great companies to take care of that end of the yield curve. We want to get individual securities further out on the timeline. But we think that investors who have been burned, if they have availability throughout the yield curve, they stay interest rate neutral, stay away from the long end, leave that for those who are looking for capital gain, and you'll avoid those massive price headaches that we saw just 2 years ago.
Just want to point out as well, at a time when private credit is blowing up, that's using that in a positive way, it's become an enormous asset class with a lot of people excited about the opportunities for retail investors, but you would sound a note of caution here.
We're very much against individuals buying private credit. I was a lender for many years, and I understand that banks say no a lot of times, but a lot of times it's for good reason. And what we learned in 2008 is if you give Wall Street bankers bonuses to make debt and then sell it to another holder of that debt, you're running a big risk. There's a reason commercial bankers are mostly paid a salary with a small bonus. Wall Street, maybe the reverse, and that incents them to make loans. And I don't mind if they hold a large portion of that and then sell a portion to their retail or private client But I am concerned when a majority of that debt is off their balance sheet, they're on the next deal, and someone's holding the risk. That has rarely proven to be a good long-term play for fixed income investors.
Yeah, and again, a lot of these are floating rate instruments, so the yields will look even more attractive right now, but the risks to the companies grow as well because these are expensive to service. They have to make enough money to justify that. Just a final word, Mark, before we let you go on the markets and overall how you expect the economy to digest this. Do you think the backup in rates is mostly behind us now, or how are you positioning?
Well, we thought that when the Fed lowered 50 basis points, we actually were together that day, and I said I wouldn't be buying bonds right now. The 10-year was closer to 3.8. We've backed up almost 50 basis points. This is a more attractive entry point for bond investors. I don't see it staying higher much longer. It can spike up, especially in front of this election. The fear of what both candidates are saying is very inflationary, but I think investors need to realize that's campaign rhetoric. Most of it is not going to come to pass, and we think that rates settle in the 4% range, which will be favorable for some borrowers. We don't expect anything to come near the 5%, so we're still bullish, and stocks generally perform well with a 10-year in the 4.5% range or lower.
All right, Mark, thanks for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Good to be here.
Mark Avalone with Potomac Wealth. That rate cut last month was widely expected to jumpstart the housing market, but the moves in the 10-year have really put the kibosh on that lately, and that's been weighing on demand, the rise in mortgage rates. Let's bring in Diana Olick with more on the latest data that we got just this morning. Diana.
Yeah, Kelly, the average rate on the 30-year fixed rose again today, up 7 basis points this morning to 6.92%. That's nearly a quarter of a percentage point gain just this week so far. And this morning, we got the latest read on existing home sales for September. They dropped to the lowest level in 14 years. Now, this count is based on closings, so contracts signed likely in July and August. Mortgage rates started July close to 7% on the 30-year fixed and then fell slowly through August to just below 6.5%. Rates are now, again, more than a full percentage point lower than they were a year ago. Inventory was helping, rising to a 4.3-month supply. Still not a balanced market. That's 6 months. So the pressure continues on prices, which were up 3% year over year in September and the 15th consecutive month of annual price gains. That may be why cash is now king. 30% of sales in September. That is unusually high. Homes are sitting longer, an average 28 days compared with just 21 days a year ago. And first-time buyers really fell out, just 26% of September sales. That matches the all-time low set in August. Kelly.
Wow. So now that rates, are lower at least than they were a year ago, why is mortgage demand, still falling?
Well, and we got that from the mortgage applications data this morning. We know that refis came down a bit because rates went up, but mortgage demand from buyers fell 5%. And a lot of people are saying, well, maybe it's the election. They're just sitting and waiting. This is the most up-to-date indicator we get, is that weekly mortgage applications on home buying. So people are concerned about the economy. They may not want to make such a big investment. But also remember, when we talk about supply coming up, the supply that is increasing is mostly on the higher end of the market. So there's still a very big affordability challenge on the lower end.
All right. Diana, thank you. Diana Olick. Our next guest says the surge in mortgage rates that we've seen lately is the equivalent of a 6% increase in a home's price from a monthly payment perspective. Let's bring in Alan Ratner with Zelman & Associates. It's a Walker & Dunlop company. Alan, welcome. So, this has an impact.
Yeah. Hey, Kelly, thanks for having me. No question it has an impact. There's a lot of noise in the housing market right now. Diana mentioned the election, higher rates, et cetera. But at the end of the day, this is a market where affordability remains incredibly stretched. There was a lot of optimism this time a month ago that rates would be continuing on a downward trajectory, maybe even dip into the fives. And of course, we've seen a reversal there. So it's important to keep in mind what impact that does have on the consumer. And every 25 basis point increase in mortgage rates is the equivalent of a 3% increase in home prices from a monthly payment standpoint. So this is really pinching the consumer's wallet.
Yeah. What does it mean for the housing market overall?
Well, I think from the housing market perspective, we continue to see a slow grind higher over the next several years. Rates obviously off of the bottom here, but still down year over year. We're still seeing a solid economy. And I think from a very high level, more inventory, as long as it's not distressed, is a good thing to kind of get the wheels back moving again in the housing market, because the resale market has really been constrained by a lack of inventory. The new home market, on the other hand, we're continuing to see solid activity there. The builders have a real competitive advantage. They're able to buy down mortgage rates so they can solve at least a portion of that affordability issue for the buyer. And they've taken a good amount of share from the tight resale market.
And in that case, where does that leave the home builders?
Well, I think right now, from a home building perspective, we continue to see mid-single-digit volume growth, where the stocks have been under some pressure recently, down about 10% from the highs. I think is more around concerns about gross margin and what impact those mortgage rate buydowns are going to have on margin. So there's demand for homes, and they're selling homes. The question is at what price and margin. And right now, just given where affordability is, we just don't see a lot of opportunity to raise prices or lower incentives to drive that margin back up.
Although that's what we're hearing from some of the builders that they're doing.
Yeah, so I think a month or two ago, there was a lot of optimism in the industry that this time, I'm sitting here mid-October post the Fed rate cut, that they would be able to dial back those incentives. They would be able to stabilize margin. And that really hasn't happened. We've heard from a number of companies over the last several weeks, and now earnings season's kicking into high gear, that incentives remain very competitive. Rate buydowns remain very prevalent in the market, and that's putting a bit of a downward pressure on gross margin.
All right. Alan, thanks so much for joining us. So we appreciate checking in with you today.
Thanks for having me.
Alan Ratner with Zelman. Coming up, it's been a scary October for Tesla investors. That disappointing deliveries number, a somewhat underwhelming robo-taxi event, and has shares on track for their worst month since January. Will today's results after the bell market turning point for the stock? We'll ask Bernstein's Tony Sacconaghi. But first, the AI boom is pushing data center supplier Vertiv to a record high. Although shares are now slightly lower in a volatile session, the company manufactures the cooling equipment needed for digital infrastructure. Up next, we'll speak with the CEO exclusively on the heels of an earnings beat and a guidance hike. And as we head to break, here's a look at all the major indexes at session lows. We're back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
To learn more.
Welcome back. A volatile day for Vertiv. Shares down as much as 7.5% pre-market, then briefly in positive territory, down about 3% right now, despite strong results and better than expected Q4 earnings outlook. The revenue guide, however, came in at about the midpoint of street expectations. That, along with what Jim Cramer called ennui when it comes to the outperformers, could be pressuring shares today. But Vertiv is up more than 700% over the past 2 years as the AI boom fuels demand for the company's data center cooling systems. Joining us for more in an exclusive interview is Giordano Albertazzi. He is the CEO of Vertiv. Gio, it's great to have you here. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having me.
What would be your message to investors who are skeptical maybe that the gains that you've seen recently can continue?
Well, we have posted a 37% trailing 12 months order number. We have very strong pipelines. Our pipelines measuring the volume of commercial activity have been constantly growing and growing quarter to quarter. So we believe we are in a very strong position to really enjoy the benefits. So the acceleration of demand that AI is driving to the entire data center industry. And we are a leader in the data center infrastructure. So I'm very optimistic about the future.
And obviously the share price has reflected that, and people are still looking for big gains when it comes to AI. Do you think that positive momentum can continue for
here,
1 quarter, 2 quarters, 6 quarters, 12 quarters time?
Let me talk about AI.
We need size and volume. Size and volume, 37 cents. I did it. All right, I did it. All right, we'll see if we can get some follow through. I took that too. Why not? All right, why not? And we're going to get a rejection, even if we get a little back. I am way too far out of the money, guys. I do not want to give anything back right now. All right. I do have time on my side, kind of, but I don't like this. Come on, let's see. We're not having size come in here. That's the one thing I have noticed right now, is that there isn't any size coming in on the buy side. Are we going to get some of these shorts to take some profits? Nope. No bueno. It didn't work this time. What did I pay? Look at the Qs. The Qs broke, guys. I got to get out of this. Qs broke, you guys. The Qs broke this level here. Right here. They did not hold. That's your next level. 484 on the Qs. This is going to start getting ugly. I got to get out of this. Fuck. What did I do here? 38. I'm going to lose a couple bucks. 38.
We're a very strong company. We were a very strong company when we de-SPACed, and we are a stronger company now, a real strong business with a lot of good fundamentals.
DJT break and retest up there at 35.50, guys. Fuck. What am I doing? Look, nothing came in there. Nothing came in. Yeah, they're stepping in there, but there's no size. There's no size at all. They're giving it up. They're going to start giving it up here. And I cannot afford, I can't sit around on this thing at all. I can't.
Well, energy efficiency is built in everything we do. We deliver products that...
that was the support zone that I wanted to be a buyer at. See if we can just get about. Look at VWAP and Tradeline. They're way back up there at 580. They're way back up there at 580. Look at that. Look, they're way up here. Look how far extended. Like, you get that extended, boom, right? It's just like a rubber band. You pull it back, snap it forward. You know what I mean? I know, bro. That's what I mean. Like, just don't fight it. Don't fight it. But if there's a trade there, which one is the, you know, look at this. That's all I can see is, bro, look at that gap. God, I'll be damned if I wouldn't mind having getting ready to have your trade line come in through there. You know, yeah, that's why I said be careful. And even just going back to VWAP, it tries to pop above it, looks like it's going to hold. People start entering, and then it fails to break out, and it fails to go off of VWAP. The SPY loves to do that right there. Right? You guys can see how it pops, right? It's like, oh, hanging out. And then right here on that candle, it reclaims it. It tries to hold it as support. People try to go long, and then it fails. Boom. And it doesn't give you the continuation. But, you know, it's about risk to reward. You know what I mean? And sure, could you have gotten a long? Yeah, or back to 760 or so. I mean, if it's red and the overall markets were red, it's not like this thing is like flat or down a point, like, you know, 0.2%, 0.5% and trying to go green. Came in with, you know, the Qs are red, the Dow's red, the SPY, everything is red. So I was like, I just wouldn't recommend fighting it. It's just not gonna end well. You know, it might work one day or another, but you do that over and over, you're just gonna that's the type of stuff that we can avoid to get the frustration out of our life. Because listen, trading can be frustrating. It really can. It has its good days. It has its bad days. I'm going to have my good days while you guys have bad days, or vice versa. You know, I just seem to can't put something together for whatever reason. And, you know, you guys are doing this, that, and the third. But if we just stick to the basics, we don't have to worry about doing dumb shit. Like, I've been doing dumb shit all day, getting paid for it. But it's not working right now. I'm too far out of the money here. I would like a pop. I think we could get that pop. I just want to bounce back to 578, and I do want to take this off, but I need to move my contracts down. I need to get down into 578 to 580 on these calls. We don't have no size. That's what's worrying me. There's been no size in here. I'm gonna have to just take my first loss. Come on, start covering something. Come on, baby, please. See how we're not getting anything on the SPY? Like, they're not encouraged to step up and buy. They're not buying the dip. There's no size at all. It's not like, it's just not there. You look how much selling pressure we have. There's just a lot of selling pressure. I'm just gonna get rid of this and be okay, even if we do bounce back. I don't know. There's a couple different things. There's a couple of things that I see that I feel like if I look at like an hourly chart, right, and we look at look at that, right? If we look at that trade line in VWAP, the problem is, even if we get a bounce back, I could still fail at this trade because, like, this is a nice move back. Look at our trade line in VWAP. Look how far extended we are away from it, you know? And every time that happens, you normally get, especially off of a moving average, which is going to give a buyers a reason to step in. There we go. This is what we want to see. You're starting to get some buyers to step in here with size. You're getting some of the shorts to start to go. You see how this just changed and is starting to go really green now? See how this is green and you're getting some size? You still got some size on the sell side too. They're still fighting right here. They're still fighting. Sellers are winning right now. They're starting to take over, but buyers are winning. Let's go. Man, they've still got a lot of shares to sell. Like, I just want the sellers to step away. Let them bid it up higher. Let's collect on the upside and then get that, like, break and retest. I think the sellers see that, though. So they're like, just get me out now, because these buyers aren't coming in with size. Or tomorrow. They're probably like, they'll step aside. Like these sellers you see today, people are going to the market tomorrow thinking, you know, we're going to come in with the gap down. It's going to be a bad day. And wow, what a day yesterday. And then you won't see them. Just like over here, right? Look, they were here. What was it? Last week, last Monday or Tuesday? Remember this day? I said to watch out for it. And what did they do? They didn't come back. For a little bit. They stepped up a little bit at highs. But they stepped away. And you'll see day after day, they'll slowly step in a little bit, right? So you're seeing up here, that volume is there, right? These sellers are stepping in. They got some shares to sell. They got some money that was made. They're de-risking. That's all that is. They're taking some risk off the table in a big way. So we need to find out where this money is going, because when they sell, it's going to go to cash. That cash is going to go to something else. Where is it going? I'm just curious. Could it be, I doubt it, right? Because sellers are still, look at this. They're still, these volumes they're still selling this. I don't know. Maybe do they go to cash? Do they go to I have to look. I'm going to have to do some work on that tonight. I want to know where they're going to put this money. Look at gold. Gold just got hammered. Everything's getting hammered. This could be the start of a real bear market, guys. And that is everything. Everything gets hit. Unless they're going to take it to markets abroad. Nope, that's down. Everything is down. BABA, UNH, VZ. No, VZ. Yeah, look. So keep an eye on these names here. We talked about telecommunications like T-Mobile, Verizon. These stocks are green. They did report. Just keep an eye on stocks that are green today while the overall markets are down in a big way. That way you can keep safe, right? You can be long where the institutions are going long. Names like GE, General Electric. Looks like they're buying this thing up after the earnings release. This thing is up almost 3% while the market's down 1%. So we'll see what happens here. Let me go back to the SPY. I'm too far out of the money here. Damn, I should have taken it off on that bounce back. I did myself dirty. The reason I say that is because look at the Qs. They still have a ways to go, in my opinion. Look, we broke that level. That's a nice break and retest right there. And you really don't have anything until down here to hold you at 484, 485. And where would that take us? Would that be about a 2% day? We're at 1.68 right now. Yep, that's probably where we closed today, guys. You probably closed down here somewhere. I could be wrong, but if we finish the day right around down 2%, that's where it would be. I'm not sure if they will. I don't know. It's tough. This is a really nice long. They're not coming and buying it, and that's not a good look. Right? Because I'm looking at VWAP right now. That's like what I have my eyes on. If I'm looking at this, I'm looking at VWAP and the trade line. And look at the gap. Look at that. That is a really nice move. Just to get like a revert back to the mean to retest and reject VWAP. That's 0.75%. That's pretty much, call it a percent move. That's damn near a full percentage point move to the upside. I'm trying not to look at these contracts that I have. I'm such an idiot, man. I should have lowered my... I should have brought my strike price down with the market. What's the Dow doing? Let's go here. Let's do something right here. Let's find out what the hell's going on. All right, let's stop playing around. I mean, we know the market's pulling back, but my point is can we start to find a bottom? How do we find out? Well, first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the IWM. The IWM is still making a new low. It just bounced and is trying to reject that previous low. Let's look at the Dow. The Dow is still putting in, it looks like it's getting ready to try to put in a new low. And look, it broke that support level. I should have went short the Dow and should have did what I said I was going to do this morning and put that hedge on. Fuck, I got to get rid of this thing. See, we're making new lows. I screwed up. I'm going to give back. I'm going to give back some of this stuff. Look, it's going to flush. It's going to give it up here. Hold on. Hold on. Come on, Qs. Just hold. If we can get the Qs to hold, and if we can just start, because the Qs were our... Look, I knew it. You're a fucking asshole, bro. Oh, man. Like, I don't want to sell down here, because I really feel like we could get a little bit of a reversal. ARK's holding up. 31 cents. It is what it is, I guess. Alright, I gotta get. I can't let myself give back this money. I've done too well for myself today and yesterday. I am not giving back anything. Yeah, I would just be careful, guys. I don't have faith in a bottom until, like, the Qs, I feel like, still have a ways to go. Not necessarily a ways to go, but, like, there's support. Like, it bounced back and rejected 588, and it looks like it doesn't have any support until you get down into that box at 485. So it's already below its 20-day moving average. I don't know if Tesla is going to be enough to help us out at all. Come on, SPY. Just bounce back, guys. Just buy. Come on. Sellers, shorts, cover. Just give us a little bit. Just give us a little bounce back here. I feel like they're trying to make this tough. Alright, listen. Right now, I am going to go grab... Well, look at this volume here. Come on. Don't increase. I'm just going to stay patient and wait. I'm just going to stay patient and wait and see here. Because I'm not going to hesitate. We have 2 days left on this thing. Even if I am down on this, because each time I go, like, each time, you know, if you find yourself making a ton of trades on a day, or one or two, like, it all depends. But, like, trades like this, if I'm looking for a reversal or something, I'm just going to lower my size, but I also don't want to lose anything. I want to continue to keep pulling money out the markets. This volume is getting lower and lower. I'm going to just try to hold on to this. The only reason I don't like it is because of what is possible, right? We could go all the way down to 574, and then at that point, these are down 50%. And that's taking probably a little more than half of my profits away today, and I don't want that. It's not what we do here. So I'm just going to give this a little bit of time to see if we can finish the day with a little bit of a bounce back and try to bounce back to this 578. I just don't know. I don't know what that puts me at with theta and everything. Because I feel like I'm too far out of the money now. Because the market's been pulling back and pulling back and pulling back. And I've been staying at the same strike price when I told myself to lower the strike price. You want to pay more, right? Because it's going to, you know, like, look, see, we're bouncing back. It's just the best thing for you is to buy as close to the money as you can. That way, when you get the move you're looking for, you're going to get paid. Bro, these deltas are seriously a 13? Oh my god, I did not know that. I usually don't do anything less than 32 to 30 delta. If it's anything less than that, like, I have done some 25s, but 13? Come on, guys. Please, let's go. Let's reverse it here. If we could just get a pop. Here's what we need. Now watch. If we can sit here, even if we don't go, like, even if we don't go higher, if we sit here for just a little bit, you're going to start to see I'm sure some individuals that were short this morning start to take some profits because the fact that you're sitting here, the trend is not your friend anymore, and you could start to see a really, really nice bounce back in a big way here. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but we could. It is something we could see. Man, look at all these break, retest, boom, boom, boom. At each and every one of these levels that we've had. You asshole, man. Alright, I gotta go get my coffee. I'm just gonna let this thing be. Just understand the Qs have a few more points to the downside. 485 would be at the base case scenario, 485. And of course they're gonna start falling now, aren't they? So are the SPY. SPY looks like it's headed for this 473. Unbelievable.
Bloomberg reporting Apple nearing production of updated MacBook Airs with M4 chips for release in early 2025. Slightly delays the next Mac Studio desktop. That's Alfalfa Papa Lima, AAPL.
Man, that is just a straight down move. I'll be right back, you guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pour this coffee, and we'll come up with the end of the day game plan. Like, I know I should be getting rid of this, but I'm just trying to be hopeful for a bounce back here. Let me make sure. It's just we're not getting it. Like, this time in sales is still belligerently red. Come on, guys. Just stay consistent on the buy side. Come on. We're not getting any help. I'll be right back. I'm just going to let you guys know, if we do see 40 cents, high 30s, 45, 50 or something, I'll probably take these away. I won't know. I'm going to go grab my coffee right now. So I'm going to have to wait until I get back here to see if we can get any type of progress to the upside. I just don't think we're going to. I think my luck is... I think I pulled the trigger a little too many times here, and didn't really get the help that I wanted. There's a break and retest now to the downside. We got to break above 476.50. 476.47. I'm sorry. So yeah, if we can get some type of bounce back here, I'm hoping that we can. Come on, Nvidia. Nvidia should be able to find some support there. Nvidia isn't that oversold. See, Nvidia actually has room down to 135, guys. And we talked about this 137 support zone. Come on, man. It's time to start bouncing back. Let's take the end of the day to have a nice bounce back. It's 145. I'm going to walk away. I'm going to let them bullshit around for a little bit. Let's see if we can get somewhat of a little bit of a bounce back. Get back to VWAP. Get back to our trade line. DJT's recovered. That's a good sign. Let's start getting some of these shorts to squeeze here and start, choking them out and having them take their profits for the day so they can pay us. All right, I'll be right back.
NBC.
Welcome back to the exchange. Stocks are continuing to drift lower, with the Dow down 495 points just a couple of moments ago, and the Nasdaq now down at nearly 2%. Apple shares have been trading low today. That's one contributor, but not the only one. It could be higher rates, by the way. 4.25 is what the 10-year yield hit earlier on. And after a closely followed analyst estimated that Apple cut iPhone 16 orders by 10 million units, this news comes as the company faces increased pressure in China as well, one of its largest markets, and growing smartphone competition there, with shares down almost 3%. Let's bring in Deirdre Bosa for more in today's Tech Check. Deirdre?
Hey, Kelly. So Apple's China issues, they're becoming an AI issue. Ahead of the rollout of Apple Intelligence next week, Huawei just launched its own AI features through an upgrade to its Harmony OS system. Apple, meanwhile, it's stuck in limbo on the AI front in China. It can't release Apple Intelligence features because Beijing has banned foreign-developed AI models like ChatGPT, which is now going to be integrated. Now, Apple has to secure a local partner to power its features, raising all of these questions about privacy. So if you're a consumer in China and you're interested in the latest AI features, you're going to go. And if you're an investor hoping for a cycle powered by AI, China is not going to help. Keep in mind, Apple's third largest market by total revenue has been under pressure. It's new, and especially foldable phones that China has really driven a surge among consumers there. Now, which would hurt Apple's position. Earlier this year, Apple fell out of the top 5 smartphone players in China. Huawei, meanwhile, it's growing its market share 41%. Not only has it pushed Apple further down this list, but it is quickly widening that gap. Apple just announced a public beta of its ChatGPT. Good news if you're looking for more AI features in the US, but Kelly, going back to that Ming-Chi Kuo note you referenced at the top, evidence that AI is driving up consumers, though. Research firm Canalys found that they are extra for AI features, but if they're looking for that in an iPhone, there's really no they're going to get that even if we are getting it over here. And it's, as I said, a really key market.
I walked into the Verizon store last night, Deirdre, and walked out with this puppy. Maybe 20 minutes later, it's a 16. It's a regular.
Is that the 16?
Not a Pro. Yep. $930, but I got a $730 rebate for handing in the prior phone, which was completely cracked and unusable. Not a bad deal.
Wow.
And as I understand it, I don't know if this one will get the AI features next week, but I saw that AT&T shares were we're at a 52-week high earlier today. And I don't know if it's the AI things in general driving the adoption cycle, but it's not a bad deal for consumers at this point to trade up if it's been a couple years.
No, and how much did the AI features play into that, Kelly?
Zero. The other one broke, but I'm curious to mess around with them, but I don't even know if they're on. I guess they'll be on this one.
Then I think you're like most people. I think that you have to actually see if these AI features are really useful. And again, like you said, we're going to get them kind of piecemeal. There's an integration today. There's the first wave next week, more and more later. And so, like, if you're skeptical, China is where consumers actually really care about this stuff, and they're not going to get it through an iPhone.
All right, Deirdre, for now, thanks. And then everyone's making fun of me for the pink case, but I had to keep it in my pocket, so it had to be. It's whatever inventory. I am past the point of caring. You know what I mean? It's like, get it, Get out. Deirdre, thanks very much.
I like it. It suits you.
Thank you, Deirdre Bosa. Coming up, America is sleepwalking into a storm, according to a Nobel Prize winner. MIT's Dorona Semiglu is back with a Nobel Prize and 3 factors he says could make or break the U.S. economy.
I want to make a recovery here because I don't like what's going on. Come on, like, look, our VWAP is. Wait, no, that's NVIDIA. That's NVIDIA. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right ticker here, because that looked too good. Come on, let's go. Let's get us back to 40, 45. I don't know if it's going to let us because that 50-day, or not the 50-day, but the 9 EMA is now worked its way back here. We're going to have to recover that. That's going to take time to, you know, get up to it, reject it, pull back, hold, get above it, pull back to it, hold it, and then extend higher. It's going to eat a lot of time off the clock. And that might not make any sense to some people, but just, you know, recapturing this thing. And it's been resistance all day. Chances are it's going to be resistance again. But if we get a bounce back up there, we have to do it now, though. And we have to do it in a good way where I can actually start to feel a little bit of confidence here. But listen, this is what happens. You know, I was about to get bit one of these days, you know. I think today, listen, we had McDonald's. That was and I'm not frustrated at myself, but I'm just like, I kind of just laughed because I didn't take it. And then it goes 200% in 10 minutes. Right? And I think we traded the SPY 3 times. Like, this is the 3rd time I've traded this today. I think we traded it 2 times this morning for some small trades, base hit trades. So we have this pivot low. We've already made that resistance. Resistance. All right, 580. Come on, man. Just do something for me here. Just sit here, consolidate. That's fine. Let's go look at the dollar and Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin doing? I need size, though. We need size on time and sales. For anybody that is long, I'm not saying you should be. You should be short, but for anybody that is long, you need some size. You got to bring some size in on those looks. All right, so let's go look here. So it's just a man. That sucks. See, that's a night. I was kind of really hoping Bitcoin would have held 65 or 66. 65 isn't bad, but we need the dollar to calm its tits. We need the dollar to calm down.
Welcome back. How will AI impact our economy? Our next guest has said some short-term estimates of it having a big impact are overblown. We talked about that on this program a little while.
You probably bounce back soon off of this area, and then you start to see this in like a couple days at 64. But come on. Come on, SPY. They're just not doing it. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have CNBC on or anything going that would mess me up. It's gonna flush. Come on, just fucking hold. Just fucking hold. You can hold. Come on, just hold. God damn it. Play with fire, you get burned. Come on, man. Dude, what are they doing? Oh, they just switched me out of my order?
economists focus on, it's been pretty slow for the last 20 years. If you look at real wages, there is some movement over the last 5 or 6 years, but since 1980, about half of the U.S. has had pretty anemic wage growth. So it's not amazing times. Now, I think there is an opportunity for us, and the economic storm is really both a challenge and an opportunity. I talk about AI, I talk about aging, I talk about the remaking of globalization. All of these things are threats because they are big changes, but they're also opportunities that we could use in order to make ourselves more productive, workers more productive.
You notice, I don't want to speak too soon, but damn, like look at the size here. Let me scroll this down on the time and sales. Look at the size that just came in here. I don't know if it's going to be able to scroll down fast enough. It's not going to give it to me. It's not going to keep up. It's not keeping up. So like, look, there's a 2,000 shares sell order right there. Like, there was just a whole group of massive orders to the downside that I'm like, dude, we need to contend with that. Like, there's a difference between seeing 1, 5, 3, 4. Look, another 1,000 to the sell side. Okay, there's a 25 to the buy side, but like we need something. We need to be able to contend with that selling, or we need them to stop. One of the two. We need them to slow down. They're really putting it on right now. This is a good sign that it shows they're trying at this level. They're trying to break this level. They're trying to break this level. I think that they have. But if they don't, I could see a nice reversal happening if we don't break this level. But I'm pretty sure with the way that today has been, it's not going to change. It's just one of those days, it's not, just don't ever fight the trend. Just go with the flow. Just go with the flow, and, you'll actually, honestly, you'll make money. You'll make yourself money. Some days it won't be that easy. You won't make money some days. Like, you'll try to follow the trend and you might not make any money. But for the most part, if you do that, you'll be all right. Come on, see what I mean? See, if we can hold this, they really tried to smack that thing down, but no buyers want to step in here. They're still trying. And if we can still hold it here, look at the time and sale speeding up, man. This thing's flying right now. It's just like it's having trouble keeping up.
Element of our workforce policies, and I don't think we want to give it up. On the other hand, I think we are just coming to grips with what does it mean, for example.
Another tweet from Ming Chi Kuo said, I believe the likelihood of arm canceling Qualcomm's license is extremely low.
Don't do it.
Such a move would be mutually destructive with no winners.
Just keep the faith.
Likely to end in some form of settlement. That's ARM and QCOM.
Keep the faith. Let's keep the faith. Let's keep the faith. Look. Candles are really small. Come on, baby. Come on. Just cover your positions.
We're seeing bond yields right now kind of rising sharply on the long end. Some say there's a political reason for that. Others say not so much. Do you want to just kind of leave with a parting thought on what's happening with the U.S. economy right now in this very moment?
I wonder if this is so today we're selling into initial jobless claims. Now remember that. Remember like what's going on. Tomorrow we have initial jobless claims, which will get some of those numbers back from the hurricane. Chicago Fed Manufacturing, S&P Global Composite Manufacturing, PMI, new home sales. You also have I think new home sales too is going to start to matter a little bit, especially with these rates coming up on home prices or 30-year, 15-year mortgages. 30, 15.
I'm curious how you spend it. At some point, if you did, none of my business. But
well, I'll share it.
All right. Thank you so much. We hope to have you back soon.
Oh lordy.
And that does it for the exchange today, with the Nasdaq now down more than 2%. We'll pick up coverage of this market sell-off on Power Lunch. I'll join Tyler right after this break.
I'm trying my best, guys, to just hang on to this and to see if we can get a bounce back. Might not be the best idea, but all right, I'm gonna go through. I'm just gonna leave this thing alone.
When you're looking for answers, it's good to have help. Because the right information at the right time may make all the difference.
Man, I thought I was getting a good price with this. What an idiot I am. Oh, there they go. That's all right. Give me a huge gap up tomorrow. I want the dollar to crash or something. Or the government, or like, you know, maybe Janet Yellen comes out tomorrow and says, we're going to step in and put a stop to this dollar. This dollar's been a little too strong. We need to lighten it up a little bit. We need to put on the gloves.
Like those offered by Humana. They're designed to help you save money and pay some of the costs Medicare doesn't. Depending on the Medicare supplement plan you select.
So, what was some of the news we had? U.S. official says U.S. assesses that North Korea moved at least 3,000. But we already knew this. They already said that they were moving 3,000 troops into Russia in early to mid-October. Like, this is not old news. We had with 50 billion. They said it was... Wait. So they said 50 billion. I thought they said it was like 20 million. Hold up. Okay, so there it is. 20 billion. I thought it was... Think about that. 50 billion, and we're paying nearly half, you guys. Think about that. Why do you think they get upset? This is why it doesn't... It's so funny. It's not like these guys... It's like, can't we agree? Like, it's okay. Like, it's just so funny that we pay the most. And then, like, that's so funny. We literally just paid half of it. That's so funny. That's so funny. Out of all those other countries, like, we couldn't have just put in like 15 or something. Like, I don't... It's not that I don't care about, like, it's not the money. It's just this is what they do. Politics that don't give a shit, this is what they do. Nah, we'll flip the bill. We got it. Don't worry. We got it. Bro, we don't got it, though. We don't. We don't have it. Do you guys understand what $1 billion could do to just a homeless population and with food? And like, for people that are vets and like what that could do? Do you know how many apartment complexes you may not be able to, like, you could, with 1 billion, let's see, an apartment complex may cost you, or the state, depending on the area. What do you guys think? 20, 30 million at the most, right? We're talking a billion here. So we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. If we can get it done for 20 million. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So that's 5 right there at $1. Right? That's 100 million. All right? That's 100 million. Just a billion we're talking about. Now think about that. We're given, aside from everyone else, them 20 billion. We ain't even gotten a quarter of the way to $1 billion yet. But we're giving Ukraine 20 billion? Like, and it's just like, we obviously know it goes to certain, but like seriously, what are you doing with $20 billion? I'd like to know. I would seriously like to know, especially with the exchange rate. I would really like to know, because I'm going to tell you right now, each major city with a $20 billion or a $20 million apartment complex for the homeless vets or anyone that just has had a sickness or something, do you know what that could do? That could give at least two apartment complexes in all the major cities for the most part. I mean, we have 50 states, so we'd have to obviously do the math, but I'm just saying, we just counted 5 off of 100 million at $20 million. We're giving them 20 billion. out of the 50 billion. Like, think about that, guys. Like, that's what's wrong. Like, put it into perspective. Think about what just people that can't afford life and what that could do for their homes. But yet they don't want to pick up the phone and try to come to this is why nobody trusts them. It sounds real good to put them in office when they're talking real nice to everybody. But this is why. They don't pick up. They don't want to solve it. This is why they don't want to solve it. If he did, he would be the bigger man. He talks all that stuff about the way you should be, the way you should act. So just all those little principle things, right? Well, you need to be able to pick up that phone for your own sake, for Ukraine's sake, the people of Ukraine, the people that are dying in Russia that don't want to be fighting in this war. And to just say, you know what? I'm actually half of the reason why this has started because me and Obama wanted to get into their business. We need to just come to an agreement and just stop the foolishness here. All right? It doesn't help either one of us. Come to an agreement. We're going to back away. But again, we're still here, Ukraine, if they need us. But what we're not going to do is pick and choose the leaders of Ukraine and put ourselves in the middle of your guys' business. Unless it's needed. We're not just going to take it upon ourselves to do what we want to do. Because Obama, that's just what he thinks he can do. Just like he likes to yell at the black young men. Think about that, guys. You just got 5 $20 million apartments for $100 million. We didn't even get close. We haven't even gotten quarter of the way to $1 billion, and we're giving them $20 billion. Think about the math. Think about the math, guys. Think about that. How'd I know? How'd I know somebody just couldn't hear the truth? Because I'm just telling you what I would do. I'm just letting you know what I would do as the leader of the free world. First off, I'm making sure that everything is all right. I'm not putting us in a situation from the jump. I'm just saying. It sucks that people can't handle the fucking truth. And I don't want to be like that because I would love to have some views. I'd love to be able to have subscribers. But for people that just can't hear the truth, you need to hear it. You need to hear it. For all the people that are laying out on the street right now. For the people that are going hungry, that suffer from mental illness and drug addiction and just sitting out in the cold, sitting out in the heat, getting rained on. That's why they say, make America great again. I'm not a MAGA person, but you can see why people are pretty upset. We just made 5 apartment complexes at $20 million. These are pretty, you know what I'm saying? We just put up 5 and we ain't even gotten to a quarter of 1/10 of what we just gave them. It just sucks, man. And he's a union guy. But I'm done. I'm not going to go into that anymore. You just got to, just realize what the hell's going on is all we ask. Sure, there's crazy people on both sides, but this is ridiculous. It really is. And the part about it that's ridiculous is the simple fact that this man has not done anything to try to put a stop to this. $50 billion loan from frozen assets. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now. There is not $50 billion in frozen Russian funds. Maybe from the capital markets, this, that, and the third, but we're providing $20 billion. $20 billion. And this is not a loan. It's not a loan. Don't. Yeah, we're going to put it down. This is a loan that doesn't have to be paid back. So, it's, in other words, here you go. If we have to divert some things at some places, we can use this as a tool to divert. If you want to give us some wheat, if we need something from you, we have this here. We can scratch it off of this list, blah, 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 blah. But it's just so fucking ridiculous. This is what we got to break from that I never thought we would. Just from being a kid. I grew up here. And it's just been politics as usual. So it was nice that we had a change there. All right. Anyway, I'm done. Just do the math, guys. Just do the math and do what's right. They got to do what's right and not come up with dumbass excuses. All right, because whether here's the thing, I don't like or dislike. I don't give a shit about Vladimir Putin, but I will say Vladimir Putin's not throwing missiles over Japan. Over. He's not doing half the shit that's going on in the Middle East, or they aren't. Do they scam each other? Sure, but that's on them. That's why they haven't had any type of innovation in the last 20, 30 years. Because they're a failing nation. So let them be a failing nation. That's fine. But to sit here and say, we need to worry about them. We got to put ourselves in that bit. We got to worry about Russia. Russia ain't shit. Russia is not shit. China has Russia beat. Russia has done screwed themselves up. I think they do more damage to themselves. we don't need to mess with them. They do enough damage to themselves. All right, so just like how they put tanks out for the public to see, and all the public goes around touching the stuff and don't understand what it is that they're touching. It's not good. Shit's cancerous. It's just not a good look. And they very well could have radiation on it. But here, let's put it out in the public and let's have people touch these armored vehicles that have been shot at and used. But we need to worry about them. Anyway, damn, that's a bad look right there. Alright, so this should be about it. That was a deep move for these contracts, and they never moved, guys. They went down a little bit, but it's just like it's gotten to a point where they kind of stopped. Damn, this is a mean move. Where are we at? 1.36? What do you guys think? You guys think we have another percentage left? Or like, 0.4% left? Oh, here we go. We're getting the bear market talk on CNBC. Bear market talk already. One down, one pullback off the highs. They're talking stock market crash. So 1.4. So we got about 0.5%. We could finish 1.8 down today. We could finish down. That's a bummer though, man. We just couldn't recover, and we saw it in the level 2. We could see it in time and sales in level 2 that we just were not, the buyers were not wanting to buy at all. So.
Sort of discomfiting the market. Exponentially worse, Kelly. You're absolutely right. We were also globalizing. But I think to your point, it only matters when the bond market cares. And I don't think rates are going up because people are worried about the deficit. I think they're seeing that the economy is stronger than expected, and that's better for stocks than it is.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go through here, and let's go ahead and we'll do a check-in on some of these names. I'm gonna go through the scanners real quick, and then.
I was at a kind of eclectic dinner last night, and one of the guests was and she was complaining about inflation. I said, well, inflation's coming down. She said, not for gold. Gold is going up, and it is.
Let's see here. So. Let's see here.
I do think that is a deficit and geopolitical kind of safe haven.
Oh, come on. So yeah, we'll go through some of the news and some of the names that are up. We'll tally up what names are up, which ones are down, what sectors are doing better than others. Everything is down. This is a risk-off environment right now. I'm going to have to stop out of this. I don't know if I can take any more of this. I mean, the Dow is coming into support here, so it probably would be wise for me to just relax. But I don't think even a bounce back, I don't think a bounce back is going to be enough to even get me back where I'm at, and then add on, you know, the nighttime. I think I'm too far out the money. That's all it is. I'm just too far out of money. Like, come on, man. This is absolutely insane. And we talked about this double top. They don't always happen exactly the same, but this double top here, the IWM has been red. Let's go look at what we can do. Let's go look at Europe, Germany, Japan, and all the other markets and see where they closed at. Oh, come on, bro. Don't be it. Don't be it. Don't do this. What do I do? What do I do? Do I just go ahead and take the short and see if I can make the difference on the short side? I'm thinking about it, but there's that box. Look, right at the top end of that box, it's going to start trying to find support. Let's see, what time is it? 2:14. Let's see, where's the Qs? Wait, what's going on here? I thought I had a 5-minute chart up. Look at this. This is absolutely outrageous. Well, we're hitting our levels here.
And businesses need to navigate the changing landscape to stay ahead. When you partner with Barclays, every change leads to a bold possibility. You have the vision, we have the insights, financial solutions, and global perspectives.
Dude, they have so much to sell, guys. It's not even funny. Like, look at this. You're seeing multiple 2,300, 1,200, 11, and just stacked. You know, just stacked. I can't believe this.
The global blood glucose monitoring device market size is 14.5 billion and growing. More than 500 million people are living with diabetes.
So yeah, if you guys have any tickers that you guys want to go over, if you guys want to throw them in the chat, you guys can throw them down in the throw them in the channel description thing in the chat below, and we'll go through some of those. We'll go through some of the names. Sorry if I offended anybody. It's just hard to see headlines like that and not bring awareness to people on what's going on. You know, I don't like to do politics because I don't want to upset people, but it just is what it is, right? And you can't be so up your own ass to not see what the hell's going on. All right, and I think, you know, I don't do parties. I'm sorry, I don't do it. I'm not doing it. All right, I'm for a person. All right, if they're a person that wants to help, you know, help really do what the government should be doing. All right, and there's a difference between what goes on now and what the government was founded upon when it was founded. There was a sole reason. It was for business leaders. It was for things that it isn't today. Of course, we live in a different time, but really everything is still right around the same, you know. The people that were in the government were farmers, tobacco farmers. You know, they were all business owners. You know, it wasn't to try to be the world police or take over the world or whatever. Sure, you want the rest of the world to have an opportunity to be free, which I agree on. I just think that we have at 9/11 they have overstepped. It's just really Obama and them. They really I don't know where they I don't know where it came from. I really don't. I don't. They just overstep their boundaries. They really do.
CDC says it led to 10 hospitalizations and 1 fatality.
All right, so what is this? Snowflake. Snowflake could be a really nice short, you guys. This thing might just be getting started. If that's going to be a failed breakout. Fuck, man, I got to get rid of this SPY trade. I got to get rid of this. I can't let this thing sell off anymore and not do something about this. This has got to be the level here. Come on, you got to hold, bro. Like, look at this. This thing is so overdone. It's not even funny. I hate that I'm so far out of the money, bro. That's so fucking stupid. I shouldn't be. Unbelievable.
Company spokespeople kind of walking media through some of the developments, including what they're focusing in on. Slivered onions seem to be the most likely source.
Yeah, for anybody out there that is, going through burgers, eating burgers and stuff like that, be careful. Be careful. I mean, some of these people lost their lives. A few of them. It's not like it's a whole bunch or anything. I don't.
How quickly did they come to this knowledge? In other words, how long has this been going on? I'm fascinated. It seems like it was a very quick response.
Look at each candle and how it just got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Look at that. Look at that hourly chart. Look. Small. Boom. 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 Like, they just started packing the heat on this thing. That's crazy, bro. It's not crazy, but... Fuck. I'm so fucked. I'm so screwed, I mean. I'm sorry. I just don't like to give back anything. I mean, I don't mind giving back a little, but when I do something stupid, this is when it becomes frustrating, right? This is my point. It doesn't have to be like this. Trading isn't that hard. It is, but it isn't. It gets hard when you want to step up in the weight class and really start, throwing around some size and putting real money to work. Then it's, then you got to train yourself to really just stay calm, cool, calm, collective, understand that you have time, and that, you are being patient and waiting for those triggers to happen. Like, I could have just waited, and I could nearly get long here and more than likely get close to, I could at least get 50%. If I could just get 20 to 30, that's 50%, guys. That's a 50% move. I'm down 50% right now. And that's okay. We said that. I said that in the trade, right? I said I'm going to be down about 50% on this. But that's still only going to be about half of my profit today. It's all up here. It's all up in the mind. All right? You got to understand your risk to reward. And as you go on, if you've made $2,000, it's not okay to give back $2,000. Hell, even $1,000. Maybe you put up a few hundred or 500, unless the trade's really there. But that's it. That's all you should give up because you've done your job. Move on. If it's 10, 20, don't give back $5,000. All right, unless you got 30 on the other side of that. Unless you're risk to reward and you give yourself time, and you got, like that Netflix trade where you got $30 to the downside, and that's a $30,000 trade right there. You're like, hey, my 50 contracts, I'm going to risk 5 grand, 50 or 100 contracts, or even 50. I'll take half off, and you know, as we get to the targets, and I'm good to go. This was putting in an ascending wedge here. That's wild. I should have taken this with him. I think McDonald's really screwed me up because we got short McDonald's and it just paid like crazy, and I was like, damn. And I think that really messed with my head on thinking that I could just, you know, I don't know, that I could just get that reversal in the market. You guys will notice when, if you guys are trading for a while, you guys will notice like on your winners, when you start winning all the time, it's going to be a lot easier to take trades. And you're not so reluctant. Right? And sometimes being gun shy, you know, gun shy isn't good, but you don't, it's when you put yourself on tilt where you're just like, man, you have a nice, I can't explain it. You know, where you feel like you can't just put something together, then you start seeing the board and you just, you know, you think you see something. There's just times like that where you could just, where you're just on tilt, and that's the only way I can explain it. It's not like you're gun shy, but like you have messed up a few times and you just don't want, it could be even emotional, right? You're just tired of upsetting yourself from doing stupid things. And, you know, it could dictate your decision making. Like, decision making in the markets is the most important aspect to trading. The decision. First, you need to get an education, obviously. Like, you need to really understand, you know, you need to learn how, like, stock selection, what's going to make this asset move, right? It's going to have a press release. It's going to have a product drop. It's going to have a new product drop, an FDA approval, really anything, or news of some sort, right? That's going to change the valuation, right? Oh, we're not going to be selling phones next year because things weren't too good this year, so we're thinking about not selling phones next year. So that's obviously going to change, you know, the valuation into the earnings price. So, or it's, you know, that's a potential earnings catalyst that's going to change the valuation of the name. So, stock selection. Our stock selection today was beautiful. TXN had a reason to move. Right? Really nice range. Not Walmart. McDonald's. Okay, we said we look for a break up above here, and we look to get long at 200 or 198 was the level we were watching that we wanted to get long from. And you're looking for a move back to 204 and 206. Okay. McDonald's, we got that 15-minute trade line rejection. Literally pinged that one for a 200% gain. Literally, this was not expected. So let's not get it twisted, guys. This was not expected, that candle. We were in the 295 puts. And we were there in just a few minutes. Literally. We were there in a few minutes. This was in the money. And we got these for $1.10. You could have got it from like a $1.04 to $1.13, $1.10. I think it was like $1.04, $1.10 when we were up here, right? And they were $3 just a few minutes later, over $3. So that was directly as a result off that 15-minute trade line that we were waiting for. It put in a double top. We said, hey, we're here. We also had some other things line up. All right, right at that resistance zone, top of the range on the daily chart. We had a few of the indicators that were showing us, hey, this is a sell trigger. All right, and we took it. We took it. Bang. We didn't expect that, though. We were just looking for a pullback. Just a small little pullback. You start to crack that 299 level. You know, the point is we were paying $1, so if we got $2, we knew we were golden. We knew we were good. Okay? So just understanding what you're paying for the option price is already going to give you a mentality on, you know, I don't even need to look at the delta. I don't need to look at anything, right? I know if I'm paying $1 for this stock at $3 and I get $1 move, you know, I'm already at least at worst 50, like 45 to 65% on that trade on the worst day. All right, so these are coming back just a little bit. I don't have much hope for these, but I do think I can claw myself back to 35 cents. I'd be happy with like 35 cents if we can get something going here, right? Because Nvidia is starting to, or should be at support. Oh, that's why this is doing that. I didn't know that. Shoot. Okay, that's why the charts were doing that. I was on the wrong time frame. Nvidia's coming in as support. You can see Nvidia trying to bounce off this level. So this should help the overall markets. Not just Nvidia, but along with everything. If Nvidia's pulling in a support, let's see if we can damn, that's crazy, bro. That's so insane.
Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher investment difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and
So that you know, eye it up right there. Look at your look at VWAP. It's right up there at 140, 139.85. So see if we can just take the end of the day here to just get some of these shorts to start to cover and have somewhat of a small relief bounce would be awesome. You know, I'm not sure if we're going to. This was a pretty mean move, man. Everything's getting sold off. This is the heartbeat of a bear. This is not a good look. I don't know if it continues, but I'm just wondering, what do they know about the data tomorrow that they want to sell in front of this labor report tomorrow? That's where I'm concerned. Do they have an instinctive feeling that these numbers are about to be worse than before, and it's already been priced in? So tomorrow, if the labor market, if these labor numbers come out, and let's see what the expectations are real quick. Okay, see how the SPY is bouncing back now, and I'm not really doing it. I'm too far out of the money. That's why I tell you guys, or I would mention, if there was one thing I would say, please don't sacrifice price for time, and just don't buy too far out of the money. Not too far. You can buy $1 or $2. You know, you guys will see me do it all the time. I'll stay within that range. But you don't want to be out. You don't want to be out of it. You're just wasting your money. Then it is a scam. Then you are just getting scammed, and you're going to say that options are, you know, you just be like everybody, not everyone else, but you'll just be a part of the people that, you know, don't understand that I'm going to risk 30 cents a contract, or I'm going to risk 30 cents from where my entry and stop loss is versus what I pay. I know how much I'm going to lose, and I'm going to risk this. And if I do this, you know, 7-8 times out of 10 and lose, I know those 2 to 3 times are going to get me back green. But you know, you just have to wait for things to set up. I don't know. Like, there's just so many people that say options are a scam, but they're really not. I think you're doing yourself a disservice because you haven't attempted to learn or have any basis on this stuff. Because it's weird. We had the largest capital markets in the world, but the options market is big. If it was such a scam, how do people continuously still have money? How am I consistently in here day in, day out, pulling money out, buying options? I'm not even selling spreads. I haven't even sold spreads. I was talking about selling spreads on Netflix on their earnings for a few reasons. Really, the main reason because they were reporting on a Thursday. The next day was a Friday, and they were charging like $70 move. And I'm like, dude, even both ways on this, they are scamming. And even if it does go in a direction, there's not even enough time, because you got to remember, if you're paying $7, or like, let's just say you're paying 7 points or $7 for every dollar, you're still going to go back down to dollar for dollar by that expiration. You know, so you're 6 times ahead of what you should be on that premium. Like if you're paying 700 for a dollar move on 100 on for like a dollar move, um, you know, at the beginning of the week, it's just how do I explain this in layman terms? We'll just say the stock is $100, and I'm going to charge you $700 for or $7 for a contract that's, we'll say, $5 out of the money. Well, first there you're paying $2 too much, okay? And how much time do you have? Because that's also a factor. If we're talking you have 1 day left, you shouldn't be you damn sure shouldn't be paying anything over $1.50 or $1.25, right? You're paying $7, right? Because Netflix reported Thursday afternoon, you come in Friday, and if you're paying $7 per dollar, the next day those $7, it's only going to be dollar for dollar for the most part, even if you're in the money. You guys get what I'm saying? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to give her something to eat here. DJT starting to take off now, guys. All right, we get back to like 35 cents. Abby, baby, I'm coming. I'm going to go feed my cat real quick. And let's see if we can get a bounce back here to SPY 578 or so. See if we can't get a reversal. DJT's trying to take off. You just made this resistance zone right here. You're trying to make it support. And let's see if it does try to take off going into the end of the day. Let's see if it tries to test the previous high. All right, I'm going to go feed her, and I'll be right back. NVIDIA's finding support. Come on, baby. Come on. I think, guys, I'm too far out of the money here. The only thing that may help me is that I have, these expire tomorrow afternoon. So we do have initial jobless claims, man. This market could take back this move tomorrow if the initial jobless claims is good. If the labor market's good, you have to say to yourself, soft landing. Jerome Powell knows what he's doing. My guy knows what he's doing. Me personally, I like Powell. So yeah, I'll be right back, you guys. Thank you guys again for being here. Hit that like button if it's your first time here. Let me know where you're tuning in from. What is it that you're looking to get out of the markets? Let me know what you want out of the markets. What's something you want to learn? What are you having trouble with? Let me know so we can help you guys get some cash in them pockets. And actually just, really not just that. I want you guys to help. I just want you guys to be able to really start turning that portfolio positive. All right? Start getting that brokerage account and really start, having those numbers go up, not down. Too many people struggle, and they don't need to. The simplest things can help turn somebody's experience in the markets around. All right, so just give me 2 minutes. I'm going to go feed my cat real quick, and we'll be right back. Keep an eye on DJT here if it holds. Keep an eye on the overall markets if we start to see here. I will say real quick before I talk about the SPY and the Qs, this DJT move is a nice move. This is a nice breakout above the 200-day. And this is just a consolidation day. This is a sign of strength, right? Just because we haven't blasted off any higher, this is just a nice low volume consolidation. And I wouldn't say low volume. Baby, I'm coming, love. I'm coming, sweetie. I gotta go. I don't have to go, but you guys know what I mean. Let me go feed her really quickly, and I'll be right back. She's yelling at me. I need to start making sure that you guys can see this. Let's go. Man, this sucks, man. Look how far we've rallied back. And I can't even get my 30. I'm looking for 30, 35 cents here. And I'm struggling. What I tell you guys, 20 cents there. Get a bounce back move. 20 to 30 is 50%. You know?
Rebalance the culture there, get more definitive on how they're going to stabilize the business, come out specifically talk about how much equity they're going to raise, et cetera. And most importantly, have a couple of quarters under their belt where you see solid execution.
How long are you going to have to wait for this stock to turn around as you expect it to?
Well, there's an old phrase in aerospace and defense that says, nothing in aerospace and defense moves quickly except the product. And in my view, right now, to answer you, I think that what we're looking at is 2025 as a transition year. The latter part of 2025. So obviously we have to have an end to the strike, et cetera. And I think 2025 is a transition year where we get more clarity on the points I've just made, including some solid execution. So in answer to you, and I think where you were going here, I think once investors get far better visibility.
Uh-oh, there goes DJT, guys. That's the second run there.
Are you expecting that there will be better points of entry if I am inclined to go along with
Let's go, Spy. Keep pushing, baby. Keep pushing. Come on. Here's the thing. Pullbacks are going to hurt me. Pullbacks are going to hurt. We got to break this level. And I don't think we have the volume to do it. I think that's it. Fuck. Do I just take it off here? Let's get... Man, should I do a poll in the chat? Do I do a poll in the chat?
So I think that, if you say, the equity raise is in, we have an end to the strike, execution improves, et cetera. I think you have a good case for the bad news being in the stock.
All right, Richard, thank you so much. Richard Safford, we appreciate it.
Sure, pleasure being on again. You bet.
Now check out shares of Winnebago on pace for their worst day in 2 years, down almost 11%. The motorhome maker missing Q4.
You see, look, we didn't even really pull back here. And that's exactly why you don't make the dumb mistake of just, you have to understand that range on when it's a little dangerous. I knew, I literally thought about it. I'm like, man, now I'm starting to get too far out of the money. Because remember, the market dropped and we bought it, and then we let it flush again here, and then we bought this dip, and even on that one, I was like, we're kind of far out of the money now. We might want to be careful here. And excuse me, I never moved my, I never moved down a contract. Excuse me, or two. This could open up here, guys. This area right here could open up for some nice support. Remember what we talked about? Or you guys remember? Oh, wait, this is NVIDIA. What am I doing? What am I doing? That's NVIDIA. See? Let me make sure I'm on the right ticker. Whiskey Michael Tango. I want to say thank you guys for hitting the like button for me today. That was awesome. Greatly appreciate it. Okay, so we're on the right ticker here. No politicking. All right, 3 minute. Let's see here. Let's go here. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That is a mean reversal. So that would be Thursday. I would love a move back to 582. Could you guys imagine if you like if we did get a bounce back up through there? Could you guys imagine with that? That'd be like $1.30, $1.50 if you were up to like 582 or so. Well, we'd be 50 cents in the money, and then depending on what time it was or wasn't. So let's see here. Let me see if Abby's trying to get in. I would assume that this level here is going to act as resistance now. All right. This was an important area that you had to watch because remember when we said this morning, it's like we never made it support. Let me let her in real quick. I guess Peloton's making its way back on the scanners. So we talked about, yeah, man, look at this selling pressure. It really wasn't as much. So we were right about just buyers did not want to step in. They did not want to show up. It's weird. All right. Let me see here. Yeah, look at that tail. What I'm gonna do here is look at this area right here that might hold and get us an extension here. I'm gonna throw out a limit order for 30 cents. We'll call it 30 cents here. See if we can hold it. I don't like if we pull back too far, which we are extended above here. This is gonna get ugly. It's not a good look, man. It's just not a good look. This is the danger of being too far out of the money. These pullbacks hurt you. You need to make it so that pullbacks don't hurt. Come on, let's hold. Look at that trade line, VWAP. It's way the hell up there at 580. 4 hour trade line is up here at 580 as well. I knew I was just a little bit too late. It's all right. We'll keep our eyes on this time and sales here. Looks like buyers are still stepping in here.
All right, welcome back to Power Lunch, everybody. Tesla down just over 1% as the street awaits the EV maker's Q3 results after the bell. Joining us now is Tom Narayan. He's a RBC Global Autos analyst. Tom, welcome. Good to see you. You know, Tesla has been the stock that lots of people would like to beat up on. Do you think it deserves it?
Well, I mean, to some extent it does, right? You had a lot of hype going into the robotaxi event by the company itself, and for most investors and analysts, it did underdeliver. We was short on actual numbers. So from that standpoint, you know, we totally understand why the stock performed the way they did, but we have to remember, the company doesn't look at itself the way.
False. That would be false. What do you, like, what does, here's the thing. He just said that the robotaxi underperformed on the numbers. Bro, that was not about any numbers. It hasn't even been released yet. So let's start with that. So this is why analysts are just, it's so funny to hear some of them sometimes. And what, is it right to beat up on it? No, it's not. You know, I mean, I feel like you could say it is because there are a few different pathways that they could be taking that they're not taking. You know, we'll talk about it after he's done. This is a good topic here. This is a really good topic. And let me know what your thoughts are too, please, in the comment section. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are. Is Tesla rightfully so to be, you know, beat up on and talked to, like, you know, kind of the stigma that it gets or whatever, without making things political? You can make it political if you want. I'm not going to. I'm not going to hate you for it. I'm not going to judge you, okay? I didn't die for your rights to choose and stuff like that. That's how I feel. I want you guys to do what you guys want to do. All right? But anyway, dude, this stuff is so messed up here. My screen's just so messed up. Let me know what your thoughts are on Tesla. Does it deserve to be, you know, kicked around and stuff like it has been and thrown around in the mud?
On what folks are really paying attention on, are they kind of, you know, looking at it from a past lens as a car company, or are they going to give credit for these other businesses and regulatory credits? I think are important to look at because they're here, and they're here to stay, and they're going to be here next year as well.
And what are you looking for in the numbers today, very quickly? You think they're going to beat the estimate or what?
I think on total gross profit, I think they will beat. On automotive gross margin X credit, I think there's a chance they could miss.
Right.
But remember, this stock will also trade on commentary during the earnings call. One thing we didn't hear a lot about during Robotaxi Day that people thought we may hear about is the affordable car next year, right? It's supposed to come out in H125. We didn't hear a thing. I would expect somebody at least to ask about it in the Q&A if we don't hear it in the prepared comments.
Yeah.
And if that comes out, that'll definitely be positive.
Tom, we got to leave it there. I'm looking for a model refresh on their line. I think they need that desperately as well. Anyway, that's just my opinion. Thanks for watching Power Lunch, everybody.
Everyone's been waiting. Give us a small car. Give us something. Closing bell starts right now.
All right, guys, welcome to Closing Bell. Scott Walker live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or breakout begins with the sell-off and the sell-off in the NASDAQ today as this final stretch begins. I mean, the major averages across the board are lower, but the NASDAQ is our standout. It's down near 2%. Very weak today. Apple, a big culprit. As an influential analyst in Asia slashes his iPhone production go. Units.
They're not coming in. They're not going to.
Also lower on the session. They are dragging.
Sorry for the
Tesla
language.
is too. Ahead of its own earnings report. That's coming
Come on.
over time
Come on, guys.
tonight.
Let's get this thing to pop.
More on that coming up.
We can get 30
Watching
cents out of
shares
this thing.
McDonald's today following that E. coli outbreak. The stock hit with at least a couple of downgrades today, off by near 5%. It's been weak throughout the session.
We need this thing to
has
pop.
also been weighing on the Dow today, and we'll track that too over these last 60. It does take us to our talk of the tape, the new rate reality, and how that could impact the road ahead for stocks. Let's welcome in Chris Harvey. He's head of equity strategy at Wells Fargo Securities with us here at Post 9. It's good to see you. Welcome back. That's the story right now, right? I mean, the move back up in yields and the toll it's taking on stocks.
It's the Trump trade, it's back up in rates, and it's earnings season, so it's all about who just...
I'm just trying to squeeze out a few more cents here. Listen... Oh, that's not the guy I thought it was.
We've had a heck of a rally here, so it's time for a little bit of give back.
why is it time for give back? I mean, isn't this rally
He said,
based on
why is it
the
time
fact
for
the
that give
economy's
back?
Good,
Why
and
you got to
Fed's
get the
cutting,
give back?
And you can say the move
You hear
in
him
yields
yelling
is
at
in
the
part for the
NASDAQ?
reasons you suggested, the reflation trade.
Oh, this
but it's also
motherfucker just
because,
bought a
look, the
shitload of
economy's
calls
good.
and just took 50% out of my
right? And I think that all works longer term, but in the short term, typically what we see heading into a presidential election cycle
Pin it, don't
is a
move
bit
it.
of a
Sit it
risk
right
off,
here. Don't
a
move
bit
the
of
market.
a sell-off. And we've really done the opposite, right? So after you see that
Pop,
rally,
short
you've
squeeze,
seen
pop,
that rally
pop, pop.
before.
Bid it up.
So I think
Large
we've
volume.
gotten ahead of
Come on,
ourselves.
man.
And
What's
with rates
money
backing
in?
up, I think people are just getting a little bit nervous. And the odds of Trump winning appear to be going up. The odds of a sweep appear to be going up, and people are worried about the fiscal
Pull
side.
back, hold, rally.
I'm not
Pull back,
sure that's the
hold,
right
rally.
thing to do, but in the short term, a little
Yeah,
bit of
give him a
back
little taste.
makes sense.
Well, that's the thing, the fiscal side, like Rick Santelli.
Give him a
was
little
talking
taste of
about
what
a
could
while
come
ago.
here when we hold.
We're,
That was some
worried about the
serious
deficit,
bullshit.
worried
He
about
said,
rates getting
slow
a
the-
little bit away from us because of that.
Slow the tape down. Let them see this 5,000 order to the sell side real quick. Slow the tape down. Let them all see that 5,000 sell side order. And let them think twice about what they're doing.
Only period.
That was fun.
Inflation
That was
okay.
fun.
So there's a lot of talk
This
that
tape has
he's
been
gonna
screaming.
blow out the balance sheet, things are
And
gonna
it
be
just
terrible.
slowed
There's
down, it just
not a
stopped.
ton of evidence
And you
to
just saw
say that.
4,000.
Do we have a fiscal problem? Yes, our fiscal house is not in order. The bigger issue is, when does leverage bite? Leverage bites when you have a slowdown in growth. And we just don't have a slowdown in growth just yet. So for now, it's fine. It's not great that we're doing this, and no matter who's going in there or who will be elected, we're still going to have a fiscal problem. And it's really not on the, it's on the spending side and it's on the entitlement side. And we just have to get a better handle on that.
So your target for the end of this year is 55.35. That's a good amount lower than where we are now.
It is. So we have.
Why don't you stick to that?
So we have about 6 months left in the year. We're going to start talking about 25 at this point in time. When we talk about 25, we think it's going to be a good year, but a bad vintage. And what I mean by that is we think we're going to probably see high single-digit returns. But when we look back from the purge of 2026
Listen to what he's saying.
We're going to say that was a year that too much leverage went on. That was a year that people took on too much risk. They went too far out on the risk spectrum and down the capital structure. So we're really focused on 2025, not so much on 24 at this point in time.
No, I know I was focused on 24, though. I mean, 55.35, we're at 57.90.
Yeah, so Scott, we were bull on the street earlier on, and as we get closer, does it really make sense? Is it really useful?
Did he just say they were blowing the street?
We're going to see a little bit of sell-off. We're going to see a little bit of give back. As we go forward, we think things are good, but more importantly, how do we position? A lot of people have done really well in the growth and momentum trade. If you get the Trump trade here, there could be a bit of a give back, so we're working with clients more so on the positioning side that is, getting the right target.
What about the price of stocks? David Einhorn writing to his investors last week that the market's as expensive as he can ever remember it. Certainly as long as he's been at Greenlight. Is that fair?
1999, stocks were much more expensive, fundamentals were much worse, and that was, today is not that.
But is today a problem nonetheless?
Today things are expensive. Today you need to be looking more for your best risk rewards, and you can't just close your eyes and just buy any stock at this point in time. But the valuation isn't, prohibitive is not the right word, but it's not as if we're back in 1999 and we're setting up for a fall and valuation was just too high. Valuation is high because you have really good companies, really good growth companies, really good balance sheets, and you have a lot of optimism. But it's not so high where you can't make money going forward.
No, but that's how much money you can make going forward seems to be a question, right? I mean, David Costin was asking that question earlier this week. I'm sure you saw that. Torsten Slope over at Apollo also asking similar things, like when you have stocks this expensive, expect muted returns in the years ahead, and they were using low single digits, not high single digits.
Yeah, so if you go out 5 and 10 years, mid-single digits makes more sense, more like growth-like EPS growth-like returns with some multiple compression. But again, if you go back to the late to 1999, you're looking at multiples in the high 20s. You're looking at growth rates that just didn't exist. You did not grow earnings for a number of years. I don't think that's true going forward. As we're looking at growth rates, they actually look pretty good for 25.
30%
mid-cap
quarter over quarter.
Got a lot of play this week, and that's where you think a lot of risk reward is.
Right. Yep.
Why?
Good valuation, so it's at a discount to the market. The technicals, they've underperformed for a number of years. They're up well into the double digits this year, so beginning to perform. They have self-help. I do think that M&A is going to improve. So if you're looking for a name that's going to get taken out, I think this is a space where you're doing it, and they're just not as picked over as others, and they're beginning to work.
I'm interested in why you think that you can be tactical if that's my word, not yours, in small caps.
Right.
If you have a backup in rates, the obvious pressure point is the Russell. You know, the proof is in the pudding, right? Look at what the Russell has done since rates started backing up. So why does that work?
So it works because we think that growth is better than expected, and people in the short term at least, and people are coming around to our point of view. Credit spreads are still incredibly tight. Atlanta Fed is predicting
3-4.
Yeah, that's a big figure, right? If we go back to July, when we had a better than expected number, small caps on that day outperformed by about 2%. So there's a trade here. And if Trump wins, and I still think it's a coin toss, then you're going to have a continuation for a couple weeks and maybe into year-end.
But I mean, the cost of capital for those same small firms is more elevated than I think some thought it would be, and they could still back up further, and you still have that issue.
Yeah, a little bit, but there's also this give and take, right? So when you issue debt, right, it's not just about the cost of corporate debt is a combination of a credit spread and what you get in the treasury market. And those credit spreads are really tight. Issuance is still very strong, and so that's very important. And as long as those markets are functioning and open, that's actually pretty good for small caps. That's good for M&A activity, and that's good for risk taking.
All right, let's bring in Requisite Capital Management's Bryn Talkington now, and HSBC's Max Kettner. Bryn's a CNBC contributor. Bryn, you've heard the conversation thus far. What do you agree with? What do you take issue with?
Well, I think it makes sense what he's saying around trading small caps. I think you can trade them, but I think writ large on the market as a whole, I think right now, we are in this seasonally weak period of specifically October. So, and we did have such a great run up. So I do think we have some just like regular sell off, regular digestion. But I do think that the market's finally waking up to the rate story. But as the economy is strong, the long end of the curve is starting to steepen. And so I think between the steepening of the yield curve because the economy is strong, and then the reality of whoever wins, we're going to get more deficit spending. I mean, ultimately, a few years ago, remember everyone's like, what happens if the Chinese stop buying our treasuries? Well, they have stopped buying our treasuries for the most part, but the Japanese have picked up and are buying them at all-time highs. So I think there's like a lot of positioning around here, but the market's up 20% for the year. If we did nothing for the next 2.5 months, we would still have a banner 2024.
Yeah, Max, I mean, what's the breaking point, if there is one, for a backup in yields? It feels like we're obviously a little tentative now, even where we're at 425, 422, or wherever it's sitting at this moment. But what's the breaking point if you see one?
Yeah, I don't think it's quite yet. I think what we need probably a bit more of a, in terms of the velocity, we need a more dramatic move. So typically what you see is, it's not really the level of yield alone that is really crucial for equities, for credit spreads, for high beta effects, for emerging market assets, really for risk assets in general. It is the yield level, but also the velocity. It's the move index, it's the volatility, particularly in long end rates, vol. If that picks up, once that picks up, then really you get a bit of a problem really for risk asset valuation. We're not quite at that point yet. What we're seeing genuinely in our models, so we looked at that earlier this year, the pain point is probably around 450, 460. It's when the terminal rate expectations go towards around 370, 380. Bear in mind, we're still pricing almost like 345, 350. So we're still about 20, 30 basis points away from that. So I would say the 10-year, around about 4.5%. I think from then onwards, it will become a bit painful for risk asset valuation in general. Up until then, I think the talk to me feels a bit like we just entered a bear market, whereas in reality,
guys, I am here.
1% of the all-time high.
I'm just
so deflating a little bit of momentum. It feels a bit too bearish for me, whereas in reality, I think we're just taking a bit of a breather from really up.
All right, so you guys are hearing that, right? Like these are money managers now. This is pretty much insight to what it is they're doing, unless they're lying to you. But I think it's pretty clear when we read the tape what's going on. All right, so you guys are getting an insight when you guys listen to this stuff. These are the market participants that move markets. They've got some real money behind these markets. Okay, so if they're telling you this, then you may want to start to find a hedge where you can short you have a short.
Solutions, ticker ESI, echoes same.
Markets are pulling back.
Pop on volume, trading up about 12%.
That we talked about it all week, and I mentioned to you guys how this was a failed breakout to a new high on the SPY, and it just like it made a new high, pulled back, tried to recapture it, and everything was just going as planned, and then it was just like we get to that high, bang, and it immediately takes it back, and it takes it back with volume, and then it's like, okay, let's pull back, find buyers. And then we make another run, right? We make another run back up there. And then they give it up, right? You had one, pulls back, all good, right? All good. We pull back, nice bull market. Okay, we put in a new high. We pull back to find support. Okay, now from here, we're pulling back. This is buyers are still stepping up. Buyers are stepping up. Let's go ahead and see if we can't, get up above here and hold, 584. You had this little pivot high here. You rallied to a new high. You pulled back. You just found support here. All right. Those sellers came in right off the belt pretty damn strong. But the market's like, okay. Pulls back. And then it made it resistance here, actually, too. All right. So they stepped in front of this resistance zone and pulled it back. And you're like, okay, cool. It's all good. We just did a break, retest. Let's go out and see if we can't break this level now. Let's go back and run a test up here to 585, and let's start holding 585, maybe consolidate, extend higher. Couldn't do it. You came in with the gap up on Sunday or Monday, Sunday night futures. It fails. It turns it into resistance, and then it pulls back again to 582.50. Then it's like, all right, this is it. Let's run a test back to 585. If we cannot get up there and hold and at least get to 585, pull back to 584, right, and start stepping it up, putting in higher lows, all right, a 585 rally, right, which is what it did, and you wicked up there, you put in a tail there, pull it back to 584, that would have been fine, right, but what'd you do? You broke it, and they said to hell with it. After 584, it's a wrap, and what'd they do? Look, they broke and didn't even try to hold 582.50. Right? And now it's just like, well, look, we got to run a test. Let's go back to 584. Now we're going to start making all those zones resistance that was support. 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 Right? Support. What do? You bounce back. Resistance. This second test here, I don't know. It was pretty clear on the daily chart what was going on. But this one, you'd have to go to the daily chart for that one because, it was just like, damn, because everything was fine, right? You came in with the gap up, you pulled back, you held the gap, you start making a high, you come in with the gap up, that gap up was cool, the pullback is okay, right? Because you're pulling back to prior day's close, and then you start to extend, and right there is where Friday, hey, you failed. And then it was just like tail, okay, we held, nope. And it's just, you could just see it starting to roll over from that point. From that point, it was just like, okay, we know what we need to do here. We know what we need to do. And now they're just really giving it up. And it's like, why would you be a buyer? Because you're not going back to 582 to 584. Really. Here I am and still in those. I just think, sorry, I think, come on, man. I am still literally trying to get out of this thing. If they could just, just give me a relief bounce. I am switching short. Just so you guys know, I'm not with the long right now. We still have earnings and stuff, like, sure. After today, I'm not looking for a downside day tomorrow. I mean, we could. I just think we're range bound right now, and I want to look for pops into 578. We'll see where we close today first, but I'm going to be looking for bounce back shorts because I think that was an all-time high fail, and now we just sold it off in a decent way. And we've been seeing sellers step up in volume. So I think, honestly, guys, I think we need to go back and visit 570 to 560, which is the Fed day. I think we need to go back to the Fed day. If tomorrow this labor number comes in good and earnings don't help us go higher, like, I think you got to watch out. All right? I think you got to watch out. I think this is our range from 574, call it 574, 575 to 580, 585 maybe. I don't think we go that high. Yeah, call it 580 to 574. So about $6. I think this is our new range on the S&Ps for now. It'll be right here. All right, I think that's our new range, and we're going to just bounce back and forth here. All right. We'll see if that happens. But I think we will hold this up because the markets are oversold. We were oversold when we opened up this morning, guys. A little hard to believe, I know, but we were. We were oversold up there at highs. So it's just valuation is just getting a little extreme, and these earnings need to come in to give us the okay to price that in, honestly. Because I think it's to the point where the market's reluctant that even some of these earnings are going to come in. They've been guiding some of these earnings down for the past 2 years, since 2022. Even in 2021. These earnings have been coming in where they're like, you know, we're going to lower our expectations. When they lower expectations and they tell the, whatchamacallits, the analysts, or they just come out and say we're lowering expectations, they do that for a reason. And if they outperform, that, you know, the stock pulls back, they outperform, bang, they get, you know, they can either buy it back at a cheaper price, they do stock buybacks. There's all kinds of different playbooks that you can do for certain things. But once you continuously do that, like Tesla, this is the big one. Tesla has, like, if you guys haven't noticed, Tesla has been doing good for earnings. And why is that? It's because it's lowered itself down to where it's very hard for Tesla to not do well. The worst is over, right? As far as the expectations are concerned. All right, the expectations are, that's about it. We've been starting to put in, these earnings have been gap up. Look at this earnings here. Okay, you came in with a gap up. It sold off, but it found its way back. And I think that the worst is over for Tesla. You could argue, you know, the price of the stock versus the float and all that, you know, and the market cap. They have a lot of future things that they need. I think they need to start just, they could be doing cell phones, computers, all different kinds of stuff. I know it's not easy, but I don't know. They know what they're doing, not me. I think if they need growth, they know where to look and they know where to grab it from. I just figured, or at least from what I thought, that, you know, like a phone or computer would be a nice, easy, not crazy cost effective, not a shit, you know, not a lot of like research and development to get, you know, some new product lines out there. You know, even something as simple. I'm not saying that it's simple to make a new cell phone or even to make products for a computer, but really, these companies that are out there are making the products, and you just put it together. You just combine them, right? You combine AMD with some Logitech or whatever motherboard you want to use, and you call it the Tesla Plaid, you know, the Tesla Plaid Gateway or something. I don't know, right? You come up with a funny name. But, you know, if you build it, they will come, right? If you build it, they will come. That just, in my opinion, is probably one of the easiest ways to just bring in some extra revenue that you didn't have before. And maybe spice up the game a little bit, you know, make it affordable for people to have a pretty decent high-powered computer. Maybe you try to make your own processors or something. I mean, I think that's a little much. You know, I don't know what, I'm sure that there's plants out there that you could use to make your own. I think there already is a guy that's making his own processors, actually, on Twitter. I thought that, I don't know the guy. I don't remember the guy's name. So, but either way. Oh my God. when you decide to go back and do the low-level side quest. Oh my god. No shit. Says BRICS must promote a new financial system. You know, so one of our Fed members, okay, he made a very, very, very good point on why this won't happen. I think it would be very difficult for it to happen. It's not Bosniak, not, what's his name? Bullard. I'm not going to comment on this right yet, but let's see if we can find it actually. Because I think this is important here. Because it's important that we, I mean, these are the scholars that, let's see here. Let's see.
BioVi, ticker BIVI, announces pricing of registered direct offering.
Good to see you. You too. Welcome to our show. Thank you. So you take a lot of companies private, and then you sometimes re-IPO them. The market for IPOs has been really, really slow.
Oh, this guy, Fisher Investment, Ken Fisher on What the Dollar's Doing.
Direct offering and concurrent.
Ken Fisher,
Shares at
You know, Ken's just got this look. He's got like this huge head, huge ears. It's just like this big forehead. He almost looks like a cartoon character. Come on, baby. Give me my 28 cents. Come on. Come on. Where's the spy? Where's the spy? Sorry, guys. Hold on. Something just kicked in gear, guys. Come on, man. They just couldn't give me 28. What assholes, bro. They know what they're doing. That's so funny. Come on, baby. Let's go. Come on.
To investors, and that's really coming around sort of on both how the Gen AI narrative fits into their story, but also their ability to digest everything going on in the macro environment.
Companies are staying private longer. That's been a big theme that we've been talking about now for some time. What role do you think the growth in private credit has played in that as an alternate source of capital? So companies don't feel like they need to go to the public markets. The private markets are exploding with money.
Yeah, I think it's definitely played into the delay of the IPO markets returning back to a sense of normalcy. That being said, the capital markets are efficient and creative, and we're going to continue to see like the evolution of the IPO. And I do think that the public markets will start to have an appeal, particularly as you point out, the high valuations, as well as the pull from investors to see these companies public.
Your founder and CEO Robert Smith sounded reasonably optimistic a week ago when I was with him out in Beverly Hills at the conference we were both at on a panel conversation about topics like this. I sat down with Todd Bowley, famed.
That's a motherfucking top tick right there, boy. Come on, is it going to go higher? It is going to go higher, and that's okay. That's okay. I risked it for the biscuit. Not really. I did not do that. I would never risk it for the biscuit. I'm going to just go grab that biscuit if I'm hungry. Alright, just go take it. If you're hungry, go eat. Alright, if you need to hunt food, or if you don't have food, go get it. Just go get it. What do you need, money? Okay, go get it. You want a Corvette? Or you want like a Lambo? You want a Ferrari? Okay, go get it. But I don't have no money. Okay, you need money? Go get it. Go get some money. There's so much shit out here that we all have that has made everything so much more easier to access. That people before us never had these opportunities, and you really have the greatest opportunity to just fucking change your life. Not just your life, but somebody else's around you. Your family's life, your friends, your mom, your dad. Alright? So grab it by the you-know-what and go get it. Go get it. You can do it. But you gotta just, maybe you might have to watch 300. You're going to have to watch a video of, sometimes every now and then, we'll throw, oh no, they delete, nope, they didn't. Okay, I got worried. Sometimes we'll throw on a little.
Is going to be under 500 on the Dow.
Damn it, they told us. If I did, I'd be selling some spreads. I'm not going to trade Tesla. You want to know why? If it was on a Thursday, I would. Today's Wednesday. There's still a couple days left. I will trade Tesla tomorrow. Sorry, I just seen your message, so I do apologize. I am out of SPY puts, or calls, or whatever it is. Calls. I am out of those at 29 cents. Alright. 28 cents. 29. 28. Same difference. 28. 28, guys. 28 cents. Let's look at the options. Let's see. So once again, here we go. $7. So this is saying 15. 8 and 8 is 6. So they're saying pretty much $16. $16 movement. See, we're at 13, so I doubt we break 200. I gotta be honest, guys. I don't think it's worth it. I think it could be if. Here's the thing. I honestly, this is a weird point in time for Tesla. And listen, the only reason that I really liked Netflix is because I thought that Netflix had already ran its ass off. It reported on a Thursday afternoon, so coming in the next day, like you don't have much time, but you still have 2 days. And if something happens, you're gonna have to be. You can set yourself up to still manage some risk. So, if I were to do this, I would probably sell the. See, they're not paying enough. And I feel like I'm too close for comfort. I I feel like I'm too close for comfort. I gotta be honest. I don't like it. Because Netflix, I felt like there was so much premium built up on Netflix and that it was just going to get washed away the next day because it was a weekly option and it was a Thursday afternoon when they reported. So that's up to you. If you're okay with, selling a 265 for a 230, I would need more than that. I would need at least 3 to 350, if not 400. You know what I'm saying? To take that risk. So you could move down to a 225, but you're putting yourself in a danger zone there because the second, if something happens good, that's the thing. You know what? If you're going to play these, I would just do a spread. I would just do a spread. You could. So let's see, 225 is 4. They want. You see what I mean? So you have 100 there. So you could risk about $200 here. All right. So if you want to do a 225, sell the 225 calls, I would wait and see if you can bounce from here, because you might be able to catch a bounce and get them at a better price. And that's the thing here. You'd have to work on it. You don't have to, but I would sell the 225s and buy the 230s. I would like to get, let's see. I would like to wait on the purchase of those 230s. If you could get it for 200. All right, so there's $2 there. All right, sell the 225s, buy the 230s. All right, and then it looks like the market is pricing in
Microsystems, ticker KWE. Shares are halted to the upside, trading up 73%. Ticker KWE.
The U.S. government is rapidly securing a domestic supply of this critical mineral. Meet Nova Minerals, symbol NVA, with high-grade antimony.
looks like the market thinks that this thing's going down. I would sell the 200s maybe, and I wouldn't even do that. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see, the 200 day is right there at, yeah, so I'd sell the 200s. It's bouncing right now. It's not helping. See, here's the thing. You're getting $3 for a $13 move. Those things are going to get hammered if this thing sells off. This is why I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't even fool with Tesla, because I don't think you're getting enough premium to make it worth it. Think about it. If this thing opens up at 205 tomorrow, what do you think these contracts for the 200 are going to be? And you have 2 more days, guys. They're only giving you $3. Still might be pricey, but if it does move to the downside or upside, which it very well can do that move. You guys have seen it do it before. It's gapped down plenty of times. So she can move. I feel like you would at least need 4 to 450. That way you're safe down to 197. I'm sorry, 196. You know what I mean? 196, 195. So if you get a pullback here off the bell, maybe look for, that's up to you guys. I don't think it's worth it. You still got 2 more days. You got Thursday and Friday. And I just don't think that they're paying, the premiums are high enough for anybody to take. Again, listen, Netflix was paying $70 for a $50 move. Like, and it expired the very next day. It was just like, it just made sense. It made sense because even if you were in the money, they still paid nearly 5 to 6 times more over that dollar for dollar. So you were fine even if you were in the money, and you still had the opposite direction that never got paid for, which would be the downside. So Tesla, in my opinion, I don't think these premiums are high enough. All right, I want at least 4 to 450 for this for me to be comfortable. Because if something happens here and this thing shits the bed, hello 195. You're going to be right back down to 180, 185, 190, right? And you're going to be like, damn, okay? You know, sure, you're getting 250 from the upside. Like, you could also buy the 195s, but I feel like if you could get 4 to 450 for the 200s, and then, you know, then you would have a $2 difference there that you could keep if you don't get it, you know, by buying the 195s, because you want to buy the 195s because you're going to have a dollar difference there, and that's at $4. If you guys know what I mean, right? Because technically, for anybody that doesn't know, if you sell somebody a 200 put at $3, they're paying the $3. So anything at 197, 99, 98, 97, because they paid the $3, it's not worth it for them to do it. They're not doing anything. It's no loss. There's a no loss there. Because they're paying the premium. If that makes any sense. So that's why maybe you buy the 190 250s to get that $1.50 there, which is the difference between 195. And then if you get to 195, you still make that upside on these 190. I don't know. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think Tesla's paying enough. You know, unless you guys think it is, but 200, 230, that would be the spread that I would do. All right, 200 to 230. It looks like this options chain is telling us the market makers expect Tesla to pull back even further. I know it's been a down day, but no, I wouldn't be buying options. So either for anybody out there that's just trying to just get lucky with an options play, I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't even buy them. You gotta sell them. It's the only way you're going to make any money.
Hey there, Scott.
Unless
this is
something
just got a
crazy,
statement here from Apple responding to that fine that was levied against them by the CFPB earlier this morning. That's related to the Goldman Sachs and Apple Card. Let me just read you the most relevant part of the statement here. They say, quote, upon learning about these inadvertent issues years ago, Apple worked closely with Goldman Sachs to quickly address them and help impacted customers. While we strongly disagree with the CFPB's characterization of Apple's conduct, we have aligned with them on an agreement. That agreement, of course, is a $25 million fine, pocket change for Apple, but this was related to things the CFPB said about the Apple Card, promoting interest-free payments for Apple products, and also customers having trouble when they had to dispute a charge and getting their money back between Goldman and Apple. That's what this was all related to. And again, shares of Apple are down 2%, but that's mostly off of that iPhone news I was telling you about earlier.
Got it. All right, Steve, thank you.
Thanks,
That's
guys.
Steve Kovac. Up next, tracking the biggest movers into the close, Pippa Stevens is standing by with that. Pippa.
Hey, Scott, well, one tech company could be exploring one of its largest ever acquisitions. The names to watch coming up next.
It's way too far out of the money, but I was just looking to say, oh, they did get the 30 cents. Here, let me let Abby in real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, let's see. So we're going to have Tesla earnings here right after the bell. All right. Grab your wine. We can't say that the man, the myth, the legend didn't tell us that we were going to have some
gets
downside
to the
today.
bottom of the accumulation and then the repayment of debt basically drives every economic cycle that there is. And right now we drive and then gets to
Going to be on severe drop, a long wait for top tick. That's 1988. Severe drop, a little rebound. By 1991, the market is going to be under 500 on the Dow.
the debt
Sorry, guys,
stuff and the Dow's at 3,000.
I was trying to think of his name there. Let's go over here to this earnings thing here. Oh, we needed to. I want to see, where did Enphase close at today? Let's see. Let's go take a look. ENPH. Nice job for anybody that took. Okay, so it did retract a little bit here. Okay, Peter Borish. Peter Borish, that's who it is. Peter Borish. He did a really nice, he did a really good one-on-one with Yahoo. Okay, for anybody that's either that's just getting into the capital markets. Hold on one second here. Come on, man. You fucking asshole. I knew it. Alright, so I like to have the stream up just in case I lose sound or something. And I lost it. Alright, so we had Boeing earnings today. Why didn't I know about this? Or like, why didn't I hear anything about it? Is that true? Did you guys know that Boeing had earnings? Oh my god. They did. I don't know why. That's so weird. I mean, I guess we did because I did look at it. And I said, oh, they have an earnings call here. And I just thought for some reason that it was like the night before. I overlooked it. Wow. Okay. Altair. Altec? Okay, Altair Engineering.
We're about 15 from the closing bell. Back now to Pippa Stevens for a look at the key stocks that she is watching. Pippa.
Scott, well, Siemens is reportedly in talks to potentially acquire software maker Altair Engineering, according to a Bloomberg report.
All right, guys. So I want to get ready for these earnings here. We got 15 minutes. Look at this break and retest for Boeing. This could be a nice... I'm not going to say a nice downside because you did hold 155. I would wait. You know what? I would say wait. I'd wait for 160, 250 or so. Just wait. But this looks real ripe to the naked eye. A rejection up here with how many times that you've hit it. What is this? 158 to 162. That's not really a move. That stinks. Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola reported. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going over some of the stocks from this morning just to see how they how well they did or didn't do. Just to give us some ideas for the watch list later on or for tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to do a watch list or not. But I do want to find out and, you know, let you guys know where this money is going to go. We need to find out where it's going to go. If all this selling is happening, you got to find out where that cash is going to go. All right. Let's see here. All right. So we had Boeing, Coca-Cola, AT&T. We already talked about. These are some areas we want to be long. Verizon, AT&T, Verizon's up also. VZ, ticker symbol VZ. All right, that had a nice up day. And then T, AT&T. All right, it's just the letter T. Used to be my old plug, T. What up, T? If you out there, bro, what up, man? No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Anyway, I thought AT&T said that they were no longer going to be a dividend name, or like a value stock, I should say. Not a dividend stock, but a value stock.
My name is Mark Chaikin. During my 50 years on Wall Street, I helped build 3.
And they were so bad when they sent this. It was way down here. They were just like, yeah, we're not going to be a value. It's like, what do you mean you're not going to be a value stock anymore? Like your stock price reflects you can do anything. This thing was just demolished. It was just down, 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 year after year after year after year. And I don't know. It was just kind of funny. That's how I thought about it. I'm like, wait. They're actually thinking that they have something going for themselves. Like, this thing was just dunzo. All right. Coca-Cola, Boeing, AT&T. And let's go look at Tesla real quick. Shoot, look at that day. Gosh, dang, man. That's a monster move.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I ran the numbers on Quicken. It's totally in my budget. Bad, Mr. Sparks.
Okay, so Vertiv, Boeing, AT&T, Coca-Cola. Okay, so that's why GEV and GE and those names were going higher, because GEV reported, and let's see, GE. Man, my arm hurts. I wonder what this is. We have some awesome earnings today, like IBM, ServiceNow. I like ServiceNow. Boston Scientific, CME Group. How did the CME fare? Let's look. CME. Damn, CME had a really nice day. So these stocks are performing well off the back of their earnings this morning and yesterday. Other than NVIDIA. BSX. Echo Sandy, what?
Commercialize an industry-changing glucose monitoring device based on its already approved European technology. In discussions with a global pharma giant for distribution in India and China, Trinity Bio, stock symbol TRIB.
Okay, Boston Scientific. Damn, that's a huge move today. Everything that reported, for the most part, other than Enphase, I know I'm repeating myself and I do apologize, but dude, look at these moves. Alright, so I guess this is opening up some of these fund managers' eyes, like, hey, there's a lot of stocks here we don't own that we probably should. Let's look at GD. Wasn't going to, but come on, GD. Got my GD. Got my GD. I forgot my E. Alright, nothing really there. Alright, so Thermo Fisher, TMO, that's the last one, which was from this morning. TMO. Thermo. TMO, too much offerings. Too many offerings. TMO. It's too many offerings. I know. I'm getting tired. I gotta wake up. Okay, Tesla. Oh, Vertiv. Let's look at Vertiv really quick. VRT, and then we're gonna go into Tesla. VRT. It's a nice pop. All right, Tesla. Teslonian. Let's see here. So there's a pullback on Tesla. Lam Research. I am really curious about any guesses on how these guys do today. Any thoughts on your favorites? Sands, ServiceNow, IBM, Celestica.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
There's got to be more. There's got to be more here. American Airlines tomorrow. UPS. Southwest. Alright. I'm going to set this up real quick. Let's go LRCX. I'm going to pull up. Okay, so here's this daily chart. I was thinking about just deleting all these levels here on Tesla. LRCX. Someone made a really good point today. LRCX about Microsoft. Okay, with Microsoft trailing the Qs and going into its earnings, I think next week. I never thought about that, like that aspect. Just didn't think about that, and it was a good idea. And it's really where a lot of these stocks find themselves is like Lam Research, right? This thing is, it actually did have a nice rally this year, so I can't say it didn't. This is actually performing really well, actually. Yeah, I can't say that with Lam Research. They've actually done really well. Alright, so Tesla's just being disrespected. I mean, I wouldn't say it's being disrespected, but it's just hanging out, and it's a good buy in my opinion. Look at IBM. Wow. And I know for a fact the only time I drew these levels were the previous earnings, and look what it's done since. Look at that. That's insane. That's a really nice move. 190 to 235. 237. Damn. Congratulations if you guys own IBM out there. Okay, Celestica. I've never heard of this really. CLS. Now what I'm doing here is to see where they are on their daily chart here. I can make it a little bit better and enjoyable from a viewer's standpoint if I do this for you guys. CLS. We have 4 minutes left. Again, great job today, you guys. Seriously, great job. So break and hold.
We'll also look to Krishna for a broader view on the economy, given the strength that we're seeing in the U.S., the weakness in Europe, the potential rebound in China, Scott.
I just wanted to see. Yep, so I made the right choice. Good deal. I figured it was useless. Those things were too far out the money. Alright, so CLS, right? CLS. Let's go to daily chart. Celestica. Alright. Another stock that's at highs. If this thing doesn't do well, recent short interest, earnings outlook for AI machine building. Come on. Machine learning data center workloads. Why do they make it seem like it's a lab company? Like, look at this. When you think Celestica is like a lab company, it's just me. And it's okay. They can do what they want. It's a head scratcher there. DS4100. Maintains a buy. Okay. So this is at all-time highs, you guys. Alright, so if there's anything, we'll have to see what happens here, but if there's anything that, decides to bring this thing south, it's got a little bit of room left on it. Okay, Newmont. That's gold, right? NEM, Newmont gold. This one, damn. Look at Newmont. It's really catching up, man. Wow.
5-6% on the news. So we'll see, if we sort of pre-sold into the number or if there's a little more to absorb there. I feel like we'll get now, as you just inch closer to election day, just, you're susceptible to more volatility as that day gets near. Yeah, and I think if
55.
anytime you present in front of the market.
Here, I'm going to play this for you guys if you guys want. We only have a couple more to go through. I just want to look to see where they are relative on a daily chart, because if they're already at highs and they don't do so well, like Celesta, I kind of want to, I wouldn't mind taking a short on that. You know what?
Anytime you present in front of the market, something that feels rough.
We only have a minute left. I'm not going to be able to. CLS, what is it, like a $50 stock? Look at all that selling pressure. Let's see if I can. Oh my gosh, there's no way. Like, look at this. This is a $60, a $55 to $60 stock, and they're charging $2. They're charging $3 a dollar. Like, at the money, they're charging $3.30, $3.30. You're a knucklehead, bro. What the hell is wrong with you? Nobody's gonna buy that. Tell them, go back to bed, bro. Like, I get you want to try to jack up the premiums, but that's too much. You're not even going to get dumbasses with that one. You might get a couple, but you sure ain't selling a lot of contracts with that. Everybody, at least, selling them to a buyer, because everybody's going to be writing these things. I wouldn't mind actually taking them and writing them. This one might be worth it. You guys see what I mean by how much you pay, like Tesla versus this stock here? You're literally getting almost the same amount of money, quote unquote, for the percentage move, which, what is this? So it's about 15%. 66, and we're at 57. Alright, they're close, guys. We have earnings coming up. Let's get it. Let's see what happens here, guys. By the way, great job today. Clap it up. Clap it up, guys. I know, I'm falling asleep, man. I've been up since 3:30, 4 o'clock this morning. I am tired. Let's have a great afternoon. Let's get ready and go over these earnings. If you're new here, welcome. Hit that like button for us. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. Once we get there, I'm doing a giveaway for you guys as a token of my appreciation. Secondly, if you guys want to give back, stream contribution donation link is in the description down below. If you would like to give back to the stream and continue to help make this free for everyone. We go through a lot of educational stuff. I give out my trades, and I would like to be able to bring on people and take this a step further and maybe start challenging Trader TV. We can do it. All right, set your goals high. And if you can reach them, they're not high enough. All right, so let's rock. Let's rock. Let's go to the Foursquare. Here we go.
The U.S. doing the honors of the NASDAQ. We've got higher yields, a pullback for mega cap tech stocks, dragging the major averages lower today. Big drops for Apple and the chips. But the focus now turns to an upcoming wave of earnings. That is the scorecard on Wall Street, but the action is just getting started. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm Morgan Brennan, John Ford.
We'll do a 1 minute chart.
We've got a huge hour of results coming your way, headlined by Tesla, IBM, ServiceNow, and T-Mobile.
Plus, we'll get numbers from Lam Research, Las Vegas Sands, Mattel, Whirlpool, and many more.
As we await those earnings, though, let's bring in Bespoke Investment Group co-founder Paul Hickey. Paul, great to have you on. We're hot and heavy into the earnings season here. Tesla is obviously the big headliner, but we have so many names we're going to be watching. How would you characterize what we've heard from the companies that reported so far, particularly on the day where the major averages are having their worst sell-off in a month and a half?
Starting to go.
Yeah,
now.
I mean, it's a rough day today, but you just have to put it in the perspective of what we've seen over the last 6 weeks. And part of this rally has been driven by the fact that the earnings results to start with the big banks were very strong.
billion. That's Tango Michael Uniform Sandy, T-Mobile.
My internet keeps going. My computer keeps messing up, guys. So you guys will have to bear with me. Okay, T-Mobile. Actually, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. Come on.
C's 2024 adjusted FCF 16.7 billion to 17 billion versus the prior outlook of 16.6 to 17 billion. That's TMUS, ALGN, Align Technology. Reporting.
It's not even showing me on here.
$2.35.
This was earlier. What the hell is he talking about?
$2.31. That's a beat.
Oh my God.
Revenue of 977.9 million. The estimate was 987 million, so that's a miss on revenue for Alpha Lima Golf November. Tesla is out now. TSLA, Tesla reporting.
Look at that pop, guys. Look at that pop. 230. Let's see what happens. You're coming right into the 50-day.
Revenue of 20.
Everything's acting up on my end, guys.
5.182 million.
I don't understand why they're reporting T-Mobile when it came out this morning. Oh no, that was T-Mobile, not AT&T. I'm sorry. Look, yeah. See, guys, this stuff is okay. So here you go. They finally got it up here. All right, so here's Tesla earnings here. 72 cents is a beat versus a 58-cent entry. They beat by 20 cents. A little, well, call it 12 to 14 cents. Sales 25.18 billion, misses it. The estimate was 25.373. So 373.182. Call it 150 million, something like that was the miss. That's okay. They don't really. Something's going on here. I can tell that I'm just struggling, and Thinkorswim I can tell is struggling too. Normally, it should have stuff flying in and out of here. So unless it's just me, I feel like. Let's see here. Just my internet's being a pain in the ass. Really, it's not really my internet, but it's the Wi-Fi. Yep. We gotta wait for this earnings call too. What time is the earnings call? It's going to be on the West Coast time, so 4:30 p.m. Central time. It's going to be a while before that earnings call comes out.
LC Lending Club, 13 cents.
You know, the stock opens and they bid it up every day. So that kind of intense strength.
We're getting everything here.
The estimate on Lending Club was 7 cents, so that's a beat for Lima Charlie.
IBM has come a long way. It's still yields close to 3% though, so it's got multiples expanded a lot over the last year.
The estimate was 95 cents. That's a beat for Michael Alpha Tango. Sales of 1.84 billion. The estimate was 1.85 billion, so that's
here's Mattel.
For Michael Alpha Tango. CP, Canadian Pacific, Kansas City.
Canadian Pacific.
Reporting 99 cents Canadian. The estimate was $1.01. Revenue
Service.
$3.5 billion. The estimate was 3.6 billion, so that's short.
I'm still waiting for QuantumScape, Service Now, and I think we have QuantumScape as well, guys, that are coming out.
Tesla hitting
Quantum, QuantumScape. There's QuantumScape.
Almost $16 now on Tesla, TSLA.
So there it is. Do you guys see what I'm talking about? But I didn't feel like I was paid enough for the risk. Man, those 230 trades, or those 230 contracts.
1 cent adjusted. The estimate was 88 cents, so that's a miss. Sales of 4.6 billion.
Of course, Newmont misses. What's a gold company to not miss on their earnings?
IBM is out.
IBM, guys. IBM is
reporting $2.30 adjusted. The estimate was $2.23.
Oh no.
That's a beat for India Bravo Michael. Revenue of 14.97 billion, short of the 15.07 billion estimate for IBM. WHR Whirlpool reported.
Oh my gosh. Look, everything is lagging, guys. Oh no, it's all right here. Revenue up 1%, 2% constant. So the revenue is not up that much.
Sales for Whirlpool, Whiskey Hotel Romeo. AMP Ameriprise $8.10 adjusted. That's below the $8.92 estimate for Alpha Michael Papa. AMP.
Come on, service now. Just show your face. Come on.
LRCX
it's selling off right now.
86 cents. The estimate was 80 cents. Sales of 4.17 billion. The estimate was 4.05 billion. That's Lima Romeo Charlie X-ray. So that's a beat on earnings and a beat on sales.
All right, Lamb Research. I know this is an ugly LRCX. This is not a good earnings here for us, so we're going to change this. I'm just having trouble for some reason here. Okay, LRCX. 86 per share, which is a beat, consensus of 80 cents. So that's a 7.5% beat there. Revenue, I'm really curious on revenue here. And Las Vegas Sands is out as well. Man, they're just dropping left and right, guys. Okay, so Las Vegas Sands, LVS, which might be a trade tomorrow, missed on revenue, guys, on expectations of revenue.
The estimate was $1.61.
So here it is. This is. Let me turn him down real quick. So EPS is a miss of 44 cents. The estimate was 54. Sales 2.68 billion, which is a miss. That was an estimate of 2.78. All right, that's Las Vegas Sands. Any other questions, guys? You guys have anything else you guys want to know, want me to look at? I don't even know if there's any more that was crazy. Didn't it feel like, I mean, I might sound crazy, but I just felt like all these earnings were just like bullets flying past me. And just like, I'm just there in the middle of it, but like none of them are hitting me, and it's just flying by me. Celeste, I still want to see CLS. I'm kind of curious if that's sold off or not. It hasn't came out yet. It doesn't come out till later, I guess. All right, guys, listen, I am tired. I'm going to get up out of here. I appreciate you guys all for joining. We finally did it. We finally made it to 10 likes. I greatly appreciate you guys. I want to give us another solid day tomorrow. We had an awesome day today. 3 winning trades. I had 1 loser. I had a small loss. McDonald's, guys, a 200% trade, $1 contract into $3 on McDonald's off that 15-minute trade line reversal. Double top, just everything about that trade, and it gave us, again, that wasn't the game plan. The game plan was just to catch a pullback. We were paying $1, and we said, hey, even if we can get $2 out of this thing and it starts pulling back, we're going to be doing okay, you know. So that's that. We just went through some earnings here. Tesla's just on fire as we speak. Could buy this outright, but they have earnings coming up, so I would imagine that this kind of just pins itself up there, and it just hangs out and holds the 50-day. I kind of mentioned going into the earnings call was you got to give Tesla the benefit of the doubt. They've been doing this for a while. Like every earnings. Like, you know, the past 3 to 4 earnings, their estimates are down. These estimates have been brought down since things were a little sluggish back here. You know, so it's not surprising for my own reasoning. I'm not surprised that they did okay. All right, let's see if this bounce can hold though. That's the ultimate question. All right, I love you guys. Listen, I'm tired. I do apologize. I'm exhausted. I've been up since 3-4 o'clock this morning. All right, you guys have a great rest of your guys' night. I would love to be able to say that I'm gonna do, that I could put out a watch list, but I don't know. If I do, I'll just put it out. Let's have another great day tomorrow, guys. Thank you guys for joining me. Please, if you haven't done so, take this time right now. Hit that like button, subscribe. Donation contribution link is in the description. I love you guys. Guys, it's there. You're almost there. Whatever it is that you want, whatever it is that you want to do, whatever it is that you want out of the market, you're there. It's right on the other side of the door. Just open the door. Have a little patience. Okay? Play the game it's meant to be played, and you're going to be okay. Don't fight the tide. Listen, you guys have a great rest of your night. Take some time to yourselves. Have some good dinner. Spend some time with your family, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. I love you guys. I'll see you guys on the next one.